Protocols as well as evacuation protocols of the centre. Kindly make use of our hand sanitizer stations located within the venue as well as the communal area as frequently as possible. Should you fall ill or require medical attention, kindly report to the reception area whereby a first aid facility as well as competent medics will be made available to you. In the unlikely event of an emergency, an alarm will sound throughout the building. Trained responders will give instructions on evacuation. Stay calm. Take only belongings that you can carry. Walk in an orderly manner. Do not run. Responders will lead you to the emergency exit, then to the assembly point. Restrooms are available throughout the building. Please look out for signage. As this is a public building, please do not leave your valuables unattended. Free wireless internet access is available throughout the building. Please select free CSIR ICC on your device. No password is required. For assistance, please call on any of our staff members who will contact a technician to provide support. Thank you and enjoy your session.
Thank you. The conference centre is extremely efficient in taking us through the safety moment. Good morning, everyone. Nice to see you back on the second day. It's always the harder day for most. I'm not going to talk much. I'd like to introduce Tommy and Diego, both who are going to give a keynote. I just want to check the people that are in the first session. Please make sure that you sit closer to the front so that we are done with both keynote addresses, that you can just come and join me here in front, because I don't like sitting alone. Right, without any further ado, maybe just one or two things again. Remember your cell phone to please be on silent, okay? It just helps. And then the second request for those that are coming in, please come and sit towards the front, okay? We'd like to, look you in the eye and not need binoculars to look at you when you're up there, okay? It just makes it a lot easier to engage. So everybody that's coming in, please come and join us closer to the front or towards the middle so that we have space for other people that join us later. Okay, I'd like to introduce Tommy Claassen. Tommy and I always joke that we are partners in crime, but it's not the crime part, okay? We've been working together for many years, even when I was still in the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. And I'd like Tommy to introduce and welcome you for the second day, and then we'll hand over to Diego. Tommy, over to you.
I'm sure you can do better than that, I thought, since you clapped hands for the guy who was doing the safety announcement, I was like, oh, my hand clap is going to be the biggest one. So good morning. So good morning to you all. And just for, I tend to, more often when I'm asked to speak, tend to talk out of the heart. And this morning I decided, let me write everything that I have in my heart prepared for you down, so that I don't waste time, because Barrett was telling me exactly 10 minutes, 1 minute more, I chase you out of the podium. So that let me keep him to be a decent gentleman. Let me read what I had written down. But let me start by giving a special greeting to our international delegate, our esteemed guests from the global community institutions, UNIDO, GIZ, SECO, our national departments, provinces, and their agencies that have been journeying with us towards creating a sustainable industrial spaces complex. And a warm greeting to you all, ladies and gentlemen. This special conference assembly is a culmination of a long man-hours, need I say, and toils of efforts by all partners who saw it fit to join hands and implement the spirit of true collaboration in action. The work and lessons and practices that have been learned will be presented during this time together here at this conference, and these will bear testimony to the dedication of partnerships for a successful repositioning and transformation of South Africa's industrial spaces. The DTIC is mandated to champion industrial policy development, implementation, and oversight on the overall strategic direction of the country, jointly with all the economic cluster departments and, of course, social partners. Considering the ESG imperatives, especially on industrial practices, it therefore becomes important for all parties to work together to bring better livelihoods and welfare to all the citizenry of South Africa and those of foreign investment and its community. Thus, our shared strategic implementation partnership, particularly with NCPC, who are the hosting agents and, of course, the implementing agents for our global eco-industrial program, it is pivotal in driving the development of best practice across the suite of technical services and solutions that are required for resilient and sustainable outcomes for industrialization. Among the top 10 disruptive phenomena that have occurred in the last 50 years are the following: the climate change and environmental concerns. Secondly, rapid urbanization, especially with regards to people moving towards cities and metros. And thirdly, digital revolution and internet, amongst the others. Would remember that energy and power system have also proved to be one of the latest main disruptors of our economic landscapes. All these occurrences and equally others are likely to plague us into a very precarious environment when it comes to balance that needs to be maintained across these competing social, economic, industrial, and political priorities. Centrally, thus, to this conference is to highlight our need to recognize the implications of our policies and practices that we are to employ as global citizens, and to discharge our duties for reducing poverty, supporting sustainable jobs, and to invest wisely and develop resilient resource management strategies for all of our communities. With imposing dire needs to make better choices across the spectrum of decisions that we have to make as consumers, especially on digital products, energy, water systems, and often many other logisticals networks. Part of our call is to have a critical influence on an industrial ecosystem, and we must lead this as think tank practitioners. Our program of revitalizing both the green and brownfields spaces for industrial activity in the country is seized with supporting the broad community partners towards decarbonisation and net zero targets. This is our context, and it affects the most populous areas of our communities, in particularly the townships and the less developed and yet very important rural communities. And unless properly managed and planned for and efficiently mapped, these communities stand to pose serious challenges to our growth and prospects and resource security strategies. As indicated through many just transition advocacy narratives, in all likelihood, a significant negative shift in the nature of jobs created and opportunities developed will occur. Though even better, projections of a positive signs indicate a more innovative-oriented economy into the future. And we have to be intentional about these aspirations towards attainment of that industrial balance. Speaking jointly for our collaborative partnership, we are proud to have reached the milestone of working tirelessly with all industrial clusters in big business, the academia, labor, communities, and skills formation, all in pursuit of a sustainable industrialization agenda that is environmentally sensitive. Thus, our commitment to a continuous uplifting dialogue remain, and I wish you all a fruitful and a productive deliberation in the conferences and its sessions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tommy. I didn't even have to keep time. I think you need to write your speeches more often. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, next I'd like to introduce you to Diego Macera, those of you who have not met him yet, from UNIDO. Again, obviously UNIDO is one of our greatest partners in the country on this work. Diego, over to you.
Thank you, Bernd. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, partners, and friends. Good morning to all of you, and welcome to the Sustainable Industries Conference, where we are gathered today to focus on the pivotal international session dedicated to eco-industrial parks. My name is Diego Macera, and I have the privilege to representing the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO, as the regional representative for Southern Africa. Today's event is not only a reflection of the progress we have made, but also a call to action as we collectively strive to build more sustainable, resource-efficient, and resilient industrial ecosystems. This event is significant, not only because of the distinguished group of professionals, policymakers, and experts in attendance, but because of the relevance of the work we are doing together. Sustainable industries and eco-industrial parks are no longer just ambitious goals. They are a critical necessity in the face of mounting environmental, social, and economic challenges. Today, we explore how innovation, collaboration, and dedication to sustainability can transform industries and societies for the better. First and foremost, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the international and local participants who have joined us in this occasion. On behalf of UNIDO, I am proud to acknowledge the presence of representatives from 6 global eco-industrial park programs, countries such as Colombia, Egypt, Indonesia, Peru, South Africa, and Vietnam. These countries have brought together government agencies, industrial park leaders, and key organizations to share their experiences, challenges, and success in implementing eco-industrial parks. The transition of traditional industrial spaces into eco-industrial parks is a flagship initiative of UNIDO. At the heart of this initiative is the GEIEPP, the Global Eco-Industrial Parks Program, which represents a core component of our work towards sustainable industrial development. This journey has only been possible thanks to the unwavering and long-standing support of the Swiss government, particularly the State Secretariat of Economic Affairs, SECO, whose partnership has been instrumental in the success of the program. In addition to our international partners, I would like to recognize the vital role played by our long-standing collaborators, the World Bank and GIZ. Your support and commitment to promoting eco-industrial parks worldwide have been invaluable in advancing our shared goals. But most importantly, I must express my deep appreciation to our local partners in South Africa, the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, the DTIC, the National Cleaner Production Center, NCPC, and the Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, CSIR. Without your dedication and hard work, this event and the progress we've made in the region would not have been possible. Our journey towards creating sustainable industrial ecosystems has been marked by continuous innovation, close collaboration, and tireless dedication. We are building industrial environments that are not only more resource efficient, but also resilient, competitive, and beneficial to the communities that surround them. As Tammy just mentioned earlier, the progress made here in South Africa is already evident. Eco-industrial parks are creating positive ripple effects, fostering collaboration between businesses, improving environmental outcomes, boosting local economies, and enhancing the well-being of the communities. These impacts reinforce the importance of the work we do. UNIDO remains steadfast in its commitment to assist member states in transforming their industrial parks into eco-industrial hubs. The Global Eco-Industrial Parks Programme presents a unique and valuable opportunity. By embedding sustainability principles into industrial development, we can create industrial parks that are more resource efficient, cost-effective, and competitive. These parks are more attractive to investors and better equipped to mitigate risks, ensuring a future where industries can thrive without compromising the environmental or social equity. This is a journey that will continue, and we are excited to take the next steps together. As we reflect on the progress made so far, I am proud to highlight the remarkable achievements across the Global Eco-Industrial Parks Programme's countries. These countries have worked diligently on policy development, creating a foundation that will enable the replication and scaling up of eco-industrial parks. However, we must acknowledge that the task ahead is enormous. Transforming conventional industrial parks into fully integrated eco-industrial hubs require collective efforts and sustained commitments. Here in South Africa, we are honored to be entrusted with the implementation of the second phase of the Global Eco-Industrial Parks Programme. This new phase not only continues the critical work that we began, but expands our scope to ensure that industrial parks and the companies within them continue to enhance resource efficiency, competitiveness, and sustainability. The global program, Phase 2, will focus on strengthening the capabilities of industrial parks to adopt eco-industrial park approaches, improve sustainability performance, and ultimately become role models for the regions around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, while we celebrate the success achieved so far, we must not lose sight of the challenges ahead. The eco-industrial parks projects we have implemented thus so far serve as a powerful testament to what is possible when innovation and collective action come together. They demonstrate that a sustainable future is not a distant dream, but a tangible reality within our grasp. However, we know that much more work is required before we can fully harvest the resource efficiency, environmental, and social benefits of introducing the eco-industrial parks. One of the critical challenges we will face moving forward is linking financing mechanisms to support the transition to eco-industrial parks. We will need to ensure that stakeholders across the value chain, from industries and local communities, are reaping the benefits of increased competitiveness and sustainability. From UNIDO's side, we are fully committed to tackling those challenges head-on, but we cannot do it alone. We will need the continued partnerships of government, industries, financial institutions, and the international community. It is only through the collaboration that we can ensure the lessons, best practices, and innovation generated by this program are carried into the regions, into other regions and industries. As we gather here today, I encourage all of you to take full advantage of this event, not just as a forum for learning, but as an opportunity to network, share knowledge, and forge new partnerships. The relationship we form during this conference will be invaluable as we move forward. Let us use this platform to exchange ideas, share best practices, and build the connections that will drive the next phase of sustainable industrial development. The lessons we learn from each other today will help shape the future of eco-industrial parks and sustainable industries across the globe. In closing, I want to extend my sincere gratitude to each and every one of you. Your dedication, passion, and commitment are what makes conference like this not only possible but impactful. Together, we are laying the foundations of a sustainable industrial future, one that benefits not only our economies but also the planet and the communities that depend on it. Thank you once again for your hard work and for making this conference a success. I look forward for the rich discussions and insights that will emerge from today's event. Let us continue to work together, share our knowledge, and build the future we all want to see. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm remiss. I did not say who I am. I think most of you know who I am. And I'm not the local coffee maker, although I like coffee. My name is Bernd Ullermann, or Bernd Ullermann, if you want to pronounce it in German. I'm from the NCPC, and I am your program director for the day. I do a lot of work with Tommy and UNIDO and GIZ and most of you are in the room, so if you haven't come and spoken to me yet, you're most welcome. I like making connections with people and working together, because it's a team effort. As Diego pointed out, and both Tommy and Diego as well, both said that this is all about collaboration. And one of the things that Diego specifically highlighted was green finance. So Christoph, if you can come forward so long, as well as the speakers for this session, so that will be Klaus and Christian, Miriam, Nadine, and I think that's it. So while I'm talking, if you can just get mic'd up. But yes, so financing is absolutely critical. And I think one of the key partners we have in addressing this is, of course, IFC and World Bank. Christoph is going to talk to you a bit about that. I think this is a really crucial aspect that we have identified, especially for phase 2 of the Global Eco-Industrial Parks program. And of course, you know, there's a whole range of players in South Africa as well that we want to bring on board to actually make this a collective effort to finance, capitalize, and resource the work that needs to be done in this space. Okay, so Christoph, if you can come forward, you can just take over the podium from me. The rest of you, once you're mic'd up, please take a seat, and then we'll continue. So do you know how this works? Can I show you? Yeah. So that moves forward. Okay. That moves back. And there's your pointer. All right. Perfect. Thank you. It doesn't need a PhD.
Okay. Good morning. Bernd, thank you for the introduction. As Bernd's pointed out, we as IFC World Bank Group have a critical role to play in catalyzing investment in multiple sectors. Also, obviously eco-industrial parks are a way to impact the reach quite a bit more, right? So for us, eco-industrial parks are really interesting because kind of they spawn a lot of what we're trying to do in terms of catalyzing development of value chains, catalyzing production both in agri-processing, manufacturing, all of those things. Let me perhaps just introduce IFC World Bank for those who perhaps haven't come across it or aren't that familiar with it. So first of all, my name is Christoph Koch. I lead our project development and advisory business in manufacturing and consumer services in Southern Africa. Right? So IFC, beyond just investing, we have quite a lot of quite a lot of resources that we dedicate to helping clients, helping governments in terms of developing projects. Obviously, we do a lot of this with the aim of catalyzing finance, by us, by other DFIs, and by commercial funders and private investors. IFC is part of World Bank Group, right? World Bank is typically synonymous with what internally is IBRD and IDA, so kind of the two units that lend to middle and low income countries. Then IFC is focused on the private sector, right? So our mandate is really to finance, to invest in the private sector, and to crowd-in financing in the private sector. Then we have two other parts or sister organizations of the World Bank Group, which aren't as well known. That's MIGA, which is the Multilateral Investment and Guarantee Agency. So they provide political risk cover, which could be interesting for specific contexts. And then we have the International Center for Settlement of Investment Disputes. So just a couple of quick facts on IFC. We've been around for quite a while. We have a footprint in over 100 countries in the world. In Africa, we have offices in 40 countries. So we try actually be on the ground and help see what the context is like, and really catalyze the investments, not sitting somewhere in DC, but really kind of being on the ground and speaking to the stakeholders directly. Just some facts in terms of our investments. In the last financial year, globally, IFC invested over $50 billion. 22 of that was mobilized. In Africa, we invested over 14 billion, so about 25% of our program is in Africa, and those investments were across 45 countries in Africa. So, we invest in all the African economies, particular focus on fragile and conflict-affected countries as well. I mean, it's difficult to do business there, but really that's our mandate. That's what we try to do. IFC provides all kinds of investment products, so from senior debt all the way through to equity, mezzanine. So we have a very kind of flexible product portfolio. So depending on what the project is, what the project needs, we are pretty flexible around that. More to the point of what we're talking about today around sustainable financing, sustainably linked financing, and green financing. We do green loans, green bonds, sustainably linked financing. We can either arrange that, help with the structuring, help with the development of the frameworks, help kind of bring them to market, or we can also be anchor investors in those specific offerings. Now let me jump a bit more into the actual structuring and some of the more technical details, right? So as we look at how you would go about structuring a product like this, there's a couple of steps that you would need to follow. Be it if you're looking to structure it as a company, or if you're looking to validate an investment in a structure like this. So first of all, you would start with the development framework, right? So that would that would dictate how you would look at your financing roadmap, how you would tie it back to sustainability or climate objectives, right? Those could be at a corporate level, those could be at a country level. Usually those they merge into each other. Then that framework would be developed based on kind of international best practice and the specific taxonomies in place. Then the next step would be kind of to go to the project screening stage, right? You would look at what is going to be invested in, right? What's the capex plan? What's the project actually spending money on? And from that, effectively go through the line items and see which ones would be eligible to fund under the framework you've put in place or the framework that you're considering. That, all of that, what you've done now, needs to then be validated by a second-party opinion provider, right? So these are effectively organizations that look at the documentation you've provided in terms of where will the use of proceeds go if it's kind of use of proceeds based, but we'll get to that just now, or what will the money be spent on effectively, and does it conform to the framework you've put in place, and then the framework itself, does that conform to whatever guideline, be it the ICMA principles or whatever you've been working on, and is it basically does it conform to the relevant taxonomy? Just a quick note on second-party opinion providers. So depending on your project, you'll want to actually look at what type of second-party opinion provider makes sense to get in. You get the kind of global SPOs, which are S&P and Moody's, but they obviously come with a certain price tag. Depending on what you're doing and who your kind of target clients are, it may be more favorable to the project and effectively cheaper if you go with a local SPO. And then obviously there's the last part of it, of the structure, is obviously the reporting on the instruments, on the issuance, and then obviously the periodic reporting that comes after the issuance has taken place. I'll kind of go through this very quickly. So in types of products that we as IFC do, we do green loans and bonds, we do blue loans, and sustainability-linked loans and bonds. Perhaps the key thing to highlight here is on the green and blue loans, we're looking at a use of proceeds framework, right? So what does that mean, right? The use of proceeds framework really looks at what are you specifically using the money for, right? So which line items are eligible for funding under that framework, and then you would basically build out your product or the issuance based on exactly those use of proceeds that you've committed to. Then you have, on the other side, you've got your sustainability-linked financing, which is not linked to a specific use of proceeds, but which is target-driven, right? So you, as an organization or a company, would subscribe to specific KPIs around some sustainability-linked elements that are important to you and are important to investors looking to come in. Those pricing structures on the target-driven frameworks can either be on an incentives basis, so or could it be on penalties. So you'd be looking at a step up and a step down. So really, that's I think how you need to think about the difference between a sustainability-linked bond and a use of proceeds product. So I'll run through some examples of KPIs and use of proceeds. And in terms of in the context of eco-industrial parks, I think there's some obvious categories or examples that come to mind. If one of them would be, for example, your green buildings or renewable energy or energy efficiency that you are integrating into both into the park in terms of both the infrastructure, but also what the companies themselves are doing. Could also be around pollution control, waste management, water efficiency, elements like that. Certainly circular economy is a very interesting one. But what perhaps is important just to recognize is these categories are certainly not fixed, right? And it sometimes makes sense to start kind of thinking out of the box, right, in terms of what else can you contribute? What are other elements that you can bring into the framework? Because also that will influence how your investors kind of look at the framework that you've put together and the product that's busy being built, right? Because effectively, and let me just jump to the next one. If we look at specifically the KPIs, right, where we're talking about targets, the benefit you're going to see in terms of in terms of incentives will be directly linked to what the market thinks you're doing in terms of stretch targets, right? So if you're doing something that's par for the course, it's questionable how much kind of the market will recognize those efforts, right? So you really need to think about including stretch targets as you build, as you set your KPIs. And these stretch targets can, as I was saying, not only be around kind of the obvious elements, right? Say alternatives or circular economy, but really also about other aspects like gender, right? Including the share of female staff or the share of women in management, or around social inclusion in terms of how much youth employment is being conducted at the site, right? What is the impact on education? Are there training centers there? And so, long story short, so what I'm really trying to say is kind of for this, it's worth just thinking out of the box and also just having those discussions with with SPOs, with other entities, and also of course engaging potential investors pretty early to see what is it that gets them excited. Yeah, so this is just, I guess, a slide where the use of proceeds and the target-driven mechanisms are compared to each other. I think the key thing on to add here, in terms of what I was saying, in terms of the target-driven sustainability financing, is that the performance targets really need to be material, right? So otherwise, the product is not going to find acceptance. As I was saying, so on the pricing, and it's typically the question we get very, very often, if we do this, if we want to do a green loan or a sustainability linked financing, what's the benefit to us, right? And that's really very difficult to answer, because it depends on how much or what you're committing to, and that's in turn then informs how excited the market will be about it. So to give you an example, right? So these type of products are, say, more common in the property market, right? So we've also been involved in two issuances that are listed on the JSE for redefining growth points. We also, as you may know, the local banks are also involved in the sector, specifically for property businesses. So, if you, in that example, if you look at a bond and the what you're trying to position is that all your buildings are EDGE or LEED certified, etc., right? The market's probably not going to be very excited about it, right? If you, however, commit to EDGE net zero or some sort of stretch target, you may find that there'll be a lot of interest in your product. There'll be some capacity to actually get some incentives there. On the other hand, if you say in an industrial company and there hasn't been an issuance in the market for, say, a steel company or a cement company. That may very well be very interesting for investors that are looking to kind of diversify their portfolio and also invest in some of those hard-to-abate sectors. So I'm getting the unhappy smiley, which kind of, I suppose, tells me I'm out of time. So, actually, I just want to end perhaps by giving a couple of examples of some of the transactions we've done. Notably, I think one that was done in Senegal with Socosim around their ambitions to replace clinker with new, more efficient kind of production mechanisms, so it's just an example of that. Also, the hard-to-abate industries are moving in that direction, also in Africa. And if it's something that you're thinking about, we'll be happy to have a more detailed conversation and see how we can support you in that. But as well, I think there's another session later today just on how to structure these type of products. So I think in this forum, I think you'll find a lot of competent advice if it's not something you're looking to do. So let me leave you, and thank you very much.
Sorry for hassling you.
No worries.
Thank you. You can just answer down. That's fine. Thank you very much, Christoph. I did let him go a bit over the time. You can just sit there in the middle between Klaus and Christian, if that's okay, Miriam. I did let Christoph go a bit over the time, just simply because the financing aspect is so important. Okay, so I apologize. It's my fault that I let him go on a bit too long. That's why he got the worried face from me. Next up, we're going to ask Klaus to come forward. I'm not going to hang around long, so Klaus, you can just take over. I just want to make sure that you know how to use this thing. Forward, backwards, pointer. Okay. So forward, yes.
Very good morning to you. I got one of these mics I can walk around with. I don't know if you're expecting a bit more of a performance here. So Klaus Dürker is my name. I work with UNIDO as the Chief Technical Advisor for the Global Eco-Industrial Parks Program. And today I will talk about EIPs as an approach for industrial circular economy. I know that we already heard that money is available, but there are more and more decision makers and others who want to see how this is then linked also to the bigger policy drives which are there ongoing, circular economy being one of those. And I will pack this up a little bit by talking first about, I don't think we have talked so much about what is an eco-industrial park, and then a little bit what is circular economy, and then I'll try to connect these dots a little bit. So, as you know, EIPs are a managed area where you have companies who, through collaboration, different sorts, they are then trying to be more competitive, efficient, and creating an area where you can really thrive your company and to do good business. And also, EIPs are then trying to reduce their environmental footprint, provide quality jobs, and these types of many environmental social benefits through good management, and this then brings economic gains as well. That sounds a bit hairy, right? So what we then did with the colleagues from the World Bank, GIZ, that we sat down a bit and said that, okay, so if you have a park, how can we then know if it's an eco-industrial park or not? So we set up this framework, which works through indicators. There's 64 of them, and they are divided into the different categories of management, environmental, social, and economic performance. Now, what I'm claiming is that industrial parks are the industrial circular economy. This is what I'm going to claim. This is my hypothesis. And you can always come and challenge that if you want. But there is really the circularity in manufacturing comes from the proximity. That you can do things, of course, within your own company, do circularity in your company, that you can always do. That's fine. You can do it whether you are in an industrial park or not. But if you want to reap the bigger benefits, you need to be quite close to your potential partners. There are very few long distances that you want to pipe steam or some other resource profitably. The same goes for anything else. And the fact that you can also share services is really the driver. But it's not sort of thing that there is one silver bullet for every park, because the parks are very different, right? There are the ones which are bigger, the ones which are smaller, the ones which have a different type of sectors, the ones which are doing more production, manufacturing, others doing more commercial services. And so there is always a need to see how this can happen. So one more, when you look at then circular economy, this slide is trying to show you the whole picture of circular economy. And here, this is obviously where we are when we talk about manufacturing industrial park, is this bit here. We are going into also some to the distribution part, but usually the thing which is beyond is the sort of the material supply. It comes from where it comes. Maybe there are some cases that this has been connected. And then, of course, the post-consumer part is not part of the EIP. But again, I did not say that EIPs are the whole circular economy. I just said it's the manufacturing industrial part of it. So what are the sort of the main bits and pieces you can do in an industrial park or EIP in order to do in order to make it more circular? We have categorized it in 5 different here, where we look at the utility synergies, infrastructure sharing. There you have obviously power, the energy part, water part. You have the share infrastructure that you can use. You have a lot of facilities that you can do. The fact that you can, in an industrial park, you can co-locate value chains. This is not very atypical at all. If you were here yesterday when Chris Ettmeyer was talking about his park, very typical such, where you have one key tenant inside the industrial park. This is an automaker, and actually quite a number of those tenants are suppliers to that value chain. So already being close to your brings these synergies, brings shorter distances of logistics, and other ways of being able to reuse parts. The other big thing which we have in industrial parks is the byproduct synergies, typically waste exchanges, or industrial symbiosis, which is another topic which Christian will touch upon later. That's a key thing in being really ready, and that it's possible to share, really to do zero waste type of operations, utilize many things that you have from one process to the next. I mean, there's a lot of side streams. They can be different. They can be liquid, they can be gas, they can be solid, and they can be utilized by other companies in the industrial park, or indeed there can be new companies formed in the industrial park because the material is there and available, and not all the time this can be shipped long distances, at least profitably. Service synergies, do not underestimate service synergies. There are really the number of operations that big industries have to keep up and try to provide all this in-house are quite a number. And so if you can have a park and a park management that can provide you all these different types of services, you are saving a lot. And you're not only saving a lot there, but you are also not having to use resources. So you can do resource savings sort of at the overall level as well. You can have, and those services can be everything from very physical to, you could have joint training, you can have joint buses, you know, to get the workers to the factories. Yeah, there's a lot of, there is really there is the heaven is the limit to of finding those way of cooperating on services. And then finally, a big of the circularity also can come from the cooperation between the urban, the community around, the municipality around. These are much better with an industrial park than with individual industries, because obviously both are big operations. So, but you wouldn't go to a small like medium-sized company and start discussing that, oh, would you like to have a joint wastewater treatment plant? But you can do that with an industrial park because there is enough of space and there is enough of already their own effluent. So this type of things, the same goes to waste, energy, infrastructure. All this can be jointly operated and planned with an industrial park. So there are maybe three sort of broad strategies that you can then to do the circularity in industrial park, and they're here. You can sort of narrow the flows, or you can slow down flows, or then indeed close the loops. And I'll just spend a little bit of time on these parts. But you see on the slide, you see what those different strategies are. On narrowing flows, efficiency improvements, the type of using side streams, the sort of the synergy parts. This is very much core circular economy type of activity. Sharing equipment, sharing of procurement, not only getting better price, but also getting reaping other benefits when it comes to circularity. You can use joint maintenance type of operations. Here we come again, if you look at equipment related, you can do things on circular economy, on joint procurement, remanufacture procurement. There are parks in this world, for example, everybody uses the same type of vehicles. Well, then you can set up a maintenance and operations around this, and then it's profitable for this maker of this equipment to come into the park. And then you get a smooth, quick, good service as soon as there are some issues with the machinery. Then closing the loops, I think there, water reuse, product reuse, and the industrial symbiosis and the post-consumer recycling are among the strategies of closing the loop on this. Maybe here one more time on the circular economy, kind of that we talked about some of these things. I'm trying to link or give a little bit of examples here on what we talked about earlier. We said that we are here on manufacturing, distribution, and for example on distribution, again linking to some of the presentations from yesterday, we talked about the truck going back and forth and so on, going empty one direction, coming back and so on. Now there is, for example, on distribution, warehousing, you can have a lot of cooperation in an industrial park. Like you can have, the companies can have joint warehousing, joint logistics services. And so that at least the first part of the distribution sort of can be done in a much more circular way. And this is then also looping back. I think that the part which we have a little bit more difficult maybe to link to industrial parks are really the post-consumer part. Some of it comes, of course, directly also to manufacture, but much of it is then recycled into materials. Now, recycling can also happen in industrial park. So that can be indeed, it can be like a new good business for the industrial park. You have the space, you're close to the consumers many times, so there's a possibility, plastics, paper, this type of things, many times recycled in industrial parks. Maybe one part which is there also possible, it's more complicated, is to work on the eco-design and the recyclability of products and so on, because this is very this is the core of most companies. And doing that in collaboration happens not so often, because if you start to design your product with somebody else, then you don't know how long that product will be your product, right? So that's maybe the only part of circular economy where there is a little less possibilities to work at industrial parks. But you see here the other most of the aspects of circular economy can be done in an industrial park, and even more efficiently in an eco-industrial park. And the key is that you have a park management which is efficient, who everybody trusts and wants to work with in order to make their own operations better and more competitive. So, with that, I hope you're all now convinced that EIPs is the way to go if you want to do circular economy in manufacturing industries.
Thank you very much, Klaus. Again, I think one underestimates how much information sits behind each slide. I think if we gave Klaus the whole morning, he could take us through just one of those slides and really populate it with a lot of other examples. Thank you, Klaus. Next, we have Miriam. And it just so happened that we have the gents and then the ladies and then the gents and then the ladies. I did not work out the program this way. Okay? But Miriam is next. I'm going to hand over to you. Forward, backwards, pointer.
Good morning, everyone. Hope you can hear me. I am Miriam from Tanzania. Actually, I was happy that the first presentation was somehow related to what I'm going to present. So I'm just going to present the improving environment sustainability and compliances on the special economic zones in Tanzania, the road toward multi-stakeholders partnership, and I am happy to introduce several partners that we are with. I am from the Basin Water Board, that is a governmental institution under Ministry of Water. But with us, we have a member from Shahidi wa Maji, which is the local NGO. But we also have a member from CTI, that is the Corporation of Industries. But we have the Nature Program also with us supporting different partnership activities that have to be done together. Most of us can ask, how can the private sector and government institution work together? That is most of the time I get that question. So we work together to ensure that we create a conducive environment for the special economic zones to operate in different aspects. So this is a content of the presentation. I will just go to the details directly. So Tanzanian visions for industry for economic growth. We have the financial year development plan of 2012 to 2016. We also have, that is followed by the financial development year plan for 2017 to 2021 that emphasize on the economic transformation and industrialization for human development. And also, we are now in the third version of the Financial Year Development Plan 2022-2026, realizing the competitiveness leading export growth. So we all work, the partnership work around the national plans, and everything that we are implementing has to rely or has to feed on the national plans that are existing. I will tell a bit about the special economic zones that are there. These are autonomous government agents that looks or manages the special economic zone and export processing zones. So the EPZA also manages the free trade market within the country. And currently we have the existing and operational the special economic zones within Bagamoyo, Kigoma and Dar es Salaam. But also there are other planned special economic zones. And there have been success over the years from 2014 to 2024 with different or increasing number of industries that are licensed. Yeah. So one of the great achievements that have been done is to digitize the processes under special economic zones. So most of the requirement that investors has to get, or the certificate or license that he has to obtain, can be obtained from the one-stop center from EPZA. But also there is a multi-stakeholders collaboration. That means more related informations that the investor really require in order for him to comply with the different policies and regulations in the country, they can be obtained from the one-stop center. But also within the special economic zone, we are emphasizing on the environmental safeguard to comply with most of the requirement that investor needs. So with the digitized system that is there are a number of functions that the investor can get. That include the development license, leasing agreement, but also he can get the operator license after establishing the industry. But also through the system, he or she can apply for the work permit and other tax exemptions as per regulations. So I will talk a bit about what are we working under, the Nature's program. Yeah, we are addressing some of the challenges that are within the special economic zones. And those challenges are mainly relied on the environmental services within. That is the water and wastewater management. As it has been said, it is a very key component in ensuring that we work on achieving the eco-industrial in the country. So the challenge is the inadequate water resource management, but also we have insufficient regulatory clarity with regard to water and wastewater management. So on this, what are we doing? We are working on seeking the water and other natural resources risk are mitigated, but also water demand for special economic zones are known and are also addressed. For this will ensure that will attract more investors because the water management issues and the wastewaters will be addressed. So what are the actions that we are doing related to water and wastewater management? Through the Nature's program, we support a steward approach that's within the special economic zone, but also we are looking at what are the guidelines and the regulations that are required. But also I will shortly explain the wastewater management responsibility in Tanzania as per regulation. as we know that we have the acts and regulations that guide the environmental management within the country, but also the Act has dedicated different institutions or regulatory bodies to ensure management of waste within the country. So from the, So from the industry, we have the pre-treated industry waste that is most known. That depends on what channel are you taking. If you are from the industry and you have your secondary treatment plant, after the treatment, you directly discharge to the environment, then the basin water authorities come directly to regulate you. And this is normally for the standalone industries. But if you are the industry after doing the pre-treatment of the effluent and you discharge to municipal waste, here in between there are urban water authorities that comes in that are managing the municipal sewer system. But from the municipal sewer system now, if the waste goes directly to the environment, there is the basin authority that comes in. But also we have another channel that we are working on. It is from the industries, if it is within the EPZA or the special economic zones and they have centralized DWAD system, then the industry particularly has to get the permit or has to be regulated by the EPZA. From the basin authority will then regulate what is coming from the DWADs. So all these channels had to be defined initially to ensure that there is no any, the investor is safe when he is coming to implement or to do different activities within the country. So this is on the wastewater management. The challenge that we have in the country is less compliances over all the industries that we have, but for the whole country we have less than 2,000 permits for discharge. But also we have waste stabilization ponds in as the municipal wastewater treatment plants, but most of them or all of them are not designed for industries. So their efficiency is really not good if they are connected to the industries. So all the challenges, we have seen that there's a need of really collaborating different regulators to bring them together to ensure that we create a conducive environment for the special economic zones. So what have we done up to now through the Nature's program? Through the Nature's program on the water and wastewater management, we have established what we call Water User Management Information System. That means the investor can get the important information on water and wastewater management through the permitting system. And this system, it is under development, but the plan is to ensure that after it is completed, it is linked to all the relative organizations that are in one way or another working with the investors. So the management information system that we have, or wastewater management system that we have, this is the SECO that we are working on. We have the application side. From the application side, we have the monitoring area, but also we have the element for fee payment and compliances. So this first SECO of permit application, that is already developed and it is under piloting. And a good thing is we have integrated the system with we call it government e-payment gateway. So we are working with the expertise to ensure that everything that we are doing here, it is done with to complete the SECO. But also, the remaining part of the system that is under development is the self-monitoring and self-reporting area. But also through the Nature's program, we are able to establish the guideline for wastewater management. And this was established and launched in December 2020. And it was established in collaboration to different stakeholders that are, as they can see in there. So what are we looking at, or what is the way forward? We are looking at sustainably ensuring the multi-stakeholder stewardship that is established through the program. It is something that will continue. And also, we are looking at putting on board all the relative regulators that are not in, to ensure that we all together work on the environmental sustainability. But also, we are looking at social and environmental output, whereby we look at the better wastewater discharge compliances from the investors within the special economic zones. But not only that, we are also looking at the investors outside the economic zones. But also, we are looking at ensuring that we scale up whatever we are doing to different areas. We started in Dar es Salaam within the Wami Basin Water Board, but now, for instance, for water and wastewater management permitting system, it is now adapted to all the 9 basins that we have in the country. So, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Miriam. So you see there's a natural progression. We start out with describing what eco-industrial parks are, what Klaus did, and then really start looking at more the specifics, right? And I think one aspect that maybe not be so strong in South Africa is the chemical industry sector, but it is big in a number of other countries. And of course, sustainable chemistry is crucial in that. So Nadine is going to talk to us about that. So Nadine, I want to hand over to you.
Okay, hi everybody. I hope my mic is working, yeah. And yeah, maybe before starting, as you might have seen, just to go back, yeah, I'm not a chemist, and I started working in this project in April. So yeah, this may be just before starting my presentation. But now to really get into the topic, as I'm not a chemist, but I like cooking. And there's a joke, so like, chemistry is like cooking, just don't lick the spoon. So maybe this is a nice start to see how the chemical sector can be transformed, and also to share some experiences with you from the project where I'm currently working in. It's called International Sustainable Chemistry Collaborative Center, and we are a global project implemented by GIZ, German Development Corporation. And now, just imagine a life without chemistry. People would die much younger from diseases, without antibiotics and without vaccines. So, chemistry is a success story and an important driver for human prosperity. Without it, we wouldn't have many products. But at the same time, there is also the downside success story of chemical industry. And here you can see some of the facts. So 90% of global production, as you can have seen, the importance is dependent on chemical products, but at the same time, 10% of world's total energy is consumed by this industry, and it contributes to 8% of the worldwide greenhouse gas emissions. But apart from this, there are many chemicals, and it has hazard to health, so many people affected and deaths. And this is why it's so important to really see why a change is needed in order to address these challenges. So this is why we need sustainable chemistry to really look for sustainable solutions. So regarding energy and materials, and really look along, as Klaus mentioned, to see how a circular economy can be implemented along the life cycle of chemicals, materials, and products, and so also changing stakeholders' behavior. And how does transformation look like? So if we see here on the left side, like the traditional chemical sector or industry, like we had it in the past, and now on the right side, where we would like to go into the future. Sustainability, sustainable chemistry looks at the function of chemicals. So we don't only look at the final product, the result we get, or we use it for, but we really raise the question of how can we achieve like the same result with less chemicals, so increasing resource efficiency, but it also involves ethics, social aspects, and once again involving stakeholders. So people also need to get aware of this. And definitely moving from linear to circular processes, using renewable feedstocks, and it goes far beyond compounds, materials, and processes. So really including the product design, service, and function. And also waste utilization is an important aspect of this. So we are maximizing the function, but minimizing hazards. And now it's also time to introduce ISC3 and what role do we play here. So as already mentioned, we are a global project implemented by GIZ. We have been founded in 2017, and our slogan is, "We transform chemistry." So we have a quite ambitious goal, and the idea is to really create an understanding of what sustainable chemistry is and work together with several stakeholders, so according to a multi-stakeholder approach, because we can only achieve this if all parties work together across all sectors. And there you can see a nice photo of our team. And we are not doing this alone. We work together. Unfortunately, this slide cannot be seen, but we are working together with our counterparts. We are working with the university, Leuphana University in Lüneburg. They are representing the Innovation Hub and, the Research and Education Hub. And DECHEMA, which is the German Society for Chemical Engineering and Biotechnology. So they are an expert network consisting of 5,000 members, and they are responsible for fostering and at first identifying and fostering innovation. So we are doing this jointly together, and on behalf of the German Federal Ministry for the Environment and the German Federal Environmental Agency. And now you can see what we are doing. So our fields of action, they comprise these areas. We are contributing to international chemicals policy. We are also developing trainings, but together with the University of Lüneburg, we developed even degrees, so bachelor and master's degrees on this topic. We are providing advisory service. And finally, the topic I would like to dive deeper into is the fostering of entrepreneurship and innovation. So, nope. We are doing this through several formats, and now I would just like to show you some of our insights. So when you visit our website, you can see that we have like a startup of the month. So each month we are promoting a new startup with innovative ideas, but we are also hosting the Investor Forum at the Impact Festival. So there is like a kickstart of financial and networking power for sustainable chemistry startups. And getting people together, getting them connected. And we also have mentoring programs. So we match startups with experts, and also for matching companies, like having very specific challenges with academia. So this is our task. And now I would like to present you briefly 3 of our startups. One is Ray Cosmetics. They are coming from Ethiopia, and they have been founded in 2021. And what they are doing, they extract collagen from fish skin waste, and they use it in order to produce skin and hair care products. So they have several benefits. They use agro waste, they prevent contamination, and they also support local communities. I will just go through it, so if you have specific questions regarding the startups, you can reach out afterwards and visit the links. And the other startups is Asia. They are from India, and they started with their business idea in 2021. And you won't believe it, but they are making or producing sunglasses out of these chips packets you can find almost everywhere. So they are really transforming, their slogan is that they are transforming waste into style. So this is a very nice idea also. And so they of course incentivize the collection of waste, and they also create formal jobs. By this, they reduce disposal at landfills and prevent contamination. And my last startup I would like to present comes from Colombia. It's called Natupla, and they are doing starch-based biodegradable plastic alternatives. This is sounds very long, but they are replacing single-use plastic by this starch based alternative, so also contributing to CO2 emissions reduction and contributing to the environment, or having a positive impact. And now, following this discussion about eco-industrial parks, circular economy, the question comes up, so what does sustainable chemistry have to do with eco-industrial parks? But it really goes hand in hand. As you have seen, it's not only about circularity, so taking into account also life cycle, but it's following a holistic approach to solve problems, really addressing all dimensions and aspects. It's also about system thinking, so really considering interlinkages. And finally, it addresses also the social dimensions, so really contributing to safeguard the health of workers. And also especially, informal and formal sectors, and to create collaboration and transparency. There's a very nice saying I heard last year when this conference, or part of this conference, was held in Cairo in Egypt. And this is, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to get far, go together. So it's really about sharing information, data like we heard, and it's all based on trust. And so summing up this, here you can see how sustainable chemistry contributes to eco-industrial parks. So it's reducing environmental pollutions and also addressing, as already mentioned, health risks. So safe handling and storing of chemicals, but also, fostering resource efficiency, circular economy, so really getting out or optimizing the use of resources, and by also reusing, recycling, and closing material cycles. It also addresses regulatory compliance and the promotion of innovation, but especially also contributing to cost savings. So finally you need less of a product, with this I would like to end and leave you with this. So nothing gets transformed until your mind is transformed, and we really have to change our stakeholders' behavior in order to transform the chemical industry and also all associated sectors. And so this is why sustainable solutions are needed. And my call to action, finally, to visit us here at our stand. I will be there after the presentation. It's here outside on the left side, directly with GIZ, and you can get some Haribo, so some candies from Germany, also planetaries or planets from making reference to planetary boundaries. So this might be a good reason to come together and continue this exchange.
Nadine, you're not allowed to bribe people. I mean, some of us have a sweet tooth, so that's really dangerous. Please, these sweets are very nice. I'm sure I don't need to tell you that. Last but not least on the program is Christian Susan. Those of you who don't know who he is, I think you better come and talk to me so I can sort that one out. Christian, please, I'm going to hand over to you. You do not need to stand behind this huge thing, okay? But if it does give you comfort and safety, grab onto it solidly with both hands, okay? But please, Christian, over to you.
Thank you very much.
It's not on. Just check the switch.
It's on? Now, can you hear me? I needed the magic touch of a local engineer. These foreigners, they're no good. Well, good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for being with us here. And I still would need the presentation.
It should be coming.
Okay. You see, no good, these foreigners. No. It's a pleasure to be with you, and I think Klaus has already shared with you what is the added value of an eco-industrial park or any industrial park. You have a lot of various industries which are co-aggregated in a limited space. Klaus has already spoken about the possibilities of industrial synergies. I would like to go now a step further into industrial symbiosis. Industrial symbiosis is where the waste of one company, a byproduct of one company, can be used as an input, a factor input into the manufacturing process of another company. And yep. Okay. And we can, if we work in an industrial park and to promote the transition towards an eco-industrial park, we first of all work at the level of the individual companies, at the tenant companies. We apply resource efficiency, cleaner production technology and approaches with them, but you still remain with some unavoidable residual waste. But if we want to move on from a linear economy towards a truly circular economy, we need to start thinking and exploring how this unavoidable residual waste can be used. And these byproducts, they can be materials, but they can also be energy. They can be steam, they can be water. And if you facilitate an exchange between two industries which are closely located to each other, this can be a continuous exchange, or it can be in batches, because waste, you would normally not have a continuous exchange, whereas heat and water, this would be a continuous exchange. And I want to guide you through some of the industrial symbioses which have been achieved under the Global Eco-Industrial Park program. And it follows a logic where we go, what we also do when we facilitate the transition of industrial park to eco-industrial park. We do an assessment in the park, and we start with the low-hanging fruits. We start with the easiest, the simplest industrial symbiosis which is possible. And we move then on. Once our partners have seen it makes sense, it makes business sense as well as environmental sense, we can move on from very simple things towards more complex things. And I think this has already been shared with you. This is the definition of an eco-industrial park. It's a group of industries which are co-located, and they strive together to have a better performance in 4 domains. It's environmental performance, social performance, management performance, and financial performance. These efforts of industries are always driven by the possibility to also realize savings, to become more profitable, to become more efficient. And the first example I would like to share with you is from Zona Franca de Cauca in Colombia, which is our lighthouse industrial park in Colombia. A very simple, I always call it a no-brainer. We have 3 plastic manufacturers. They have 120 tons of waste per year. A 4th plastic manufacturer now collects their waste by very simple means. You can see this beautiful rickshaw, this trike, and they transform the waste into lower grade plastic products. And the beauty of it is not only the waste reduction, it's also a reduction of raw materials needed, and we are still in the process to calculate also what does it mean in terms of CO2 emission reduction, because you avoid transport, factor inputs, and you avoid the wastage. Looking at the same park, we have another example where we have an aluminium profile producing company, and we have a company which needs a non-ferrous material with a high aluminium content. So the company which produces these aluminium profiles, they have shavings, and 330 tons a year of aluminium can be recycled by this way, by just bringing the shavings from one of the companies, the leftover, to the company next door. And here we did already the mathematics. So we can save 1,900 kilometers truck distance, which normally would accrue to bring the raw material into the manufacturing process. And this translates to 5,000 tons CO2 emission reduction from primary aluminium production. So this is normally what we do when we facilitate this industrial symbiosis. We show the companies what they can save, we show them how much they can save financially, and then we calculate what are the environmental benefits of this process. An example from Peru, where interestingly, when we were at the park, the companies told us, please don't take photos because it looks so disgusting. They use slaughterhouse residues. You can see it here in the background. You see the carcasses. These are the remaining bones after a slaughterhouse process. And they combine it with oil and feathers from chicken processing companies and produce protein-rich animal feed. So you can tell them more or less, I need fish food, I need whatever animal food with a certain protein content. They mix it for you. And here we can avoid 8,000 tons of organic waste per year. And the COD in wastewater treatment plants was reduced by 15,000 kilograms per year, because beforehand, especially the oil and the slaughterhouse residues from the chicken processing companies, they went to the sewers. This is now being reused, recycled into a product which can be used. And energy savings and greenhouse gas emissions reductions are still being in calculations. An example from Egypt. We have a company which recycles the tires which are produced and used by other companies, and they also bring in tires from the outside. And what they use is a pyrolysis process which has a capacity of 10,000 tons per year. What they do is they feed in these old tires, and we all have seen efforts what can be done with old tires. But here, the old tires can be used to produce fuel, and the steel wires can be reused and recycled. So 40 to 45% of the tires are used to produce fuel, and 15 to 20% are used to produce steel again. Our program in the GIP, the Global Eco-Industrial Parks program, has the country-level interventions in Colombia, Peru, South Africa, Egypt, Indonesia, Vietnam, and in Ukraine. And this approach was supported by our country-level intervention in Egypt, in Orascom Eco-Industrial Park. And we can collect, by this way, 5 to 10% of the raw materials, of the waste from the industrial park, and we reduce the waste which is normally diverted to landfill by 500 to 1,000 tons per year. An example which is not in the strictest sense an industrial symbiosis, but it's too beautiful to be left out for me whenever I present these case studies. In Indonesia, MM2100 Industrial Park has applied a nature-based infrastructure solution to treat 35,000 cubic meters of industrial wastewater. And normally, I always ask, what is this if I show the picture? And no one guesses that this is a wastewater treatment plant. The beauty of this wastewater treatment plant using nature-based infrastructure solutions is the investment costs about 60 to 70% of a conventional wastewater treatment plant, and the operational costs and management costs are 40 to 50%. In addition, you have lower sludge which is being produced, and if you're on this side, I think every one of us knows a wastewater treatment plant, regardless how well it is managed, you have odors, you have smells. This one does not only look like a garden, you feel like being in a garden, because there are no odors and smells. It's not in the strictest sense an industrial symbiosis, but again, it's one of these examples I don't want to miss out. And yes, the benefits are lower energy consumption, lower sludge generation. The next step we're looking is to recycle the sludge in agriculture to see whether there are any heavy metals in this sludge, whether it can be reused and recycled. And an example from Vietnam. We have in Amata Industrial Park a Coca-Cola bottling factory. This bottling factory had to change its boiler, and rather than replacing its fossil fuel fired boiler with a new one, they went into a symbiotic arrangement with the Green Energy Company. The Green Energy Company now operates a biomass-fueled steam boiler and sells the steam to Coca-Cola. We have 60,000 tons of biomass residues which are being recycled in this process, and 16,000 tons CO2 emissions which can be avoided through this industrial symbiosis. The kingpin of the industrial symbiosis also comes from Vietnam. We did a feasibility study in 2018 under the predecessor of the Global Eco-Industrial Park program. We have a coal-fired fertilizer industry, a large-scale industry, which produces tremendous amount of emissions. And right next sits a technical gas producer. The feasibility study was whether the technical gas producer cannot capture the emissions, treat them, clean them, scrub them, so that it can be sold as technically inert CO2 again to the food and the medical industry. It has been realized in 2023. Stage 1 has been realized, which results in 74,000 tons CO2 emissions reductions. And the fact that now the technical gas producer invests into a doubling of the capacity gives a very strong indication this is not only an extraordinary example of environmental benefits, but also it makes economic sense. And just to quickly say, what we can do is to facilitate such industrial symbiosis. We need to start with the low-hanging fruits. So we can survey the businesses, we can identify shared needs and resources. In this case, where do we have waste? Which waste might be used by somebody else as a factor input into the manufacturing process? So once we have done this inventory and the map of the available side streams and information of their state, is it gas, is it liquid, is it solid, and are there any possible contaminants which would avoid an industrial symbiosis process? We can identify the potentials for industrial symbiosis, the partners. We can bring them together. Well, we do normally also a bit of technical feasibilities, economic feasibilities, but then it is trust building. It is to bring the partners together, to show them that both of them have something to gain. Sometimes we have to overcome regulatory barriers. Some industrial symbiosis where we would have said they are no-brainers did not work because it was a process of regulatory barriers which could not allow it. And then what we do is we don't provide the funding as UNIDO. We show what is feasible, we demonstrate what is the return on investment, and we can then facilitate implementation. And an important thing is which we are also responsible towards our donors. This Global Eco-Industrial Park program is generously supported by Switzerland, but Switzerland also wants to see the results, not only how much money could be saved, how much money was invested, but also what were the environmental benefits. And this is what we are doing here. And to facilitate this process, in our Eco-Industrial Park toolbox, we have one specific tool on industrial symbiosis. Time does not allow now to go really through it, but I think it is worthwhile. If you're interested, if you're in a situation where you think an industrial symbiosis would make sense, have a look at this toolbox, which is available on the UNIDO Knowledge Hub. And with this, I would like to say thank you very much. The purpose of this was really to give you an overview about what can be achieved going from very simple, straightforward solutions to much more complex solutions. And needless to say, a solution like in Ninh Binh in Vietnam takes time before it's being implemented. And in this industrial park, we have a lot of small-scale industrial symbiosis which were realized before, and this builds the trust. And this shows companies it makes sense. It makes business sense. It makes sense to reduce their environmental impacts, and it makes sense to reduce their risk of environmental compliance. I hope this can inspire you, and I hope next year or in 2 years you will report about industrial symbiosis that could be achieved in your parks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christian. Yes. Okay, question time. Anybody with any particular questions? Now is the time to raise your hands. I know there are questions. We are good for time, which I'm very delighted about. But yeah, so the way that we do this, just raise your hand and I'll try and find you. Okay. I don't see any hands. Wow. Well, the speaker's that brilliant. Or you are still very tired from yesterday. Okay, well, in that case, I have an interesting question. Christian, specifically for you, the example about the animal feed, what do you do about flavor? I mean, do animals discern flavor? I mean, I'm just thinking, if I were a cow, would I have preference for a particular flavor? I mean, do they look at flavor, or is it just being processed?
Well, we do work in a stakeholder-inclusive process, but we have the lack of communication skills with animals not yet fully developed. But I can assure you, whatever has been fed to these animals, whether it was fish or dogs, it's been gobbled up.
Well, it must work then, so clearly the flavor is less of an issue than what I thought, I might have a problem with. Is there any of, are there any of the examples that you wanted to share that you did not share?
Well, I can share with you something where we all thought is a no-brainer. We have in one park in Colombia a company which produces tremendous amounts of eggshells. And right next to it we have a company which needs calcium to produce, some beauty products and some food supplements. We brought them together, and the problem was that a regulatory risk could not be overcome. So to use these eggshell residues in another industry would have required a very expensive assessment and testing. And this went also beyond the means of what we could provide. So this was an example where I say it's a no-brainer, and yes, it did not work. So it's not, if you look at an industrial park, you see the waste, you see the need for the products. It does not mean automatically it will happen. And I must also say, facilitating industrial symbiosis processes is company-specific or site-specific. If you don't have the right industries located next to each other, it doesn't work. So it is a little bit of, I don't call it opportunistic, but it can be called opportunistic, but you need to make use of what you can find. And I have an example from Austria, which for me is also an amazing example, where you have a sawmill which cuts about 1 million cubic meters of timber per year, and they've already invested in a combined heat and power plant to generate electricity and steam. Part of the steam they can use themselves. They have excess heat, and right next to them is a brewery. And the brewery, in the absence of a district heating system, it's a small village, the brewery has gone into a feasibility study to look into whether their waste management scheme could be changed and now they've applied a cogeneration of liquid and solid waste in anaerobic processes. Together with the excess heat from their neighbors, they've become carbon neutral in the beer brewing process. The beer is not carbon neutral because there's still the malting process, which is somewhere else, but the brewing process could be made carbon neutral by applying this process. But if there wouldn't be neighbors, this would not have worked. So this is things, and I think that's also why it is so easy to facilitate industrial symbiosis in an industrial park. Short transport distances, a wide array of different industries, and we can serve as a matchmaker. Maybe we should have an industrial symbiosis Tinder for the future.
Absolutely. I think, just from a South African experience, what we find is that in a lot of the industrial spaces we work in, is that many companies actually don't talk to their neighbors. So I don't know if other countries, JC, I saw your hand. I don't see if some of I don't know if some of the other countries have similar experiences, but it's really actually quite surprising how little we know about our neighbors in an industrial space. Okay. Now, in a way, one can probably explain it this way, and that is that, people are concentrating on their production, right? So it's about, getting the orders through. It's about your cash flow. It's all of those things. So you generally don't get involved in things that don't have direct bearing on your operation. But we are finding more and more in the South African industrial space that there's a real need, in actual fact, for facilitators almost, to make these connections, which is something that I do, of course, quite a lot. Okay, but I'm not the only person that does this. So yeah, it's interesting that you say that, Klaus, and then Christian, and then Jason.
Point also, there is a policy dimension to that as well. I mean, I think that those of you who work in the policy area on industrial parks and all that, there are all these different rules which are applied anyway to industrial parks. Right? Maybe there is some of these other rules that could be sort of eased up, because it is in the end like a semi-managed area. Does all the different waste licensing regulations need to apply inside the industrial park? Do you always need to get a specialized waste transporter in order to get it the 200 meters from company A to company B? Those are rules in many parts of the world. So is there, and I think that what we argue, that if you have an industrial park which is well managed, there could be rules that can be eased within those operations. I mean the way that you are providing tax incentives for export processing zones and these others. Apparently they are so well managed that you can ensure that there are no flows outside. So yeah, please consider that. Yeah.
Okay, Christian?
Well, to add on, we have seen cases, and our friends are here, but in countries where everything coming out of a wastewater treatment plant is considered hazardous waste. And the purpose of sending the water to a wastewater treatment plant is that you remove the hazardous substances. They can end up in the sludge, then it depends on what comes in. You have heavy metals, you have no heavy metals in your sludge. But in some countries, the treated wastewater, the effluent, cannot be used for watering of green areas. It can be rejected into the next water body because that's the only thing you can do, but you're not allowed to use it. I understand you cannot use it for watering of vegetable patches, but these are things where we really try to then expose decision makers to best practice of other countries. And in Europe, for instance, there is even a directive which guides which sludge can be reused in agriculture. Because in the absence of any toxic substances or heavy metals in sludge from a wastewater treatment plant, it's concentrated nutrients. If you want to move from a linear to a circular economy, these nutrients should go to the fields. You need to make sure you have no negative impact. So this is regulated in the European Union, and they have now also introduced a monitoring system where you apply the sludge in agriculture. You need to monitor that there's no accumulation because there's a threshold of substances, of particular heavy metals. If you're below this threshold, you're allowed to reuse and recycle your sludge in agriculture. And then you still need to monitor that there is no accumulation beyond certain thresholds in the agricultural areas. But I think these are way forwards we have to expose decision makers to and tell them, it's great what we've seen in many countries, following up on what Klaus has done, that the first set of environmental rules and regulations, we welcome them, we need them, but often they've gone too stringent. And this is where then it needs to be discussed, where some regulations need to be adjusted to really allow for circular processes without causing any detrimental impact to the environment. So this is for us the overarching principle. But it's just to avoid regulatory barriers which hinder circularity. If you need a special license to transport waste for 200 meters from A to B, it might make the process just too expensive, too cumbersome, and people say, sorry, not interested. So these are really the examples, but it's also encouraging how ingenious companies can be. We have an example in Colombia where a wastewater treatment plant is shared by two companies, and I still don't know how they manage, because it's easy to share well. You know, the investment costs are so much, and one company uses X cubic meters, the other one uses Z, and this is how you split your operational costs, and you find a solution for the investment costs. Wastewater is much more complex. You can have a high amount of wastewater with low contamination, and you can have a low amount with high contamination. Still, they found a solution. They trust each other well enough. They know they will be there for the next 20 years for the lifespan of a wastewater treatment plant. But they could find a solution and also to split the costs between them. And I think this is where our team can come in, where they can facilitate this, where they can say, well, first of all, look at it. There is savings to be made for you if you co-invest in one facility. And then to facilitate this decision-making process and to facilitate solutions. And it can work. And for me, this is the encouraging thing. And to overcome these regulatory barriers, this is what we are working on. And that's where, well, also a big challenge lies.
Time's up. But I'm sorry. I'm going to give JC had his hand up before you, and then I'm going to give you, but only if you're quick, because people want to go and have tea and coffee. Okay, JC, you know how to operate, yes.
Just a quick one. I noticed the subtle change from eco-industrial parks to eco-industrial parks and areas. And it's different from the previous workshops and sessions we've had. And maybe this is to Klaus, just a comment in terms of the framework that was developed is very much based on a park framework where you've got a management system and so on. And I think to actively implement industrial symbiosis and to work with the framework that was developed for eco-industrial parks, those areas will almost have to become communities. In other words, so that they can identify the synergies and they can identify the collaborative opportunities. But I think it's a good move. It was very subtle in your program as well, eco-industrial parks and areas, because the areas was never part of the framework. You know, it was always those industries are loose standing, and it's very difficult to implement something if there is no joint management entity that sort of drives the change. But if it becomes a community, yeah. Thanks, Klaus. Yeah.
From Peru.
Klaus, do you want to say
yes,
something?
Yes, no, just a quick point there. I think that there's a subtle difference there, but it's not any area. Where we want to bring the EIP approach. We still need a management type of an entity. Whether that can then be created also without the ownership of the areas or the industries or having a direct tenant relationship, and that is possible. So kind of industry association which will then set up an entity, and it's not so different from a industrial park there which is selling its plots, right? In the end, when everything is sold out, the only thing which is left is the sort of the joint operations, right, for which you then still pay a fee. So I think this can be done, or this can be done also afterwards, and so these are the type of areas we would be working in, even if they're not maybe officially IPs.
Let me just add, I want to bring it together with Carmen Julia, our project coordinator from Peru, because in Peru we have one project on eco-industrial parks, and we don't want to water down the framework. In the contrary, this is important, and the difference between a zone and a park is the existence of the management unit. But the international framework for eco-industrial parks could inform now a regulation on sustainable industrial zones. So it's the other way around, you know, it's not that we want to basically water down the framework and say it can be applied, but it can inform processes which also apply to sustainable industrial areas. And Carmen Julia over coffee can tell you a lot more about this, but it's an extremely interesting approach for us to see that this framework, which will now be translated into an international standard, can be used to inform the management also of industrial zones.
Okay, we need to wrap up. Madam?
Hello. So I'm going to make this very quick. Basically, I found a connection with what you said about the animal feed. One of the issues that we have nowadays is that the oceans are under attack. There's overfishing, there's unregulated fishing, and a common solution is always aquaculture. But aquaculture comes with a lot of question marks. Where's this feed coming from? Are we going to fish to feed more fish, which defeats the purpose? Or are we going to use land animals, which is also not sustainable? So I wanted to see if this can be applied to aquaculture as well.
Well, the process from Peru to produce animal feed, whether you feed some fish which swim in a pond, in a lake, or in aquaculture, mariculture, it's the same thing. I think the idea is not to catch anchovies to produce animal feed for chicken or for other fish. The idea is to use something which was a waste to produce something which can be useful as an animal feed. So this is the idea, because in the past, the oil and the chicken feathers, they went to the sewers. And the carcasses, they were landfilled. So these carcasses, together with the oil, can be used to produce protein. And whether this is used in a sustainable way or not later on, again, there is a risk with overfishing, and to produce fish to feed other fish does not make sense. But to use waste, proteins which are bound in these wastes, and to make them available as animal food, I think this is what makes sense.
And maybe just summing up also to what Vanessa's question went to, the sector specific. Eco-industrial parks, the concept is very broad. So, as Christian also mentioned, it includes or addresses different sectors. This is also the idea. I mean, it's dependent on the park management, which focus they lay, but normally it's open to every sector, and this is also one unique selling point that many companies from different sectors come together, and synergies can be identified and used.
Thanks, Nadine. Can we give a hand to our speakers, please? And with that, please go and have tea and coffee and something to eat, and come back just before 11 so that we can start on time for the next session. Thank you. Just make sure that you give your mic back to this table.
program that assists industrial companies to make a transition into a green, resource-efficient operating model. One of our core pillars is the promotion of industrial symbiosis. Through this process, unused resources or waste from one company is reused by another company. In essence, what is waste from one company becomes a value resource for another company. The other pillars of the work of the NCPC-SA are sustainable energy solutions, improved water management, industry decarbonisation, and eco-industrial parks, all under the banner of resource-efficient and cleaner production. Through skills development and technical interventions, the NCPC-SA is leading the way in transitioning industry to a green, low-carbon economy. SECO, an innovative startup converting used oil drums into waste bins for schools. Schools were previously burning waste. Now the schools are making use of the bins, and SECO is collecting and reusing the waste. This project reduces pollution, diverts waste from landfill, converts waste into a valuable resource. The NCPC-SA assists SECO with strategy, improving process efficiencies, and linking the company to the industry. In Limpopo, the Green Surfacing Company is working with the NCPC-SA to reuse and upcycle sawdust. Through a carbonization process, their team turns waste material into a valuable source of energy in the form of charcoal bricklets. Green surfacing aims to provide jobs, clean the environment, and provide sustainable housing by converting waste plastic to bricks that can be used for construction. The NCPC-SA has been assisting the company since 2019 by providing strategic advice, enhancing their manufacturing processes through automation, as well as supporting them with proposal writing. This resulted in the company raising $30,000 US. Madilika is a female-empowered enterprise run by a team of dynamic women. They collect discarded glass bottles, and through a manufacturing process, the bottles are crushed and turned into a powder mix that is then converted and designed into a jewelry range. This project reduces pollution, cleans the environment, creates jobs and opportunities. The team are presently working on upscaling new product lines to grow this innovative business. Through circular economy systems, the NCPC-SA assists businesses to achieve a number of economic goals while promoting sustainable business practices and fostering a culture of innovation. The NCPC-SA believes that any business can start from nothing and rise up to become a successful green enterprise. To find out more about how we can assist you, visit www.ncpc.co.za.
In the African universe, nothing exists in isolation. The many ways we say it. Mutu ki mutu gabantu kaSesotho. Umntu ngumntu ngabantu ngesiXhosa. A person is a person because of other people. I am because you are. This is who we are. In the African universe, nothing exists in isolation. You are the water, the desert, the sea. Every mountain, tortoise, flower, and bee. Every tree rooted in a sense of community. A lived expression of diversity and harmony. Our way has always been one of honoring and preserving, of respect and reverence. Nature is our culture. Whatever our promise and progress, we are still beholden to natural laws, the same as all other life forms. One part of an interrelated whole. It takes a village of our tradition, a more expansive vision of gathering together in exchange to light the fire and pass down the flame of wisdom, to know better, to do better. The world as we know it has changed. The planet nor its people can continue to go on as they have been. It is our responsibility and our opportunity to offer another way to do business, another way to be human, another way of connecting the best of the old with the new. Let us serve effectively and efficiently, with solutions and support, awareness and skills, training and finance that allow you to serve, compete, and collaborate in our global community. In the African universe, nothing exists in isolation. Each of us forms part of the whole. We are the National Cleaner Production Center, South Africa. This is who we are. This is what we already know to do.
The National Cleaner Production Center, South Africa, or NCPC-SA, is a support program that assists industrial companies to make a transition into a green, resource-efficient operating model. One of our core pillars is the promotion of industrial symbiosis. Through this process, unused resources or waste from one company is reused by another company. In essence, what is waste from one company becomes a value resource for another company. The other pillars of the work of the NCPC-SA are sustainable energy solutions, improved water management, industry decarbonisation, and eco-industrial parks, all under the banner of resource-efficient and cleaner production. Through skills development and technical interventions, the NCPC-SA is leading the way in transitioning industry to a green, low-carbon economy. SECO, an innovative startup converting used oil drums into waste bins for schools. Schools were previously burning waste. Now the schools are making use of the bins, and SECO is collecting and reusing the waste. This project reduces pollution, diverts waste from landfill, converts waste into a valuable resource. The NCPC-SA assists SECO with strategy, improving process efficiencies, and linking the company to the industry. In Limpopo, the Green Surfacing Company is working with the NCPC-SA to reuse and upcycle sawdust. Through a carbonization process, their team turns waste material into a valuable source of energy in the form of charcoal bricklets. Green surfacing aims to provide jobs, clean the environment, and provide sustainable housing by converting waste plastic to bricks that can be used for construction. The NCPC-SA has been assisting the company since 2019 by providing strategic advice, enhancing their manufacturing processes through automation, as well as supporting them with proposal writing. This resulted in the company raising $30,000 US. Madilika is a female-empowered enterprise run by a team of dynamic women. They collect discarded glass bottles, and through a manufacturing process, the bottles are crushed and turned into a powder mix that is then converted and designed into a jewelry range. This project reduces pollution, cleans the environment, creates jobs and opportunities. The team are presently working on upscaling new product lines to grow this innovative business. Through circular economy systems, the NCPC-SA assists businesses to achieve a number of economic goals while promoting sustainable business practices and fostering a culture of innovation. The NCPC-SA believes that any business can start from nothing and rise up to become a successful green enterprise. To find out more about how we can assist you, visit www.ncpc.co.za.
In the African universe, nothing exists in isolation. The many ways we say it. Mutu ki mutu kabantu kaSesotho. Umntu ngumntu ngabantu ngesiXhosa. A person is a person because of other people. I am because you are. This is who we are. In the African universe, nothing exists in isolation. You are the water, the desert, the sea. Every mountain, tortoise, flower, and bee. Every tree rooted in a sense of community. A lived expression of diversity and harmony. Our way has always been one of honoring and preserving, of respect and reverence. Nature is our culture. Whatever our promise and progress, we are still beholden to natural laws, the same as all other life forms. One part of an interrelated whole. It takes a village of our tradition, a more expansive vision, of gathering together in exchange, to light the fire and pass down the flame, of wisdom, to know better, to do better. The world as we know it has changed. The planet nor its people can continue to go on as they have been. It is our responsibility and our opportunity to offer another way to do business, another way to be free, another way of connecting the best of the old with the new. Let us serve effectively and efficiently, with solutions and support, awareness and skills, training and finance that allow you to serve, compete, and collaborate in our global community. In the African universe, nothing exists in isolation. Each of us forms part of the whole. We are the National Cleaner Production Center, South Africa. This is who we are. This is what we already know to do.
The National Cleaner Production Center, South Africa, or NCPC-SA, is a support program that assists industrial companies to make a transition into a green, resource-efficient operating model. One of our core pillars is the promotion of industrial symbiosis. Through this process, unused resources or waste from one company is reused by another company. In essence, what is waste from one company becomes a value resource for another company. The other pillars of the work of the NCPC-SA are sustainable energy solutions, improved water management, industry decarbonisation, and eco-industrial parks, all under the banner of resource-efficient and cleaner production. Through skills development and technical interventions, the NCPC-SA is leading the way in transitioning industry to a green, low-carbon economy. SECO, an innovative startup converting used oil drums into waste bins for schools. Schools were previously burning waste. Now the schools are making use of the bins, and SECO is collecting and reusing the waste. This project reduces pollution, diverts waste from landfill, converts waste into a valuable resource. The NCPC-SA assists SECO with strategy, improving process efficiencies, and linking the company to the industry. In Limpopo, the Green Surfacing Company is working with the NCPC-SA to reuse and upcycle sawdust. Through a carbonization process, their team turns waste material into a valuable source of energy in the form of charcoal bricklets. Green surfacing aims to provide jobs, clean the environment, and provide sustainable housing by converting waste plastic to bricks that can be used for construction. The NCPC-SA has been assisting the company since 2019 by providing strategic advice, enhancing their manufacturing processes through automation, as well as supporting them with proposal writing. This resulted in the company raising $30,000 US. Madilika is a female-empowered enterprise run by a team of dynamic women. They collect discarded glass bottles, and through a manufacturing process, the bottles are crushed and turned into a powder mix that is then converted and designed into a jewelry range. This project reduces pollution, cleans the environment, creates jobs and opportunities. The team are presently working on upscaling new product lines to grow this innovative business. Through circular economy systems, the NCPC-SA assists businesses to achieve a
I know we finished the earlier session 10 minutes late, so it's quite natural for people to then extend tea time and coffee time and talk time and bathroom time and snack time, whatever you want to call it. But we do need to start, so please, if you can just make your way to your seats. Salil, let's get going.
Good morning, everybody. Am I audible? Yes. Thank you very much. I hope you had good coffee and snacks, and we are good to go until 2 p.m., right? Right? I would request my panelists to please come on stage. So we will start this session today on EIP social performance. We have 4 panelists, and we have 15 minutes each. That will give us some time for question and answer session after your presentations. So to start with the session, maybe I think by this time everybody is aware about International Framework for Eco-Industrial Parks, and one of the pillars is social performance of industrial parks, in addition to park management performance, economic and environmental. If we see the 64 benchmarks, there are 2 prerequisites for social performance, and there are about 12 performance indicators. So in total, about 14 out of 64. So social dimension is also very important for transforming industrial parks into eco-industrial parks. And to talk on that, we have 4 panelists. And I would like to invite first Mr. Margai Kuma. He was here. Yeah, he's here, yeah. So Mr. Kuma will be talking about engagement of an industrial park with multiple stakeholders through the stewardship approach. So I would like to welcome Mr. Kuma on the stage, but it's taking some time, so let me introduce my other panelists. Our other panelist is Ms. Vanessa, and she will be talking about EIPs and youth. Now everybody is looking at numbers, 2030 agenda, 2045 agenda, 2050 sometimes, 2060, and I know one for 2070 as well. So I think by that time we will not be there. But youth engagement for eco-industrial park is very important. So everything is on you, Vanessa, okay, going forward. And then we have the results of a national EIP skill survey that will be, presented by Mr. Vasil Botha. And then our last presenter is Mr. Juan Pablo Caminetti, and he will be talking about leading the way in sustainable community development in Peru. So we are very eager to listen to our panelists. So Mr. Kuma, first, the floor is yours. You have 15 minutes for presentation. My colleague, Mr. Byrne, will be keeping the time. Yeah, if you press down, it will change to the next one. Yes. Okay. Yes. Please, time is yours.
Okay. Am I here? Okay.
Yes.
Am I here? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Having this opportunity just to share our experience, small experience regarding the industrial park, with engagement of multiple stakeholders. So my name is Margia. I am representing the Industrial Park Development Corporation in Ethiopia. So I am in charge of, the head of Environment, Health and Social Safeguard Department head. So I'm focusing on the engagement of our industrial park with multiple stakeholders through the stewardship approach for the benefit of the environment and the community. Just to give you information, today, yesterday, every September 11 is Ethiopian New Year. So in our calendar today, the 2nd of September 2017, 1-7. So if you want to be younger, 7 or 8 years, come to Ethiopia. So having this, I want to just emphasize on the overall aspects of the Industrial Park Development Corporation, which is, a public enterprise established by the government and whose mandate is, to develop and operate industrial parks in the country. The other government institution, the Ethiopian Investment Commission, who is responsible for the policy, the proclamation, the incentive, and the other, investment-related activity is managed by the Ethiopian Investment Commission. In Ethiopia, industrial park, develop at the federal level and at the regional level. The regional one led by the Ministry of Industry, and there are some 3 or 4 industrial parks which focus on the agro-processing are by the Ministry of Industry. So this is the sector, a priority sector area in which our industrial park focuses on the textile, the apparel, leather, agro-processing, and pharmaceutical, except energy and tourism. So these are our, geographical distribution of some of the industrial park developed by IPDC, the Industrial Park Development Corporation, is where the development corridors of the country, These are a simple showing where the industrial park is found in Ethiopia. So currently we have around 27 industrial parks, and mostly 13 or 14 are developed by our corporation, and some of by the Ministry of Industry, which are, supported mainly by UNIDO of Ethiopia, technical and other supporters. And the remaining are a private industrial park developer who are engaged in these processes. So the main, purpose of this industrial park, or initiated by the government in order to, attract foreign direct investment and create, a job opportunity. Don't forget, Ethiopia is, the second populous country in Africa. So we have to engage in these processes to create a lot of job opportunity. So these are the service provided by integrated infrastructure and sort of service provided by our IPs. There is a one-stop service I think you are familiar with. I'm not going in depth. And the world-class infrastructure, modern factory shed, road, electricity, water, and telecom services. Our mandate is, provide, services. And we are, giving 2 kinds of service. One, an industrial area, industrial lease lands, and the other one is pre-built factory shed for rent. And then we are providing different services. One of the services, the wastewater treatment plant, because this is focusing on for one of the pioneer or flagship projects of the Hawassa Industrial Park, which is, providing an holistic wastewater services. So there is a zero liquid wastewater treatment plant already installed, which recycle or reclaim water for different purposes. One for production, and the other toilet flushing, and the other one for greenery. The waste treated in this wastewater treatment plant again can be used, for another purposes. We try to, use a water efficiency. The maximum use of water or reclaim water usage. And the other one is secure and safe living environment. There is an apartment for expats. This is a very fancy industrial park. This is, some general information. The industrial park I'm talking about, the Hawassa industrial parks. You can look at the information. And the other, the stewardship approach, especially engaging, the key government service provider, private companies, and development partner. The international framework for eco-industrial park is developed. The first one, if I'm not mistaken, 2017, and the second version is 2021. And then, with the support of the World Bank and other partners, we are looking below, such as G20 Compact with Africa, the IFC, World Bank IFC, and the Korean Green Growth Trust Funds are helping us to produce or to prepare, the National Eco-Industrial Park Guideline, or the Ethiopia Eco-Industrial Park Framework Implementation Guideline. This is a very critical. If you see the international, in fact, categorized under the park management, the economy, the social and environment aspects, and there is criteria which focus on the prerequisite and the performance indicators. So we have to contextualize to our existing situation, because some performance indicators we cannot achieve at the existing. So, there is no any clear and specific rating system to say a given industrial park, eco. So there should be some kind of rating, either platinum, gold, bronze, or silver. We have to begin with at least the minimum. So there should be some, the green performance assessment system and the prerequisite, unless you are fulfill the prerequisite, you cannot, go to the performance indicator. There is, for the case of this guideline, there is 38 prerequisite and performance indicators. 70 of them is the prerequisite, the remaining 25 is a performance indicator. There should be some scoring, and then finally, there should be rating to level the given industrial park is, eco, unless and otherwise it will be holistic to say eco-industrial park, because countries have different capacities. The African, and you cannot compare with the other. Even within Africa, and there is some capacities. So we have to start with the minimum. So if I'm not mistaken, even there is no, an international entity who are labeling an eco-industrial park, either platinum, gold, or under this category, because it has an implication. So, just to give you some information regarding this industrial park, where it is located. It is Hawassa city, which is 273 kilometers away from Addis into south, and there is a lake. So a community is concerned, coming, impacting the Lake Hawassa. So there was some initiative, that is established 2018, which is protecting Lake Hawassa. So, we have to go beyond the industrial, outside of the industrial compounds, and, getting the community's ownership, unless and otherwise the community supports, the sustainability of the industrial park will be in danger. So, even this lake is, in the other side, exposed for erosion and siltation due to the land formed due to the rainwater. So the park communities and other private companies, they try to, engage in this, the community activities. And some of the activities, afforestation, the catchment areas, the upper catchment area outside of, the industrial park, as CSIR, or a corporate social sustainability initiative. And there is some private and some stakeholders engaged in these activities, solid and liquid waste management, community and stakeholder engagement, support to Hawassa Industrial Park. I'm just running some of activities to show you. And in the first picture, it shows, the gully rehabilitation. And this is, beyond the other side of the lake, because there is the heavy rain and there is erosion and siltation is happening in the lake. So, and especially the GIZ with different programs like Ecotechs, sustainable industry clusters, and natural resources stewardship programs. They are working, together with us, and the one leading this coordinating role, and engage in different activities that supports the livelihood of the community living the other side of the lake. There is some of the community depends on the lake, so the lake should be protected from the activities going in the industry and outside of the park. This is show the engagement, and the other supporting some access to water, and the other one is the awareness campaign programs. So why engage in the stewardship multi-stakeholder? I think it is obvious. Challenge too big to tackle with individual projects unless stakeholders come together and intervene. This is the reason why we are focusing on the stakeholder partnership. Ensuring long-term production, security of industrial park, while benefit the environment and the surrounding community. Unless we are engaging the surrounding community, you cannot get the ownership. If the community do not provide ownership, you can imagine what will be the consequence. So, and efficiency and embed the corporate social responsibility, major companies with holistic development plan and other, secure investment in jobs, the investment in the job to be sustained. Such a kind of stewardship approach is very important. Create space for development and cross-sectorial cooperation in design of new activity. And the remaining, and the last one is inclusive and transparent decision-making processes. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kuma, for an excellent presentation on this stewardship and protecting Lake Hawassa. It's a very good community initiative, I would say, with the engagement of so many stakeholders. Our next panelist is Ms. Vanessa, and she will be talking about youth inclusion in EIPs. We have a very good panel this time. I am from India, coming from Indonesia. We have a person from Ethiopia, Mozambique, South Africa, and Peru. So I think we represent the global South. This is yours. So, please, Ms. Vanessa, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Okay, great. So, I thought a lot about how to begin this panel because, when I arrived here, I was just like, okay, a lot of people here look like they have more experience than I've actually been alive. So, what can I share? And then, when I saw the presentations, I was just like, okay, there's a context, there are lessons, there's this transition, but then Mozambique isn't really transitioning. Like, we've barely just begun. We're just even trying to prevent making the same mistakes of the past. So I just read the framework, the international framework that was shown. I really thought about it. I was paying attention to everybody. And it was only in this morning on an Uber ride that I really thought about what we really have to say, the similarities, and what Mozambique can really transmit to everyone here. So let me just give you some context about this special Uber ride that I had. The Uber driver was actually a young man, or boy, because we were exactly the same age. He was actually literally born in the exact same year as me. He's South African, and we started to talk. He saw my expression I was really contemplating, and he asked me, like, what are you thinking about? Do you not want to go to work today? I was like, okay. So I explained to him, I was like, yeah, I have this presentation, I don't know how to begin it. And he said, yeah, I get you. And he said, I wish I had a presentation to do. I'm actually unemployed right now. And I was like, oh, okay. That's weird. I thought that since South Africa was so advanced, that perhaps we didn't share any common ground here. So, this brings us to our conversation today, youth and EIPs. Oh, I think the wrong presentation is here. Yeah. While you fix this, I'm going to tell you about the industrial park that I'm coming from. I'm coming from an industrial park called Moss Parks. Basically, in Mozambique, we're still in this, not really a transition. Mozambique is practically eco-friendly in many ways. In the past, we've been in many lists of eco-friendly countries, but not because we're trying to, it's just because we haven't really industrialized to the point that we actually made any mistakes. We're very green, we use green energy. We have so much green energy, hydroelectric energy, more than we can actually spend. So that is not our issue. So when people talk about the energy transition, for us, it's like, okay, that's not really for us right now. I see these lessons as something we have to think about in the future. But then there is one issue in the social aspect, is that we all know that trying to figure out how the economic, the social, and the environmental, and even the political pieces of the puzzle for sustainable development really do come together. And that is an answer for my generation to figure out. Then tell me, why do we hardly ever allow youth to really participate? I'm here, and I will be facing these consequences. A lot of people here will not face it to my extent, will not have to deal with this, because you guys, unfortunately, might not be here at that time. But I will. Anyway, long story short, a year ago, I was working as an environmentalist. Then suddenly, I got called to work for Moss Parks, our industrial park. First thing I asked was, okay, do you guys really plan on being sustainable? Because what I hear about industry is always that it's the problem, it's the issue, and that's the perspective that my generation has. But then they said, yes, our vision is this. This is how we're going to do it. A lot of the things that we heard here, like about trying to find the low-hanging fruits, trying to make sure that we have green light, it is being applied. But what isn't, perhaps, is the social aspect, what we're still working on. And that is a work in progress. So yes, Moss Parks has all the same goals as the eco-industrial parks want to, and we're going through that. So there are many ways to tackle the social aspect. Right now, they have this basic ones. It's like there's nothing special here. Basically, there's like charity work, like care centers, like there's some orphanages nearby that we help. There's some field trips, so we help young people come there so they can know what they could do in the future. You know, since there are many different skills that are emerging with these different industries, so it's really good to get young people to visit the parks and just see what their futures could look like. There's also sport. Our chair really loves sports, so he sponsors a lot of sport events. Then there's like Mashamba's project. Mashamba in Portuguese, my first language, means basically farm. So there's this agriculture aspect to it. They help local farms around. There's a Christmas event every year that they help out, and so on. But these don't really have that much of an impact. So there was this global issue that was really addressed here. So a long time ago, when I was a child, I mean, not that long ago, though. We used to have this perspective and this perception that, okay, maybe Mozambique is poor and maybe we don't have a lot of money because, yeah, we just don't have the resources maybe. We haven't industrialized, that's why. And we could live with that. It's easier to accept that reality. And then suddenly, they found these gas reserves. Oh, we cheered. We were super excited. Yes, we're finally not going to be poor. Maybe we could be like South Africa one day. But then, okay, Mozambique's economy is going up, but then it seems like the cycles of wealth and the cycles of poverty are still there. We have that gap. So the government, which is also one of the owners of the park, it's a public and private entity, actually suggested that, okay, we need to do something about this youth employment crisis because most of the population is young. The average age in Mozambique is 17. And when you don't have young people working, it becomes a huge issue for the country. The resentment is extraordinary. And when I came to South Africa, on that Uber ride, I got to relate to that young man, someone my age, who has the exact same perspective. I talk to young people in Mozambique all the time about this topic. A long time ago, the issue was that, yeah, we are not educated yet. Yeah, our country's not rich. But this time it's like, yes, we have the resources. We have an educated young population. Maybe 100 years ago, nobody would have even imagined that a black South African young person could have had a degree and a master's degree and still not have a job. It just doesn't make sense. And the weirdest thing is that many people don't even know about industrial parks, young people. We just think, okay, there's this mess that the older generation made, but we don't really get involved in the solution. So they started out small. Moss Parks decided that they were going to make an internship program. It was simple. They were going to teach the skills that came with the new industries so that there wouldn't be this gap. And maybe we'd find jobs for these young people. Maybe we didn't have to look for expats. Maybe there was some way to give these people some hope. Well, this was back in 2018, and it was very popular, actually. A lot of companies liked the idea. A lot of companies started actually even expanding and accelerating their growth because of this. And more than 50% of the young people who went to these internship programs got hired, even if it wasn't the initial plan. And then at the same time, a lot of companies really benefited from finding talent. And I get this a lot. On one hand, when I'm talking to young people, they can't get jobs. And then on the other hand, I talk to the companies and they say, well, we want to hire people, but we can't find the talent. So this is why they took this to the next level. So they decided that this was getting way too big for just Moss Parks to handle it alone, and they created a specific foundation to work on this. And this foundation is still a part of the park in a certain way, but we are exactly focused on youth. So we didn't just limit it to internship programs, but it is our main goal, because we know that we're not going to solve the youth unemployment crisis or the other issues, the sustainable development issues, just by finding internships. But it is a really good gateway. Unfortunately, I only have 5 minutes, so I'm going to rush this. So when we became this independent entity, we started having to synergize. So GIZ was really great with this. We noticed that this was a great opportunity for women empowerment, for instance. Mozambique is a very sexist country. We are still at the very beginning of this transition in many ways, including socially. So many women do not have jobs. Many employers don't want to hire women because they have the perception that perhaps women are not as intelligent or as competent, then they'll have too many responsibilities at home. Or wait, what if they hire Vanessa, she's young, maybe she's gonna get pregnant. And yeah, the internship program becomes a gateway for this. Because with our internship program, we can actually determine that we want 70% of our interns to be female. And we discussed with the companies about this. They're a lot more accepting if we show them a very high quality and intelligent woman that's young, and they see, okay, perhaps working with women is a good idea. And that already tackles one of the issues. Another way is supporting the green transformation. Like I said, Mozambique is not really trying to start to transform itself. It's more like we have these new companies that start out green from the very beginning, and we have many startups, and only some companies need to transition. But the internship program also helps with that. We can help young startups get internships, and this way it helps them accelerate. And we've been really getting good results with this. Another way is we also encourage the internship programs to companies that are in the transitions. For the few ones that already exist and might not be in the right direction, and decided to, okay, let's use solar power for this company, let's reduce emissions or something, then we see, okay, perhaps we can encourage this company with our internship program, because it is a win-win. And of course, we have to address the social inclusion. Like I mentioned before, there are many cycles of wealth, many cycles of poverty, and they're both equally strong in Mozambique. And this helps us also try to break that. As Moz Youth, we have the opportunity to work with young people. We don't just hire them into internship programs. We train them. How do you speak in public? How do you present yourself? Because there are many intelligent people that just don't know how to make a CV because their parents didn't have to make a CV. Their parents weren't educated. And then what do you get? The people who have been wealthy for generations are usually more eloquent. They know how to present themselves. They know how to sell themselves. And here we're saying, no, you're actually great potential. And we're going to teach you how to show that potential to the market. And even if the person does not get a job through our internship program, I get many young people who come to me and thank me for all the tips that I gave them, all the tips that we gave them as a team that made them a lot more employable. And that is one of my favorite aspects of this internship program. Well, that was it. Vern just gave me a 1-minute call. But what I do want to say is that I timed this well. And after this bus ride, no, not really a bus ride, an Uber ride, and after this conference, I just wanted to share this with you as a best practice that I think every country could consider. I'm glad that we're all here because it's really nice to see everyone getting together with different perspectives to face the problems that attack us as a unit. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa, for bringing this perspective. Yes, as you mentioned, many of us will not be there, but our children will be there. You know, we are equally concerned. Maybe more concerned about our children, right, than ourselves. So, and you touched on this internship program, which is a very good initiative, and I can relate that. I will not say I understand that, but I can relate that, coming from a country with 1.5 billion population, living in a country where 260 million population is there, majority of them are youth. But many times in industries and industrial parks, they need skilled people. They don't find them. And there are people who are skilled, they don't find jobs. Okay, so it's a great way of matchmaking. And going beyond internship, I would like to cite an example in Indonesia. In industrial parks, there are vocational training institutes. In one of the industrial parks, so they offer 3 years program, including internships. And at any point of time, they have about 2,400 students. 800 students every year they take. They have variety of streams, mechanical, electrical, electronics, hospitality, and so on. Even they teach them many things. And all the students are in demand. And they are well absorbed before they graduate from that polytechnic. So that's a government program, and many of the industrial parks have it. I think this is a good way of creating jobs for youth or matchmaking. With this, I will not take much time. Our next panelist will go to Mr. Vasil Botha. In fact, there was a study which was done on skill, skill assessment in South Africa, and Mr. Vasil Botha will be, talking the salient features of that study. Thank you very much. Yes.
Okay, can you hear me? Is this one on? There we go. So apologies, I like walking around, guys. If I stand here, it feels like I'm preaching, although I might be preaching a little bit today. So as you can see from that, that's the best photo they could get of me. But yes, so I'm focused on skills. So I've got a complete passion. So apologies if I get a little bit excited around this area. I've got a big passion for skills development. I've been involved with skills development for quite some time. AIH Group, we've rolled out close to 50,000 skills audits. So we've got a lot of data. We've got a panel of industrial psychologists that develop competency frameworks. Who are we? Hey, I'm going forwards. There we go. It's a backwards button. We are a group of companies. I fall within the human capital because when I heard the people speak today and the technologies and the circular economy and the areas versus parks and the zones, in all of that, there's still people. There's still skills requirements. We can bring in all of the technology we want. That's fantastic. I support that. But there's a people aspect to all of it. There's still someone that has to switch on the machine and switch off the machine. So we were requested to actually conduct a survey around the skills gaps within industrial parks, and with specific focus in the transition from industrial park to eco-industrial park. And what does that look like? One of those difficult aspects is that to just launch a skills survey is not sufficient. What am I assessing? What skills? Am I just looking for how many welders I need? So what we did is we actually developed a competency framework, and I'll expand a little bit on that now. We built our study around the 4 pillars from the EIP skill sets to ensure that we align to that. And what does that mean? Which included the managerial, the RECP, the environmental and social sustainability skills, and any of those other aspects that we've deemed necessary to support the EIP structure. We then actually expanded the study to include other IPs and SEZs. There's a lot of acronyms in this industry. Huh? And then we also had to kind of recommend some customized skills gap closure, or at least a roadmap as to how do we close these gaps. And what does that look like? So, Barend, I try to really limit the words because I got this response every time. Less words, more, But I think we've hit the mark. We basically developed a competency framework with definitions, and it was clustered into 4 major areas. And the parks that we're focused on is our East London IDZ, Puterechaba Industrial Park, and Isithebe Industrial Park. The survey was extended to all IPs and SEZs that were listed, that we actually had information for, that were engaged with us, so for the actual survey. What are those 4 major cluster areas? Firstly, what is my operations and my governance? And you'll see, okay, so I'm not going to expect you guys to read each and every word on these slides, please. I quickly just want to run through this. The operations and governance, which would include my legal services. What does my leadership look like? What does my emergency services, my transportation, my warehousing, my logistics aspects around industrial parks? From there onwards, our economic factors. What's my financial management of the park, of my operation? My environmental factors, obviously, especially in the transition from industrial to eco-industrial, around my environmental management, water, sanitation, energy, electricity. Social dimensions. What have we spoken about quite a lot this morning already? Stakeholder management, stakeholder inclusion, community services. How do I take these community members with me on the journey. If I'm talking about a park, if it's an area or not, it doesn't really matter. It's still within people. There's communities that naturally develop around these parks. How do we do that? And what are those competencies that we require as park management, tenants, government, shareholders, to actually effectively manage those dynamics? I told you guys I'm going to preach a little bit today, no? Yes, okay. So, there we go. So if we look towards, how did we cluster this? We look towards park management and what are those competencies required for park management. We look towards government, and again, those competency clusters, and we look towards the tenants as well. So we clustered them in those areas. Firstly, we built competency titles. So there is a list. I think it's 97 competency distributed in various types of clusters, so 97 per area. And we're not going to assess, we didn't assess everyone on 97 competencies. Just by the way, if you ever go through a competency assessment and they send you a list of 70, say no, not participating. Because who's going to have 70 competencies for their own position? Doesn't make sense. So we clustered them specifically to what is required for the stakeholder. So we then also provided a definition. So once the report comes out, you will see that there is a title, for instance, sustainability focus. The competency focuses on fostering circular and green economies through the strategic oversight of eco-industrial parks, etc., etc., etc. So the competency definitions were also focused towards eco-industrial parks. For us to get a clear understanding as to how and what do we need. What is a competency? It's the combination of knowledge, skills, and abilities. You know what is the response we often get when we do these skills assessments or gap closure, gap analysis? But I've got the certificate. I studied financial management. Oh, very great. Can you do financial management? And how has that actually changed? Because I did study financial management in 1998. That's fantastic. Most of those processes are done automatically now on certain software. But also there's aspects like green economy now, green financing. That has changed. Earlier I heard one of the speakers around the aspect of the policy and regulations and how that often is a hindrance. Those are also aspects that need to change. And that's why we said the competency definitions also needs to continue with that. For government, as an example, networking and partnership development, it's essential. Government is a central part within that industrial park and the eco-industrial park setup. They need to facilitate. They need to understand systems thinking. How do we tackle those hurdles? How do we get to the action has a consequence? There's an action and there's an influence. How do we get to that thinking? Going over to our tenants, and I just had more space on the slide, so that's why I included more competency examples. Okay. Is, for instance, my environmental impact assessment and compliance monitoring. Now, when you start off with a study, you have some preconceived things. It doesn't matter what we think. We try and clear as researchers. We try and clear as much as possible of that preconceived ideas to ensure that we are objective. Correct? Makes sense. However, when you get to these definitions and you have an assumption of saying, but I operate within these structures, waste management is important. And then you look towards the competence and you see, oh my word, there's a gap. How is there a gap? If this is so important, multiple factors influencing that. Going over to, as I said, 97 competencies distributed across the various stakeholder groups. We assessed at 3 different aspects. The first being my criticality. How critical is this competency to an eco-industrial park, or to at least transition from a current IP to an EIP? The second one being scarcity. How scarce is it? How difficult is it to find these skills? So, Vanessa, on that, by the way, I need to chat to you. If you want me, let's roll out skills development across Mozambique. We can do that. Again, big passion for it. But how do I have youth that's got skill, but they are unemployed? That doesn't make sense. you know? But again, quite often mismatch between demand and supply, by the way. Okay, but how scarce is this skill in my area? Thirdly, my proficiency. How proficient are we within the park around this specific competency? We then create a bit of a heat map. So if we saw the criticality came out as a 1 rating, it's not extremely critical to that transition process. If we saw it came out as a 5, it means that it's got a very high impact. If I don't have this skill around me, if I don't have this skill pipeline moving into my industrial park, going into eco, then I'm set up for failure. Scarcity, obviously, a very high level of scarcity indicates I can't find the skill. And again, you know, there are influencing factors. An ELITS versus a Putedechaba versus Isitebe. The comparison in terms of geographic location, access to higher education, further educational structures, and so forth. Only 5 minutes left. Hey, parent, but I still have 15 minutes that I want to talk. I'm joking. And then lastly, my proficiency. How proficient are we in this? If we saw that it's very low, it means that there's serious development. And how do we actually close those gaps? So, going over to our main findings. Well, a lot of information. Okay, I want to just highlight a few things. Again, we clustered it. This is for government as an example. Wherever we see there's a cluster, remember we developed various clusters and then we had competencies under each one. If we say, for instance, the gap level is average, it means that it can be addressed. So there is some level of green economy awareness. When you are engaging, there is green economy awareness. The other aspect of this is that my park management, you will see that there's quite high levels in terms of gap levels in terms of advertising, asset management, change management. Change management came through across all of the various parks as well. And then we've got aspects, you know, like your IT architecture, where you would think as part of park management, that is a drive for us, information technology. Certain parks have kind of developed that skill around, you know, the support skills. As an example, one of the speakers earlier said, how do we not create that as a support service within our parks? And I think those are gaps we've identified as well. And then going over to my tenants, quite high levels in terms of facilities, financial management. Quite often we found that the financial management aspect, as an example, would have that there's basic financial management, but there's a lack of the skill within the tenants, park management, as well as the government sector. And it's normally because it relates specifically to green economies and green financing and what that means. So these were the main areas, main findings. If we are looking towards, in terms of the industrial parks to eco transition, energy and electricity management, the aspect of leadership, research and knowledge management, water and sanitation. As I told you guys, we understand that this is very important. But when you get to the actual skills assessment, you find that that is lacking. Community services, but we operate within communities. Stakeholder management and engagement. Okay, so some of the limitations and challenges. So as an example of one of these, and you guys are more than welcome to read there in the background, is when we engage, we get to a park and they respond to say, oh, I can't reply to your survey now because we've run out of data. 2024, that does not make sense. You guys understand, it's a practical network infrastructure aspect. So those also have influences on my parks, obviously. So what are some of the recommendations? Look at creating some single interactive platform from UNIDO's side. As an example, remember it was specifically around this study. Something around my projective analysis in terms of what are those technical and managerial skills. We need to break it down further because we only have kind of a competency framework for the overall management aspect. But how do we get it to a technical aspect? Local and international comparison to see how does our framework compare to international standards and what's happening internationally. Investigate the broader influences on skill supply. As an example, geographic areas, access to information and data, etc., that can have transport issues, that we've identified. So potential expansion of skill centers around IPs and inside IPs. Okay, and then investigate structures of new skills programs. So, Part of my gap closure. Focus on the technical skills, demand and supply. What are those skills needs for EIPs that's not addressed currently? Often outside of the geographical region of EIP and IP. And one of those gap closure aspects that we've identified is we have, for instance, CPD courses that are offered in terms of waste management, energy, battery storage, electricity management, etc. But it's kind of so specialized towards a very small cluster that my tenants, my park management, my government don't have access to that. If you're not part of your energy council, engineering council, you don't have access to the CPD. We also found that some universities have degrees or diplomas around certain areas, but they don't address the very specific competency required in terms of eco-industrial parks. So there's the requirement for realignment thereof. So what do we have in terms of, in terms of targeted skills programs to be developed? I think the NCPC can play a very vital role in that, pivotal role in terms of rolling that out. And e-learning is not always accessible, guys. So e-learning is not always the way to go. However, blended approach is something that can really be undertaken across the various parks. Barend, you will be happy to know. Is it? Yes, okay, it is. That is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Botha. And now, before we move to our last but not the least presenter or panelist, it is very likely that we will have a thank you for our panelists and our timekeeper. We will have about 10 to 15 minutes for Q&A session. So by the time Mr. Yuan will take us to the leading the way in sustainable community development in Peru, please note down your questions to each panelist, which we can take. I think we can take about 3 to 4 or 5 questions, depending on the time. And after the presentation, we will shoot the questions to the panelists. Please, Yuan, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me? Yes? Perfect. So first, many thanks to the organizers for the invitation. My name is Juan Pablo Caminati, and I am the General Manager of Piura Futura Industrial Park since 2016. My topic is about community development, and I will be focusing on our experience in Piura Futura, on dealing with local authorities, local and foreign companies, their employees, and of course, the community of the district where we are located. Before going through the topic, please let me tell you very briefly first about Piura and Piura Futura. Yeah. So, many of you will wonder, where is Piura? Okay. So, well, we are a little bit far from South Africa, as you can see in the map. And I won't tell you how long it took my flight to get to Johannesburg, because I don't want to discourage you guys to visit Peru in the future. Okay. So Piura is within the 5 most important cities in Peru. It represents 4.88% of the GDP of the country. It's the second most populated region. About 2 million people live there. Piura has many industries that boost its economy. It's the first producer and exporter of hydrobiological resources, non-metallic minerals, mangoes, lemon, table grapes, and ethanol. Just to let you know something curious, if you are in the US, in Europe, or maybe even in South Africa, between December and February, if you buy mangoes or grapes in the supermarket, you can take a look. Probably, very likely, these products come from Peru, come from Piura. Piura also has the second most important port in Peru, which is Paita, which is mainly an export port, which main destinations are the US, Europe, and Asia. Regarding Pura Futura, our industrial park is developed on a 100 hectares plot of land. We started the construction in 2016. We have managed to attract national and foreign companies that have jointly invested more than 100 million in industrial facilities, in new industrial facilities. 26 companies are already operating in the park. 11 facilities are under construction, which means that by the end of 2024, we will have almost 40 companies operating in the park. Also, more than 2,000 formal jobs have been generated in these 7 years of operations, which is a good start, right? Okay. At the beginning of 2024, we were invited by UNIDO to the second phase of the Eco-Industrial Parks Development Program in Peru. And in April, we passed the diagnostic test under this EIP framework, international framework, developed by UNIDO. As some of you may know, this framework focuses on 64 indicators that are classified into 4 pillars: management, environment, social, and economic. As you can see, even despite having a rating of 46% of the indicators met, the good news is that we show the potential to be able to meet 87% of the indicators in the next 4 years. Regarding the management indicators, I would say that there is a lot of paperwork to do, and we will meet these 100% indicators. But we are focusing now in the social and the environmental indicators, because those of that are related on community development, as I will show you in the next slides. So, what is the first thing we have done? At the beginning of this project, in 2016, we had many problems dealing with the municipality of the district. Problems in obtaining construction permits, many obstacles in all the applications we presented, and justified delays due to the bureaucracy that the authorities in my country usually have, among others. Over time, we understood that we needed to make the municipality and its executive understand that the main beneficiary of this kind of project, by the end, is the district itself, and of course the community of the district. So that we approached to them, and we proposed to sign an institutional cooperation agreement that was finally signed 2 years later. It was a lot of work, but we couldn't make it. This agreement now is helping in giving opportunities to the people of the district to get jobs in the companies that are already operating in the park, but not only jobs, but also the park is offering them training sessions, free training sessions to fit the demands of these companies. Also, the attraction of foreign and national investment of companies is getting the park the construction of new facilities. These new facilities generate more profit for the municipality because of the collection of property taxes, for example, right? And the other advantage for the municipality of this, regarding this agreement, is that the administration of the industrial park is now committed to offering services for the companies that by this time, cannot be covered by the municipality. For example, the collection and treatment of waste, of solid waste, which we will talk about in a slide later. Although it may seem incredible in this area of the city, and to be honest, in many parts of the country now, inefficient methods are still used for wastewater treatment. Processes that are already prohibited in other countries are still enforced in Piura. In our case, we are connected to the city's public network that treats wastewater in these oxidation ponds that you can see in the picture. Imagine that with the technology that now exists, we can reduce the space of 20 hectares that is already occupied in only 2 hectares if we do a proper treatment plant for this service. After almost 12 months of work, we have managed to see the municipality, the public company in charge of the city's wastewater treatment, the community representatives, and of course us, in the same table to move this project forward. Today we are committed on the development of the technical file, which is a good start. Development of decent and equitable jobs. This is a joint effort between the administration of the industrial park and of course the human resources departments of the companies that are already operating in the park. The idea is not only to promote the creation of new jobs, but also to ensure that these jobs are fair and equitable. This work already has success stories. For example, 2 of our anchor companies that have industrial plants dedicated to the processing and packaging of fresh fruits for exports indicate that today 65% of the workforce in the production side is female. We also have another success story where a company has launched a pro bono program where C executives of the company conduct individual legal and financial advice sessions to employees that require it. We know that these programs have been very successful, and we have shared these experiences to other companies because we think that these programs can easily be replicated in other companies as well. Regarding the development of social infrastructure, one of the biggest learnings we have had since we started this project in 2016 is understanding who our end customer really is. Of course, the customers of the industrial parks are the companies that buy or rent the industrial facilities we have in the park. But at the end, the true customers are the employees of these companies that go every day to work in the industrial park. Simple things like the implementation of a cafeteria, plenty of green areas, or a football or volleyball pitch inside the park are very well evaluated for the employees. This is a picture you can see here. These are posts in LinkedIn and social media. The first picture is a company that is giving thank you to Piura Futura for organizing a breakfast, a networking breakfast, where all the industrial companies within the industrial park were sharing not only their presentation cards, but best practices in each of the companies. And in the other picture, you can see after a football tournament, a very simple thing we organized. It was literally very well evaluated for all the people who work in the park. As I mentioned at the beginning, part of the agreement with the municipality was to take charge of the treatment of solid waste within the industrial park, and we have been doing it from the beginning under certain rules that all companies must comply with. For example, companies must give us their solid waste already segregated. It was difficult to make them understand that, but if they do not that, we do not collect it. We have a collection center where we operate since 2022, and where small and medium-sized formal recyclers of the district come to take reusable solid waste. As the industrial park has developed, opportunities for industrial symbiosis have also begun to appear between companies where the waste of one turns out to be raw material for another. I think Klaus and Christian were talking about that in the morning, very interesting. We have an example of that with, for example, with discarded wooden pallets from an industrial plant that are useful for the manufacture of wooden chairs and tables. Let me come back to here. You can see in the cafeteria, all these chairs and tables are made of these discarded wooden pallets. And finally, climate change is a reality, and we cannot ignore it. In Piura, we were used to have an atypical phenomenon of very intense rains that in the past occur every 20 years. It is called El Niño. You may know, you may hear about that. However, this has changed drastically. Only in the last 6 years, we had already 3 Niños. So this is going to happen more frequently, definitely. This is why we have begun to prepare to face this change with the infrastructure you can see in the picture, to be prepared for these intense rainings. And the positive thing about this is that the municipality and the community around us are beginning to imitate these actions, which make us feel somehow proud. I do not pretend you remember all I have been talking about for the last 10 minutes. But next time you buy mangoes or grapes in the supermarket, check where they come from. Very likely they come from Piura, so you will remember me and Piura Futura. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for completing your presentation in time. So we have adequate time for question and answers. I have many questions, but first right will be given to the audience. I can ask my questions to you separately if required. So maybe, okay, first question, and second question, third, fourth. Let's take 4 questions, okay? 5, okay. 5 questions. Please. Before you start your question, please shoot your question directly, okay? Don't give a lot of background and all that, okay? Please, my request.
So this question is to any panelists that would like to answer. The question is, how do we address the lack of mobility or affordable transport when addressing youth employment, specifically in South Africa, if you can, but otherwise in the country that you come from? Thank you.
Okay. So maybe because Mr. Botha already did a lot of, no?
No.
Okay.
Vanessa, yeah.
Yes. Vanessa, yes.
She's put her hand up. Yeah, we usually address this by making sure, or at least trying to find the closest person to that area. So in Mozambique, many industrial areas are the places that have the least amount of qualified people. Most qualified people live in the south in Maputo, and our biggest industries are actually in the north of the country. But there are intelligent people around that area, and we usually try, at least to the best of our abilities, to reduce mobility and try to find more local talent, for at least in the province level. There's always going to be at least one person. Now, if you have to, then we would have to discuss with the companies about maybe providing some housing for them or anything. But to avoid that, it's better to find local talent.
Can I maybe expand on that as well, if you don't mind? Apologies. So one of the things in South Africa is exactly getting the people to the places. So by the way, AIH also, we actually have operations in some of the industrial parks. So we speak from experience. And what we've actually done is we've spoken to the park and understand that there's multiple tenants with even employees and youth needing to get to operations. So we've actually started creating enterprise development aspects. Now, companies contribute to enterprise development and supply development, and starting to create small businesses for transport where people will say, okay, I'll pick up 5 of you guys, but you all club together, you all give me 100 Rand or so for this. And they're starting that's starting to pick up. So quite a lot of the times, informal aspects being formalized a little bit more, but you need the engagement platform for that.
Yeah, actually, now that Wessel spoke, he reminded me of another strategy that is often
I told you we're going to work together.
I know. Yes, there are many initiatives to actually train youth in certain places in Mozambique.
Yeah, lovely.
So they could do, I'm not sure if they do this in South Africa, but I think it's a good initiative. If the talent does not exist there, then the plan should be to try to teach people in those areas how to work in the industries that exist there.
Like it.
Nice, thank you. I think panelists answered your question. Maybe we go to the next question. Yes.
Hello, everybody. My name is Pelele Ndungane. I'm from Eco Transformers. We're a circular economy company. We use garden waste and agro waste to produce compost. And obviously from that, we then sort of develop training manuals, to sort of transfer the skills on and train other people. So my question is, in terms of measuring and reporting the impact, and directly to you, Mr. Botha, and especially around, you mentioned the competency frameworks. How do you sort of measure, and report in terms of that, especially in trying to make yourself, attractive for green finance, to make sure that the skills that you are developing move along to the youth and help in youth development and skills transfers?
Okay, thank you. Mr. Botha.
Fantastic, thank you. So ROI, the return on investment, is always a very difficult thing to measure, especially in terms of skills development. However, what we've tended to do in the past is, we've put through numbers. So we've trained 1,000 people. But training for the sake of training and skills development for the sake of skills development is not value contributing. So one of those aspects, and why the competency framework, is start aligning the actual needs. So I don't always need someone with 4 degrees to come and work for me, but I need someone, as an example, let's use welding. I need someone that is a specific coded welder for something specific in my operations. And I think if we are looking towards advancing that and actually addressing that and start measuring it, there needs to be an alignment between the policy, the youth empowerment schemes, the youth employment schemes, because there's a lot of money flowing towards that. We need to be honest, as in South Africa at least. There's money flowing towards that, but it is just putting out numbers. So targeted interventions aligned to specific skills, needs within the area. And that's what I think we've been missing for quite some time. Then you'll get to a point where you actually have return on investment measurement that can come into play. I hope that's answered the question. Fantastic.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Botha. Now we move to the third question. Yes, please.
Hi, good morning. My question is for Wessel. My name is Katlego. I represent EcoCare, which is a waste management company located in Garankuwa Industrial Park. We operate a MRF, which is a materials recovery facility. And the state of the park is shameful.
Yes.
It's dilapidated.
Yes.
The crime is rampant, cable theft. The factories are being stripped bare, daylight. There's no law enforcement. There's no services rendered whatsoever. And we have just recently been a beneficiary of the NCPC solar installation, and our solar is at risk of being stolen.
Yeah.
Insurance companies don't want to touch us because we are high risk. And so I just want to find out from you, have you had any experiences with such industrial parks in the state, and what can be done? Thanks.
Fantastic. So I'm not sure when the next presidential running is, but I'll put up my name for that. So I've got a few answers. No, I'm joking. Just being very so a joke. But So can I tell you, when we launched this study, and I've been involved at those industrial parks, been involved at the very remote and then very centralized industrial parks. It is a big issue when you arrive at parks and the grass is growing this long, half of the security gates are not there anymore, the steel has been taken out. They create an informal job creation from removing certain things. But one of those aspects that I can say, how do we address it, is in part is ownership. So quite often there's not ownership around it. Oh, it's someone else's park. It's corporations coming in, setting up stuff, using our local resources and getting out again. So quite often it's a stakeholder approach. If I've got ownership, then my conversation starts changing. So stakeholder engagement is one of my big passions. If I have some ownership, so I give you 2 bottles of water. The one you worked very hard to buy yourself. The other one you got for free. Which one are you going to look after? I'm going to look after the one that I worked hard to build myself. So if there is some form of ownership that we can create through the stakeholder aspects, as well as I don't always think that the inclusion aspects, where people see the value of the parks to local areas, is unfortunately not always addressed. My last part of the response is quite often the lack of capacity and competence, and that's why we included it into the framework around what is expected from the various stakeholders. So everyone goes, oh, but it's a tenant thing. That's a park management thing. It's a government thing. Meantime, if we've got the various stakeholders, it's a stakeholder thing. So do we have the competence to manage that? And I can tell you in certain areas, no. Other areas, yes. So I can't divulge exactly and say this one and that one. But for instance, basic financial management was a lacking competence across various of these stakeholders, and not pointing specific. It's across various parks, by the way. So yes, there is need of that, those 3 aspects. Hope that's answered. Thank you.
In fact, for those kind of things, maybe my answer may not be correct, but it can be handled in 2 ways. Either you make your premise more secure, or you go for a community outreach. So majority of things, in other words, have been seen in those areas where neighborhood community is not inclusive of the overall development. But yes, my answer may not be appropriate. So let's go to the question from this side, 4th question.
Yes, that's me.
Yes, please. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. My name is Isaias Samuel. My question goes to Mergia and Vanessa as well. So Mergia, you told us about water stewardship focusing on the catchment level intervention. So I know that Hawassa Industrial Park is the biggest one in Ethiopia. It covers, I think, over 140 hectares of land. So I do understand that you've been doing some work within the park as well in terms of improving the stewardship. So based on your lesson from the Hawassa Industrial Park, is there any work that you are planning to do in terms of scaling up the lessons to the other industry parks? And Vanessa, you covered the unemployment issues in the youth. So that's a major challenge in developing countries, including my country, Ethiopia. But at the same time, even those employed youths have a number of livelihood issues, which goes with pay rate, working condition, access to wash, for example, water sanitation and hygiene. If you take, for example, the textile industries, it's largely female workers, and there is menstrual hygiene management issues and others. So what is your reflection to that? And maybe lastly to Johan, considering the Peru condition, I mean, groundwater depletion is one of the major water security risks. So I'm not sure what is your water source, but I want to know if there's any work that you are doing in terms of groundwater monitoring and replenishment. Thank you.
So we have 3 questions as a 4th question. Okay, fine. So, Mr. Kuma, yeah.
Okay. Let me just answer the question raised from. Am I heard?
Yes.
Okay. The time is very short. That's why I'm not just able to address all points regarding this a very flagship project of Hawassa Industrial Park. It is a pilot, and every intervention is tested there and upscaling into the other, industrial parks. So this the stewardship approaches, engage a lot of stakeholders, and every stakeholders, they are interested, to intervene in Hawassa Industrial Park. So this, the Hawassa is found in the Rift Valley Lake, and its water, it is somewhat, fluoride rich. So that's why we are, forced, to recycle the water for the production processes, to meet the investor satisfaction regarding of this boiler issues. So it is two approach. One, on the spot, managing the wastewater and getting reclaimed water and distribute for the companies. And the other one is, exercising, the catchment areas. This is a very huge catchment areas. That's why we are, engaging different stakeholders at a minor level and at a national level. We even established the sustainable industry platforms, which coming together different stakeholders to intervene in their focus area in order to avoid, duplication of efforts. We are, exercising this. So based on the Hawassa experience, we try to implement in another like Adama and Dredowa Industrial Park. I think that is enough for. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kuma. Vanessa.
All right. Thankfully, this is something that we had already thought about while designing the project. Basically, the interns, first of all, do not belong to the company. They belong to Moz Youth. This way, we are the ones who get to control whether they remain in that company or not. They have a contract with us. At the beginning of the internship, we have a health and safety course that we give every single intern. We discuss with them about their rights as interns and as in the labor market, because most of us are still very desperate for work and we don't know our rights, so we might accept conditions that don't make any sense. So this is one thing we always do. What do we do afterwards? Yes. After that, we monitor. There's a diary that they send to us on a weekly basis so that we can know what's going on. There is a hotline that they can call in case of emergency. And these things work, at least so far. Once in a while, we also call them to see how they are. This year, we had to remove 15 interns from companies that were not treating them properly. And we only return the interns once the company has fixed those issues. And then we have to monitor the interns again to see if the issues are actually fixed. So that's how we address these issues.
Okay. Yuan?
So, I think you can lose. You must just, there we go.
I can hear you, but I don't know whether at the back. Can you try once again? No.
No.
Yeah, I think you come here.
Can you hear me? Yes. So, as we have many international firms within the industrial park that are very strict in what we do with the solid waste that they deliver to us every day, what we do is every month, by the end of the month, we send them a report on what we do with the whole solid waste we collect. And of course, we give them a certificate that the disposal, the waste, the solid waste that have to be disposal was correctly disposal. This is what we are doing by now, and this is a requirement of these big companies. I don't know if I answered your question regarding that.
My question was, on the groundwater use and monitoring. Groundwater depletion is, I hear that a lot of issue in Peru.
Groundwater table, like groundwater monitoring or something like.
Yes, yes. We also do that. Not every month, but every for at least twice a year. But not only us. There is a local authority that is in charge of that, and they are very strict on that as well.
Okay, and then last question. Yes, fifth one.
Just use your microphone.
Thank you. You see, sometimes to be technologically disadvantaged, it's a challenge. My name is Samuel Mashimba. I'm from Tembisa, EnviroCare Tembisa. We are a non-profit company that is involved on cleanups in terms of the protection of water and the environment. In Tembisa, we do have Kanza Industrial Park. I'm not quite sure it's still in the system of the city of Ekurhuleni. But what I want to get is that was that area being considered when you were conducting your skills audit regarding that? And then the other angle that I've observed during the presentation is more on job creation opportunities for the young people. But we don't encourage those young people to be self-reliant. You get what I mean? In terms of supporting them, maybe to go back to school, and then if they are qualified as chartered accountant, they can establish their own companies. In Tembisa, we are facing this so-called, meaning we're facing the high rate of unemployment, but look at the amount the government is spending when coming to this 350 rands. So wouldn't it be fair if that money is used, I don't want to say township economy or suburbs economy, but there's this trend of saying township economy, suburbs economy. So we don't club, meaning we don't club that together. You get what I mean? It's more on unfair discrimination, because when you're in a township, you are expected to think a little bit lower, and then when you're in town, you think a little bit big in terms of the wealth creation and also the investment. And then you check the investment when coming to opportunities on business side for township and the suburbs. It's not balanced, you get what I mean? So that is my humble request regarding that, to say we should balance and say if there's an eco park, maybe let's say in Sentin for that matter, it should also apply in Tembisa. And then those that are residing in Tembisa, they should be the co-owners. Because now you find where in the government becomes the dominant of that, because they do have a capital. They will fund that particular project, but who will be able to sustain that, because there's a gap between their users or those that they reside next to that particular opportunity and the government. Hence, you'll find a situation where they strip each and every equipment in that particular eco park. I hope I didn't confuse anybody. I think in Zonga, and then when I address people from international countries, I become a little bit, Thanks.
Fantastic. Thank you for the comment. And if any of the panelists would like to respond.
So in terms of the skills audit, I think the first portion, if you would allow me, were they included? Yes. Was the participation high? No. Again, that was part of the challenges and limitations. We also we had a limited time frame, limited budget. We couldn't send out people to each and every park, because that's not me.
No worries.
Because quite often that's what we like to do. We like to go there and get the information if we don't get hold of the people. So there was a lack of engagement from that park, if I remember correctly. But again, remember, we distributed to multiple parks, but our main study focused on those 3 parks, Ilitz, Isitebe, and Putirichaba. But we did expand the survey. The other aspects, those are a lot of socioeconomic aspects to unravel, and it leads into what was asked earlier. The ownership aspect, if that gets addressed, you've got less of the stripping of materials and so forth. So yes, there is the consideration for socio-economic development and profit development, company development, enterprise development, SMME development, and so forth needs to be balanced. And I think that's part of what the approach should be.
Thank you. I think he responded very well to your question or suggestion. I think with this, we will close this session. Request to give a big applause to our panelists. Thank you very much for sharing your ideas and your presentation. And
Thank you. Well done.
In the last couple of sentences, I would say the EIP framework. Also, there is another dimension. We are moving towards digitalization and Industry 4.0, and that also has some kind of social aspects related to it. Many think that will take away many jobs. So, in one of the indicators in international framework for EIPs is also whether the industrial park is doing some kind of social assessment of the implementation of Industry 4.0 and digitalization.
Yes.
And many times we have seen parks always try to have this advantage, oh, we have this much population, female workforce, people with disability, but are they by default, or you have certain policies to employ them? So I think that is also another thing which industrial parks should think about it. They should not just say that I'm having a garment industry, and garment industry has 90% of the female population, so my gender balance is fine. But do you have actually some policy that you will specifically address this gender, youth, people with disability, and so on? With these words, thank you very much for your patient listening, and I would like to give the floor to Bernd for maybe some important announcements. Yeah.
Thanks, Salil. I don't want to keep you from lunch. We will start your normal time on the program. Please have a look at your program to be on time so that we don't end up finishing too late this afternoon. There's a mystery prize giveaway after lunch. That's to make sure that you come back. Okay? But you've got to stay awake in that session, which is the graveyard session. Okay, so there's a double whammy in that one. Just quickly, those of you who want to tweet, go on LinkedIn. There's some hashtags. Okay, so hashtag Sustainable Industries 2024. It's a long one. Sustainable Industries 2024. That's the one. And the second one, NCPC Conference 2024. Okay, but I would honestly go for the Sustainable Industries 2024 because it has a much, much broader reach globally, okay? As much as I would like to take over the world being NCPC, I'm not going to go there. Okay, enjoy lunch. We see you back afterwards. Thank you.
The National Cleaner Production Centre, South Africa, or NCPC-SA, is a support program that assists industrial companies to make a transition into a green, resource-efficient operating model. One of our core pillars is the promotion of industrial symbiosis. Through this process, unused resources or waste from one company is reused by another company. In essence, what is waste from one company becomes a value resource for another company. The other pillars of the work of the NCPC-SA are sustainable energy solutions, improved water management, industry decarbonisation, and eco-industrial parks, all under the banner of resource-efficient and cleaner production. Through skills development and technical interventions, the NCPC-SA is leading the way in transitioning industry to a green, low-carbon economy. SECO, an innovative startup converting used oil drums into waste bins for schools. Schools were previously burning waste. Now the schools are making use of the bins, and SECO is collecting and reusing the waste. This project reduces pollution, diverts waste from landfill, converts waste into a valuable resource. The NCPC-SA assists SECO with strategy, improving process efficiencies, and linking the company to the industry. In Limpopo, the Green Surfacing Company is working with the NCPC-SA to reuse and upcycle sawdust. Through a carbonization process, their team turns waste material into a valuable source of energy in the form of charcoal bricklets. Green Surfacing aims to provide jobs, clean the environment, and provide sustainable housing by converting waste plastic to bricks that can be used for construction. The NCPC-SA has been assisting the company since 2019 by providing strategic advice, enhancing their manufacturing processes through automation, as well as supporting them with proposal writing. This resulted in the company raising $30,000 US. Madilika is a female-empowered enterprise run by a team of dynamic women. They collect discarded glass bottles, and through a manufacturing process, the bottles are crushed and turned into a powder mix that is then converted and designed into a jewelry range. This project reduces pollution, cleans the environment, creates jobs and opportunities. The team are presently working on upscaling new product lines to grow this innovative business. Through circular economy systems, the NCPC-SA assists businesses to achieve a number of economic goals while promoting sustainable business practices and fostering a culture of innovation. The NCPC-SA believes that any business can start from nothing and rise up to become a successful green enterprise. To find out more about how we can assist you, visit www.ncpc.co.za.
In the African universe, nothing exists in isolation. The many ways we say it. Mutu ke mutu kabantu kaSesotho. Umntu ngumntu ngabantu ngesiXhosa. A person is a person because of other people. I am because you are. This is who we are. In the African universe, nothing exists in isolation. You are the water, the desert, the sea. Every mountain, tortoise, flower, and bee. Every tree rooted in a sense of community. A lived expression of diversity and harmony. Our way has always been one of honoring and preserving, of respect and reverence. Nature is our culture. Whatever our promise and progress, we are still beholden to natural laws, the same as all other life forms. one part of an interrelated whole. It takes a village of our tradition, a more expansive vision, of gathering together in exchange, to light the fire and pass down the flame, of wisdom, to know better, to do better. The world as we know it has changed. The planet nor its people can continue to go on as they have been. It is our responsibility and our opportunity to offer another way to do business, another way to be human, another way of connecting the best of the old with the new. Let us serve effectively and efficiently, with solutions and support, awareness and skills, training and finance that allow you to serve.
Your numerous appearance. Apparently, lunch was more attractive than just another session. Nevertheless, it's my pleasure now to introduce you to the session on ERP recognition schemes and standards. And I want to go a little bit back in history how it comes that we discuss standards. In 2015, UNIDO, GIZ and the World Bank, we are all organizations which support industrial parks to become more inclusive and more sustainable. And in 2015, we worked as UNIDO, as the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, which has the mandate to promote inclusive and sustainable industrial development under the Global Resource Efficient and Cleaner Production Program. We had one work stream on eco-industrial parks. It was already named eco-industrial parks. Still, there was a plethora of names around. So it was really important that we could come together and agree. We all supported the same exercise to make these industrial areas, these industrial parks, more sustainable, more resilient, more inclusive. And what they have in common is it's planned and developed area for infrastructure development, for industrial activities, and associated commercial and infrastructure services. And what it is a tremendous concentration of economic activity on a small space. We already discussed it's also the ideal breeding ground to promote circular approaches, to promote industrial symbiosis, industrial synergies. And since we're all working with governments, the three organizations, we decided we need to have a uniform name. We need to have a brand name. And after long discussions, we came up with this brand name of eco-industrial parks to describe what makes the better performing industrial parks. And since we did not only want to have an agreement that the better performing industrial park can be called an eco-industrial park, we also came up with an international framework which describes what makes the difference between an industrial park and an eco-industrial park. And for me, when I have to present this at a cocktail, a small talk, I always say it boils down to compliance plus. Compliance plus in 4 domains: environmental performance, social performance, management performance, and financial performance. So the first version of this framework was developed in December 2017. We all applied it, we fine-tuned it, and came up with the second version in 2021 of the International Framework for Eco-Industrial Park. And applying this framework, you can do an assessment of the performance of an industrial park against this framework. And again, we also came up with a really commonly agreed and accepted definition. And an eco-industrial park is a dedicated area for industrial use at a suitable site that supports sustainability through the integration of social, economic, and environmental quality aspects into siting, planning, management, and operations. And I think it is really, this is the beauty of it. It's companies working together with the support of the management entity, the park management entity. Well, as I mentioned, you can assess each and every industrial park against this international framework, applying the 64 indicators. And the outcome of such an assessment, there are many outcomes, but one of them, I think, which is the most graphic representation, is this spider diagram. If you do such an EIP assessment, it does not only give you the status quo of your park, in this case it would be the black inner line, but since this is a participatory process which you have to carry out together with the park management entity, you also can identify what are realistically achievable improvements. And this gives you then the next line. For instance, here, this was the Pretoria Industrial Park here in South Africa, which was assessed the first time against the international framework in 2020. And then every year we can do annual assessments. So we agree with the park management and the tenant companies what they want to do to improve their environmental performance, their social performance, their management performance, and their financial performance. And then every year you do a stock-taking exercise. So the blue line here shows us where the park was in 2022. And it also gives you an indication what can be realistically achievable. And I think this is then also for target setting a very important exercise. As you can imagine, when you do this exercise with a park on an annual basis, and if you look at Pretoria, and you can see how much they have improved, their first question is, you know, dear UNIDO, you've helped us so much with your technical assistance, but I want to have a beautiful certificate to put on the wall of my office to confirm that I have improved my performance. And we had to tell then our partners, sorry, neither of us, neither GIZ, nor UNIDO, nor the World Bank, we are no certifying entities. We cannot give you a formal recognition or certification because it would also be a conflict of interest. You know, on one hand, we provide you with technical assistance and then we say, well done, does not work. And in addition, we don't have the mandate. So the discussion came up that recognition schemes are needed. And there are two options. There can be a national recognition scheme and there can be an international standard or international recognition scheme. And both have different purposes and have different merits. And today we will hear from our panelists about two national initiatives, and our colleagues from the World Bank will present the way forward towards the creation of an international standard for eco-industrial parks. And for us from UNIDO, this is of particular relevance since in the program document for the second phase of the Global Eco-Industrial Park Program, which is supported by Switzerland, we are mandated to facilitate standard setting. Because also Switzerland has realized there is a need. The companies ask for, the management entities ask for such a standard against which they can be certified. And just to quickly guide you through the first thoughts, where we stand in this process towards working towards an international standard. In early this year, we were mandated in our program document to work towards a standard, but Switzerland also said, you know, this international framework had been developed by 3 entities. So please seek the partnership of GIZ, seek the partnership of the World Bank to work towards this common goal. So we discussed, and the first discussion led us towards the idea to come up with an ISO standard, and there was agreement that how we could cooperate. GIZ showed interest, and SECO then said, okay, green light, we can go ahead. And then, fortunately, also our third partner came on board. In April 2024, the World Bank then said, yes, we also want to join this effort, but it should be a standard which is hinged on the EDGE certification scheme, which has been developed by the World Bank and the IFC. And right now, we are in the process to see how we can cooperate really in this endeavor to make sure that the provisions, all the provisions of the international framework will be properly mirrored in this international standard and how we can roll this out. And our colleagues from the World Bank will share with us how this will be done, how this standard development process will look like, and what the expected outcome will be of this exercise. And then for us, it will be we are looking forward really to see how we can ensure also the engagement of our partners in this process, to make sure that the voice of the partners we've been working for the last 7 years can be heard. And it will also be important to see how we can support the field testing. So to say, we might have a better version of the international standard, and then we do a field testing. We can do the same thing like for the international framework. We had a first version, and then we fine-tune it, we roll it out, we implement it, and then we gather again and see how it can be improved. But we will hear more from our colleagues from the World Bank about this. And now I would like to ask our two panelists who are here with us in the room to come on stage, because they will share with us, first of all, some national initiatives. And Bernd will share with us, Bernd Oellemann from the National Cleaner Production Center here in South Africa, will share with us how standard operating procedures can support the sustainability of industrial parks and industrial areas. As a second speaker, we have with us Angelica Peña from the Colombian Business Association, and she will share with us, oh, this is a difficult one, how Colombia has embarked on the journey to develop a national standard. Colombia is the first country in the world which has come up with a national standard, and this national standard is really mirroring the 64 indicators. What they have done also, they've introduced like compliance categories. I always call it gold, silver, bronze. There are different names, but different levels of compliance give you also a different certification level. And as our third panelist, who unfortunately cannot be with us in person, is the World Bank, and we have an IFC. We have our colleagues Sinem Demir and Na Yun Shin from the World Bank. And I don't know whether Etienne will also be with us, Etienne Kechichian from the World Bank. They will enlighten us on this EDGE approach. After the 15 minutes inputs by the three panelists, we'll have 45 minutes for questions and answers. And don't run away, because we will pick your brains a little bit later on to see, what thoughts went into the question, national standard versus international standard, what are the pros and the cons. And based on this, we're then looking forward to have a very interactive question and answer session. Without further ado, Bernd, I would like to ask you to come on stage to share with us the standard operating procedures which have been implemented here in South Africa.
Thank you. Thank you, Christian. I have my own timer, but I did ask Christian to time for me as well. Okay, right, let's just jump right in. So maybe before I talk about standard operating procedures, so the nice thing about this body of work is it informs the work in South Africa on a national EIP standard as well. That work has taken a bit longer, and maybe we'll get to talk about that a bit later, simply because we want to make sure that there's alignment between what has already been happening internationally and what we are planning for South Africa. Now, if you talk about standard operating procedures or operating systems for an industrial space, there's a global context. I'm not going to stand still on this slide. This is just to trigger your thinking about what are the macroeconomic global factors generically that impact on an industrial space. Okay, so just for you to have a look at that. I can pick one or two. I mean, the just transition, the geopolitical landscape, if you want to talk politics, there's a whole long conversation you can have about that. And the impact on supply chains directly affects industry, of course. But I don't want to stand still there. If you talk about a standard operating procedure, and I'll share a particular example or maybe two with you later if there's time, you need to look at what makes up an industrial space. And if you look at what are those things, you suddenly realize that you're talking about a system that consists of multiple components. And if I highlight the first one is, and this has come out in a number of the presentations already, there's the whole aspect of policy, institutional and operational alignment, reporting, regulatory requirements, all of those things. So I'm grouping a whole huge body of work into one little sentence. Okay, so don't underestimate that one little sentence. Right? It goes as far as carbon tax and carbon footprints and ESG reporting, and just on some of those acronyms, EPR, Extended Producer Responsibility, EPC, Energy Performance Certificates in South Africa that are required. The NDCs for South Africa under the Paris Agreement, that's the nationally determined contributions. Okay, so you need to record that somewhere. Government doesn't produce things, it's industry, but industry needs to record so that government can report. Okay, so it's important to understand that whole interchange. The next aspect that's crucial and that's also a critical pillar in the EIP approach is, of course, governance. Okay, the operation of an industrial space. Here you are looking at mechanisms, systems, frameworks that enable you to manage that space efficiently, effectively. Okay, sufficiently. Difference between efficiency and sufficiency. I don't know how many people know this, especially after lunch. Okay, so I'm not going to ask you to please define that. Okay, but coordination. Okay, collaboration. All these really key aspects that need to be played at a governance, at an operational level in an industrial space. Okay, if we take it further. To enable that happening, you need systems and processes. These are not just paper-based or a particular procurement process. Sometimes they are IT-based systems. Okay? So what are those things and how do you address them? And what are the kind of procedures you need to put in place so that people follow them? Because, I mean, what's the point of having a system and nobody does what you are wanting to do through the system? The system is supposed to make it easier. Okay, not more difficult like some people like to do. They slap a whole system on top of something just so that you can't do anything. Right? So the systems are important. Infrastructure. Okay, there's been a lot of conversation about energy and water and the waste economy. But there's more in terms of bulk infrastructure. Okay, transport systems. Okay, IT infrastructure. That is a critical component for which you need SOPs, standard operating procedures. Supply and SME development, or some people say SMME in South Africa, we use that term. Okay, small, medium, and micro enterprise development. Okay, if you're not intentional about that, it does not happen. This is a very important message. And that's why we have SOPs as well. One has to be intentional for it to change. You can't just say something, which politicians like doing. Sorry, any politicians in the audience, you can come and fight with me afterwards. Okay? But you can't just say something and think out of magic and thin air, things suddenly start happening. Okay? If you look at research, development, and innovation, if you look at industrial spaces all over the world that are the most successful, they all have a component of R&D and innovation present. Pre-1994 in South Africa, we had a strong relationship between industry and the R&D sector. We no longer have that. Why is this? Okay? So if you want to improve how industry competes and how we present ourselves in the offering we provide, we need to look at those aspects. Okay? Sustainability, crucial. Okay? I just spoke about the global context. But you need to bring it down much closer to an industrial park. All right? If you look at shared services, an industrial space is not only a property that's managed. Okay? So you're not talking about property management. You're talking about value-added services and all kinds of other things that make up the value offering of that industrial space. And too many industrial space operators in South Africa, whether they're public or private, think it's a cash cow. Number one, big mistake, it's not. Okay? Number two, it's just about property. No, it's not. Okay? So we need to change our mindset. Capitalization, financing, and related support. This is a crucial component of an industrial space. An industrial space has a normal life cycle. So you need to give it food and water and all kinds of other things to grow. How do you do that? Financing is a critical component. Christoph Kausch this morning spoke about that. Okay? Investment promotion, marketing, and branding, very close aligned to that. So if you do not have an investment promotion or branding or marketing function in your industrial space, you're losing out. Because you will not attract companies just by, happenstance. Okay, you need to be intentional about these things. 2 more. Okay, information sharing, awareness raising, advocacy, and knowledge management. Too many people completely miss the fact of knowledge management. Okay, I remember that in the 90s, knowledge management was a huge thing. Nowadays, people hardly talk about it. We assume it's there, but it's not. Okay, so you need to have processes, standard operating procedures, in place to make sure that that takes place. And the last one, of course, again, something that we miss very often, is quality management, quality control, quality assurance. Right? Not just for the companies and supporting the companies, but for the space itself. So these are crucial components. Some challenges for industrial spaces in South Africa. I'm not going to stand still on this. Okay? But this does inform the kind of actions we have in South Africa. Okay? So that's just for you to take a look at. Some of the other countries present here might relate to some of these aspects. Okay? I know this is a very busy slide. This was just to shake you awake after lunch so that you don't fall asleep completely. Okay, because if there's too much text, you fall asleep, and if there's too much of this, you also fall asleep, but at least now I'm waking you up again. Okay, so there are a number of approaches that are required in an industrial space to actually move it forward. So I've highlighted the social component, the environmental component, the economic component, but there's all these others in the system that you need to address. And the challenge we often have, and this for me is the key point here, the challenge we often have is that the existing system we have in operation, not just in South Africa, all over the world, is linear, still in the 21st century. Okay? So people are not able to use a systems approach to address something that is actually a very complex system. And so we fail. Because you cannot address a system just by looking at one component. And some of you might argue, well, how do you do this? Well, there are people out here, and there's some people in this audience that have the ability to see that system in all of its components. You need to leverage the ability and the talent of those people. Because without that ability, you will continue to fail. And this is, in South Africa, one of the reasons why we're failing. Because people still think, well, we can tackle only one thing. No, it doesn't work like that. Okay? Why are SOPs needed? This is an important question. So many people will say, well, we have all these other things we're doing. Why do I need to draw up documents and processes and all kinds of things, to do whatever it is that I'm doing? So just to give you a bit of context of why this is important. Okay, so again, I don't want to stand still on this. I want to get to the last meaty part of the presentation. Okay, so if I move on, of course, my brief was also to talk about resilience and sustainability. So it's interesting that in our current time, the world and the planet and humanity is in, both these concepts are extremely important. Unfortunately, very misunderstood. Okay? Again, a number of people and organizations use the term resilience and sustainability for certain political expediency or profit. It's not what it should be about. Okay? So we can create a win-win situation. So I just shared that with you so that you have a bit of perspective on that. Now, if you develop an SOP or a set of SOPs and documents and a toolbox that you can use, how do you approach this? Well, I'm suggesting a very simple SOP framework based on the Plan, Do, Check, Act methodology. Okay, so you start off with where are you at as an industrial space, okay, or as an entity operating in that space, or as a government agency supporting it. You start where you're at right now. What's the status? What do we have? What don't we have? Okay, so that leads to your analysis phase. Okay, so in that analysis phase, you know that there are certain things missing. Why? Because you're failing at certain things. Simple example. Many institutions do not have a full-blown marketing plan. Because they think, well, it's just normal business development. I just go and find companies and, I just do it. And then they're surprised if 10 years down the line, actually nothing has happened. So you need to step back where you're not making progress on some of your targets. Ask the question, but what is missing? Okay? So that's part of this conversation. The next step is looking at sourcing and developing solutions. And I'm starting to run out of time here. Okay? And implementing those, and then reviewing and refining. Okay? The SOP response in South Africa, we started off, the very first SOP we developed was when I was still in the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. And that was with great friends of mine now. We weren't friends back then, Faith. Okay, but we became huge friends because of the work that we were doing together, and also now with UNIDO. Okay, and we started working on what is called a South African Water Stewardship Guide for Industrial Spaces. I want to take you there. So this is just a bit of context to give you that. So I want to move on. Sorry, there we go. So the water stewardship approach for industrial spaces in South Africa was our very first process exercise to try and get to an SOP. Why? Apart from electricity, water in South Africa is the second biggest issue. We're one of the most water scarce countries in the world. And if we do not address water early enough, it's going to be way too late for us to try and reactively address it. You can't address water afterwards. Okay? Sorry, it just doesn't work. Okay? So we picked water and we sat down with GIZ and we went through a whole process to identify, well, what are these critical things that we need? I just want to make sure, no, my slide is not cut off. It's cut off on my screen here. I'm glad it's not cut off up there. Okay? So we identified where industrial spaces are vulnerable. All right? And then we looked at why is water stewardship. Now, you might not know this. Water stewardship is not new. Okay? There's something called an Alliance for Water Stewardship, for example. Okay? Yes. 1 minute. Yeah, you see now he's pulling my trick on me. Okay? But he's absolutely correct. I've got 1 minute left. So, why is water stewardship important? And what I tried to introduce was the simple stewardship concept in building SOPs in industrial spaces. I just have 2 more slides I want to share with you. Then the Water Stewardship Guide, this is how it's being put together just for you. You will get the slides afterwards, so don't stress too much. Okay? And you can see how it's structured. So it gives you a process, stepwise, method that you can follow to ensure that your industrial space manages its water according to stewardship principles. And then it's broken down into a number of phases, but 4 primary phases, which I've broken down here for you. Okay, so there's a lot more. There are actually some of these outside on, I think, the GIZ stand, Faith, if I'm not mistaken. I'm looking at you, but yes. Okay, yeah, exactly. Okay, so there are some in paper-based form if you want those, but they're also available electronically and on our ERP portal, which I'm not going to talk much about yet, but I'll say a bit about that later. And with that, I have one other example, but I don't want to get into the master planning guide. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bernd, and thank you very much for enlightening us on how South Africa has tackled these standard operating procedures to make sure that all these parks engaged in following the goals of becoming more sustainable have a common pathway to do this and can be measured against a common yardstick. Next, our colleague from Colombia, Angelica Peña, from the Colombian Business Association, will share with us why Colombia embarked on this process to develop a national standard, how Colombia handled this task to develop a national standard. And I think it is really important also that this work which has been done in Colombia to mirror the international framework in a national standard, which was enacted last year in September, has really embarked on these 64 indicators which were jointly developed by GIZ, UNIDO and the World Bank in the international framework, and how they've come up with this tiered approach to give parks the possibility to become certified to different compliance levels. And this standard, the consultant who worked with our colleagues from the World Bank and IFC has also considered this to be a very good starting point for the development of an international standard. So without further ado, Angelica, the floor is yours. Please share with us this amazing experience from Colombia.
Thank you so much. Christian, are you all listening me properly? Excellent. Thank you so much for having me. I'm really, really excited to address you this afternoon here in Pretoria, very far from home, but so exciting and full of energy and delicious food. And speaking about delicious food, I know that speaking after lunch is always difficult. My colleagues have been talking about very fancy stuff like finance, circular economy, right? Chemistry, industrial symbiosis, social performance, even Vanessa. She's so great. She managed to bring some nostalgia, right? About younger and nicer times and how she addressed this guy, you know, the Uber driver. And then I thought people my age, which I'm way older than Vanessa, we take that Uber time to catch up on things like, I don't know, parents' chats. Difficult subject, but let's not get into that. That's not cool. Anyway. Very briefly, you already know what it's an eco-industrial park, but I want to give you some ideas of how things are going on in Colombia. Things are doing great. We have been talking about competitive ecosystems, and even in the Organization for the Americas, we have embraced that term because we want to refer to our parks, to our free trade zones as competitive ecosystems, right? So we also see the free trade zones and the parks as an instrument for job creation and the attraction of investments, not only foreign investments, but also local investments. That's important for us. We have been progressing pretty well with the program, with UNIDO. Our free trade zone have been having like a very good compliance numbers, and again, we have some impacts that my association has been measuring in renewable energy and the environmental policy. No, we ask them, have you got an environmental policy? Yes, they do. Social responsibility, also in the social aspect of the parks, which we already addressed in the previous session. I wanted to show you that in Colombia, we have very vulnerable areas, right? And it means due to economic, social, and also political issues, but they're employing between 25 and 70% of the population in those areas. And that is very important, and the 90% of the companies in Colombian free trade zones are small, medium enterprise. Okay, so now let's talk about this certification. Colombia has an Institute of Technical Standards that is a private institution which has the authority, again, it's private, to announce certain practices as complying with the international standards. We have all sorts of certifications, and then with our friends from UNIDO in Colombia, there was this project of having the Colombian standard for eco-industrial parks. So, this is the whole information about Econtech. That's the organization. They have these committees. So let's talk about how it started and how it developed. It started again by the initiative of UNIDO, and then in this organization, they made a group. Who was in that group? Of course, Colombian government, some representatives, you know, from the environment ministry, the trade and industry ministry, but also the academy. You know, we had PhDs, like professors, people very much into environmental and sustainability policies. We have, of course, UNIDO there, and also the private sector, the companies. So it was a very, very diverse group of people just joined by the same subject, which was the eco-industrial parks certification. This is part of what, again, the UNIDO project has called the virtuous triangle in Colombia. I'm going to refer to this before going any further. And the thing is that We have the community of practice, right? And then the other three elements of this triangle are the technical standards, which is what we're addressing right now, the industrial parks law, which I have a very good news for all of you, and it's that a group of congressmen and women have presented to the Colombian Congress a law regarding eco-industrial parks. Why a law? Because what we want is to have a policy that goes beyond any government, any political stand, any ideology even. We want this to be like a really strong policy and to last for very years, at least. So that's very important for that. And also, part of this law is, and this is very interesting, that it was signed, it was submitted by all parties, left-wing parties, right-wing parties. So this gives the idea of a reason for unity in the country even. So from the political standpoint and also from the technical of course, what we care, which is the program, I think that's very important. And then the project, and this is very interesting, is also part of what we call the National Development Program. That is a program that every government issues at the beginning, right, of the period, and it gives you like the compass, right, of the Colombian policy in many different aspects, and the eco-industrial parks are part of it. And that's very important. And also the policy for reindustrialization, which some of you addressed yesterday, I believe. So we also have that sort of policy. Okay, so let's go back to the technical standard. How did it work, right? I want to talk a bit about the process. We wanted to be aligned with the SDGs objectives, of course. We have been talking about that for the last 2 days. And important things to put on the table. Like, again, Vanessa talked about that, gender equality. That is a subject that for some companies in Colombia, for the private sector, were embracing it, but it's an uncomfortable conversation. It is. So again, in the middle of this discussion of the eco-industrial parks, there were some questions like, why are we setting standards for gender equality? What does it have to do with the eco-industrial parks, right? And then you have to go like from the beginning of the conversation and why that an important part. I mean, that's important for the social component of the program. Economic development for communities, that's very sensitive for us. Energy, of course, one of the main issues here as well. Economic growth, local employment, decent work, rails, optimizing processes, producing less waste, all that conversation, and I have highlighted those that were like very, very important during the, I'm going to call it the negotiation progress, or process, I'm sorry. And why is that? I don't want to go over the criteria, you already know that. But again, why I refer to that as a negotiation? Because again, we had a unique goal, which is the development of the eco-industrial parks, but from a very different perspectives. The Colombian government right now has a very strong agenda on sustainability, which is great, but also it represents from the private sector some difficulties in how to understand the sustainability. How do we manage energy sources? You know, we still have important energy resources like oil, gas. Again, it's speaking about a transition to other kind of energies is desirable. We are willing to do that, but in which terms, in how, what is the time framework, and etc. Again, in the administrative aspects. And then there was a very interesting conversation about how far should the administrator or the manager of the park go with the companies already installed. You know, what is the scope of those responsibilities? And it was also a very important conversation in the social aspects. Of course, decent work, social, again, gender, that was quite a thing. These are some of the components of the technical standard, but since I only have a few more minutes, I want to talk about the certification, but before that, the methodology. So, we had this group, and it has a president, which was myself. Ta-da! That you are supposed to clap or do something. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Lovely. And what was my role in this negotiation? Of course, I was representing free trade zones. That's what Andy pays me for. So my paycheck was involved on that, which is not a minor thing. But also trying to translate different interests. And one of my first recommendations, if you are willing to go into these technical standards, is that, like, have somebody who is willing and who is capable of understanding the different interests, what each stakeholder wants from the technical standard, and then try to get to the minimum understanding for all of those interests. Of course, some administrative stuff and managing timing and that sort of thing, which is not irrelevant. Again, in these sort of discussions, it took us hours, right? We had like 2-hour and 4-hour meetings, and it could be pretty difficult. Secondly, and I think, again, that was important from Econtech and also from the work done by UNIDO, and it was like having the material prepared. I know this sounds like, of course, you have everything prepared, but not all the time, and not in every negotiation. So the standards, the criteria, they were very well written. They were very simple in the sense of easy to understand, even for people that are not experts in sustainability, like myself. But it gave us a common language, so we could go further in the discussion and in the criteria. Then there was also another topic, and it's what are the different levels? You see, if you go, we had three. We had 3 levels, which is transition, advanced, and expert. And there were very interesting questions about what is that? What does it mean? You know, so we had to give it a percentage for each of them, like the compliance percentage, let's say, if I'm trying to be like clear here. But then from the private sector, there was a huge concern, and it's like every park, every free trade zone is very different from the others. It's going to be very difficult to measure us with the same standards. And it depends on the geographical location. It's not the same being on the Pacific coast or the Caribbean or in the middle of the country. Then what is the financing? We have addressed that during these 2 days, and we are clear that without money, this is not going to be possible. So for some of those parks, the free trade zones, the question was, we had very different budgets. It's not going to be fair for somebody who is working with, I'm going to say, whatever, $1,000 and the other park that has 1 million and are doing their best with those budgets. How are they going to be measured under these standards? So it was one of the main issues that took us a lot of time, but at the end of the day, the percentages helped, you know, in this negotiation to be just applied. Desertification, finally. According to Econtech methodology. I'm referring to the private entity. In order to be certified, you need to have an audit from a third party, from somebody who is just an expert on the subject and understands all the methodology and the criteria. We haven't got there yet. We are in the process of having it. And why is this also important? I'm speaking about the certification. Because for the companies installed in a free trade zone or in a park, they have a business reasoning, and that's okay. That's why they are meant to do, right? So they want to get to, especially in markets like the European one, that is already reviewing how sustainable is the whole supply chain. And also in Europe, they have this new measure that is voluntary now, but in a few years is going to be mandatory. And it's about the company abroad needs to certify that they have been producing the good or the services in a sustainable manner. If they don't, they are going to be taxed. And when you are taxed, you just punch your finances, right? So this has a strong business logic. So some conclusions were, I don't need to go again in the importance of the eco-industrial parks, but then again, the compliance levels, I will underline that like one of the most important aspects of this process, and the gradual transition. That was also quite a discussion. The private sector, again, we need to go gradual. We need to take step by step. I remember that the representatives from the academy and also the government, they were very keen on going very, very, very fast, and show results in a couple of years. That from the private sector is just not possible. You need to go step by step. And then what's coming? I already told you about the certification. We, from the private sector, are willing very much to go to see the results. You see, like we want to apply surveys. We want to go through this process with the Colombian free trade zones, and of course encourage them, but also have numbers and figures to get measured. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Angelica. I think this was for us also as UNIDO a very interesting exercise. This was the first time we could support such a process. It was mentioned UNIDO built the standard. It's not true. All we can do is we can develop a draft. We can share this draft with stakeholders. We can prepare a draft bill together with partners, and then somebody needs to take it and move it through the government system. And again, we can come in support. We've been requested, for instance, by the Congress in Colombia that we can share with those Congressistas who are not yet fully on board what is the benefit of becoming an eco-industrial park. And it will be my pleasure to speak in front of Congress in 2 weeks on this topic. But again, we are not the ones who develop these things. We can prepare a draft together with stakeholders, and then the respective stakeholders who have the mandate need to carry it through. And I think it was extremely important also to see how the private sector has reacted towards this. They wanted to defend their turfs, and I think it's right. But still, we need to be careful when it comes to a standard setting process, particularly if it's an international standard. If you set the threshold too low, what is the value of a standard? If it's too easy to be attained, if it's too high, it might deter people from really wanting to pursue such a standard. So these are all discussions which are really important when you think about, and most probably for me, I know I'll be involved once in a lifetime in such a process. It's not your common, your daily duty and your daily bread on which you work. And in this context now, I'm really looking forward to hear from our colleagues from World Bank and IFC. I don't know who will be enlighten us with your insights on how The EDGE approach can be used for the development of an international standard for eco-industrial parks. Sinem, Nayun or Etienne, who is online with us? Hi, Nayun, nice.
I don't know whether you can see me or how I should share my slides, or if somebody is going to share the slides on the screen there. Please guide me, and then I'll share my slides.
We see you well and clear, and I think the easiest might be if you go to presentation mode and then share your slides, because then you don't need to tell somebody next, next, next. If it doesn't work, we'll find another solution.
Okay, and I do see some of the technical glitches. I mean, there are a little bit cut-offs while speaking, so I might have to also turn off the camera in the middle of the presentation, if that's okay. But I'll share my slides first of all, and let's see. Put it on the slide presentation mode. Can you all see?
All good, perfect, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Christian. Again, thank you very much for having me. Very nice to meet you. My name is Nayun Shin. I'm a private sector development specialist at the World Bank. I'll be presenting the International Eco-Industrial Park Certification Systems on behalf of our World Bank group team working on eco-industrial parks. Sorry again that I was not able to physically present there, but I hope that you are having a lot of excitement, fun discussions, and productive sessions. With that, it seems like there is a bit of glitches in terms of turning to the next slide. Okay. Can you all see the next slide?
All good. I shout if I need something. If something doesn't go well, I'll let you hear.
Okay, sure. So just to be on the safe side, I turned off my camera, and here are 3 key messages that I'd like to share throughout my presentation. First, from a global perspective, the demand for EIPs is increasing really rapidly. And the second point is that the World Bank has provided both technical and financial support to government and industrial park operators and mobilized private capital to the extent possible. Third point is that the World Bank is developing, as Christian mentioned, the global EIP standards and voluntary certification system to incentivize industrial parks to become EIPs. These are the 3 key messages that you need to remember from all the slides that I will be presenting. Let's see, the next slide. Okay, Angelica very nicely mentioned, as she presented, the zones are often used by policymakers and governments to drive the economic growth in countries. And the number of zones has increased rapidly over the few decades. But the number of self-declared EIPs, sort of the industrial parks with green and sustainable infrastructures in various ways, increased by 4 times between the late 1990s and 2020, according to our. And this increasing demand for EIPs reflect changing market trends that give higher premiums to greener products and sustainability products, and also changes in market policies, including climate and green industrial policies and sustainability standards. So Angelica, I think, mentioned also the EU CFAM and also EU CSDD corporate sustainability due diligence law that was just passed earlier this year in the EU. So some of these, changes in the policies also drive the interest and requests to become EIPs. So in this changing market environment and policy context, what our client governments and industrial park operators want is to really differentiate themselves from others by increasing their sustainability performance and really to communicate their performance, improved performance, and to be recognized as such. So we're getting a lot of and consistent demand and requests for support and recognition of their efforts to operate industrial parks more sustainably. Christian mentioned that the World Bank, UNIDO, GIZ, the three organizations have developed the International EIP framework together back in 2017, and which was also updated in 2021. This defines the EIPs in 4 different performance categories: park management, environmental, and social economic, as you all know. And it has quite a number of indicators and performance requirements. I will talk about later session how we are going to mirror this indicators into the international certification system. In addition, we also published various knowledge products to really provide practitioners some guidance, practical guidance on how to implement this EIP framework. And some of these, work include, for instance, circular economy in industrial parks, which lays out various technologies, business models, enabling environment to support the development of EIP. It is also resilient industries framework, which is now integrated into the second version of the international EIP framework, that really helps improve the climate resilience of the industrial parks and the businesses. And some of the handbook to guide the practitioners on how to implement the EIP framework. In addition, we also provided financial support to many client countries, including Bangladesh and Turkey and others. Just to give you an example from in Turkey, we are providing a 300 million loan to support infrastructure development that enhances sustainability, competitiveness, and efficiency of various organized industrial zones in the country. And we also help develop the Green OIZ framework at the national level, leveraging the OIZ implementation regulation. Also, interestingly, we're providing technical assistance and capacity building to develop the right institutional staff to implement the national Green OIZ framework. And this is a very important piece of the whole program. So the expected results are very exciting. We are expecting, for instance, to save 18,000 metric tons of greenhouse gas emissions annually from these kind of investments. And the financing part is very important, as Angelica mentioned. It's a concern to many zones and also the businesses operating inside the industrial parks. And so as we provide some financial support to client governments and industrial parks, we are also exploring various innovative financing instruments and models. And as an example, we are collaborating with IFC to explore the link with EIPs and sustainable finance products, sustainable finance instruments. And I borrowed this slide from my colleague from IFC who work on sustainable finance instruments, who presented earlier this today or earlier during the conference, who explained this green loans, blue loans, and sustainability linked loans. And there are a lot of opportunities that can be unlocked by linking the sustainable finance products with the EIP investments. Let me give you an example from China, for instance. The People's Bank of China published a catalog listing of various green infrastructure investment projects that can issue the green bond. And a lot of them are related to the eco-industrial park investments. So this already gives you some example, an international example, how the EIPs and sustainable finance products that are out there that are increasing huge in terms of market share, it can be linked together. So based on all these work and experience, we have come to conclusion now it's time to develop the international certification, by translating the international EIP framework into the global standard. And as Krista mentioned earlier, we have been communicating together and what's the best way to really develop this standard or certification system. And we're still working on this and working the progress. But as we develop this EIP certification, there are a few key principles that we are trying to keep in mind. First, that the focus on industrial park management is very important. The industrial park level is a good level at which the certification can happen. Second, we need to establish a minimum threshold required to achieve certification. So there are many performance indicators and requirements, KPIs, that could be set. However, also streamlining and simplification of the standard and certification system is also very important to maintain the entire ecosystem. Also, thirdly, the continual improvement approach is very important. We adopted this approach to the international EIP framework, but this approach applies to the certification as well. So the industrial parks need to continuously improve to maintain their own certification. Fourthly, also as Krista mentioned, we're trying to leverage the IFC experience in developing and implementing voluntary standards such as EDGE and Building Resilience Index, APEX, and other certification systems. I think somebody is speaking, so I can hear their voices.
Somebody is on the line.
You could unmute them.
And Nayun, I just use this to tell you we have 5 minutes left, but you will get extra minutes till we have sorted the technical glitch. Are you still with us, Nayun? You have muted the wrong person, it seems. You can try it with me. The cake. Hello?
Apologies, I'm trying to get her back.
Are you working on the issue in the back?
Yes, we are.
Okay.
She has muted herself. We are asking her to unmute herself, so let's be patient with her.
Nayun, can you unmute yourself? Is this possible?
She's unmute. You're back online?
Well, if you can hear Nayun clearly, we cannot hear her. That's the problem.
You cannot hear me?
Now you're back. Hooray!
Okay. Well, there seems to be a little bit of for that. I don't know where my voice wasn't heard, but I do hear some echoes.
We have an echo now.
But I will go ahead in the interest of time, if that's okay.
You have 5 minutes left, Nayun. We are generous.
Okay, so let me go. Oh, thank you so much. I will go on to the next slide because next slides are more important. So here is the global map of the World Bank EIP projects, including the countries where the certification system will be piloted. And there are many, and I'm sure that I've been listening to the earlier sessions. Seems to be a lot of industrial parks that are already making a lot of commitments to become EIP. So hopefully we'll engage all of these industrial parks and interested countries in our next phase of the certification program. Just to brief you on the activities that we have been doing on the global EIP certification program. So this global EIP certification program has been launched based on extensive market research and gap analysis that we have conducted. We reviewed various existing standards, ISOs, green Apex cities, and green building certification and all. We've also country-level diagnostics conducted by us, but also by UNIDO and GIZ, including the Colombia one. So it was very, very helpful to navigate what is commonalities, what are the differences. But what arose from this market research was that the industrial park is there is an opportunity for industrial park level certification, and this is a very unique standard that we need to develop. And so, based on this market research finding, we're now developing a draft standard for EIP certification, which is a tool, a benchmark for industrial parks to measure, monitor, and compare, and also communicate their performance with other peers. And we'll be piloting the draft standard in selected countries and industrial parks. We are already having some discussion with Dominican Republic, Mexico, and Morocco, and we'll collect feedback from these pilot participants, which will be also integrated into the standards and also the global strategy for implementation. This global strategy and also government protocol for the EIP certification standards are very important, as some challenges may arise during the actual rollout and implementation process. So we're trying to be very cautious and careful about outlining also the roles and responsibilities and other things. Also, the stakeholder consultation is a very important piece of the certification system and process. Basically, there are two levels of stakeholder consultation happening, one at the global level, the other at the local level. The one at the global level, World Bank Group is a main facilitator, and we are inviting the UNIDO, GIZ, and SECO as main partners of the EIP framework. And the three organizations, World Bank, UNIDO, GIZ, are serving as a consultative group during the rollout of the certification by IFC. So we'll be doing updating the EIP framework, also supporting implementation at the park level, also trying to develop some policies and financial instruments together, hopefully. And during the local stakeholders, for the local stakeholders during the pilot, as I mentioned, we're already involving 3 countries, and we're talking to the industrial park associations and zone authorities and collecting feedback, which will be integrated into the draft standards. So basically, in a nutshell, the expected result is the beta version of the global EIP certification coming up in hopefully 1 year time frame. And IFC will be a main coordinator of the certification system. We will also bring private certified country-level auditors to assess and verify the performance of the industrial parks. So in a nutshell, the World Bank has provided various support to scale up EIPs over the past decade, and now translating the EIP framework, international framework, into the global EIP certification program. The certification program really aims to standardize the EIP program, create an incentive mechanism for industrial parks across the globe to become more sustainable, and thirdly, improve credibility and compatibility of the EIPs through an enhanced monitoring and evaluation system. So we hope to expand this engagement in the near future, and so please contact us if you're interested. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Nayun, and sorry for the technical glitches for which we assume full responsibility. But we gave you then the extra time. And I think this was another enlightening presentation which showed us how we can move on from responding to the request coming from the park management entities. They all say, and we have received it all over, the same request. In Indonesia, in Vietnam, big parks with 4,500 hectares, they've considered to be certified against an international standard an additional value proposition for them. They said, well, we welcome this. We would like to have this. It will help us to attract better tenants. We are high-level parks. We are not those parks who run after the quick dollar, the quick turnover. We want to come eco-industrial parks in the true sense, and we would welcome to be certified against an international standard. I would like to bring you back to what I've said, that we have received the requests from our partner countries, like Colombia. They've decided it's great if there will be an international standard, but our national development process now also needs to be informed by national standards in the meantime, to develop an international standard with the value proposition by the World Bank Group and by IFC to develop this standard until the end of next year. We have a very ambitious proposal. And again, this is for us also one of the main reasons why we think it makes really sense to adopt this approach. An ISO standard might take much longer. An ISO standard, to develop it, to have it endorsed by the ISO committee, takes at least 4 years. So we want to keep the momentum of the current process, and therefore we really look forward to the outcomes of this process. But to lead us back a little bit to what do you think is easier to be achieved, a national standard, an international standard? Because we did, when we developed the phase 2 of the GIP program document together with our Swiss partners, we were asked all these questions. Does it make sense to have a national standard? Does it make sense, should we go for an international standard? And I would like to guide you through a few key questions. And this is an interactive exercise where if you scan this beautiful thing, you will be led to a Mentimeter exercise. And then you can vote to certain questions which will represent you, just to make the next session, the question and answer session, a little bit more interactive. Where do you see the benefits of a national standard? Where do you see the benefits of an international standard? And raise your hands, please, if you have all managed to connect to this Mentimeter exercise, because then we can go from the PowerPoint to another presentation. Has everybody managed? Anybody who still needs time, shout. Otherwise, we will no, I see phones still coming up. Like in church. If you have any arguments to be brought forward, do it now or be silent forever. Are we all good? Anyone still needs time to get to the Mentimeter exercise? Nisa, then please switch to the Mentimeter exercise. And these were really the questions which we explored together with experts in the field. We spoke with the Swiss Normatic Association, the Schweizer Normenverband, and the experts working with them, saying, what is the better match for the task at hand to make sure that we can have a standard for eco-industrial park? Does it make sense to invest the funds Switzerland can provide into development of national standards, or shall we go for an international standard? Nisa, first one. And you can opt on your phones. And the question is, which option do you think offers a more favorable standard development timeline? So in other words, what do you think can be done faster? To develop a national standard or to develop an international standard? Okay, Nisa, apparently there is a glitch with the Mentimeter. Okay. Can we get this working, Nisa, or not? Okay, I think then let's do it interactively. We keep the questions. Who thinks it is faster to develop a national standard? Raise your hand. Faster than to develop a national compared to an international standard? Raise your hands. And who thinks it's faster to develop an international standard? And I must disappoint the last hands. The information we got is yes, and Colombia has shown it to us. This process could be completed in a year to develop a national standard if you have dedicated stakeholders. To develop an international standard takes longer because this process with the World Bank is already also going on. So in general, it takes longer to develop an international standard. So the next question, let's just go through them now manually. Yeah. What do you think, which standard can be more widely acknowledged and valued by stakeholders? And the stakeholders, these are governments, these are industries, these are markets, and the general value chain. So which one do you think, who thinks a national standard can be more widely acknowledged? Raise your hand, please. A national, yes. And who thinks an international can be more widely acknowledged? And in this case, I must disappoint the first hands. Well, this is not my opinion. This is the opinion of experts who worked on a consultancy on this field. And their feedback was also that while a national standard can be recognized in the country and adopted in the country very quickly, but the wider recognition, the wider acknowledgement, and the wider valuing of such a standard is bigger if you have an international standard. Next one, Nisa. So if you compare the potential adoption by EIP managers, which option do you think appears more promising? Who thinks a national standard is more promising? Or raise your hand, please. And who thinks that an international standard is more promising to be adopted? And you're all right. It depends on the purpose. A national standard, as it is the case in Colombia, can be linked to certain tax benefits, which per se can only be national. So depending on what goes along with this standardization, it can be adopted and can be taken up very quickly. On the other hand, an international standard, this is like, why do companies go through the process to become ISO certified or certified to any other standard scheme internationally? Because they see an additional value proposition. They want to be recognized. They want to be distinct from the general service providers. So both answers are right. It depends on the context. Nisa, which options demonstrate greater potential for upscaling across multiple countries? So if you have, what do you think is easier, that you have a national standard which is developed in one country and then scaled up towards an international standard, or that an international standard is developed and then adopted by a wider range of countries? Who believes in option one? Who believes in option two? In this case, also the independent experts support the second set of hands. And the last criterion is which options offers a more favorable certification cost. To be certified against the standard always requires that the person, the entity who wants to be certified, has to reach out. Angelica has shared with us how this is envisaged to happen in Colombia. But somebody has to show the initiative to say, I or my entity, we want to be certified. And then they have to go through the exercise with an independent audit. And if they comply with the requirements, they can be certified. What do you think is more expensive, a certification to a national standard or certification to an international standard? Who is thinking the national standard certification is more expensive for a company? And who thinks the international? And again, it depends. It depends on how this certification will be structured. Who will be the auditors and who will be the entities who in the end can certify that an entity is in compliance. And again, I think from what we've heard from the independent experts, a national standard has a different purpose compared to an international standard. A national standard can really facilitate the national process that parks move in the same direction, become more sustainable. But you run the risk if you have 5 different national standards and they're not all following the same approach, then how do you compare a park which is certified to be gold class in Indonesia to a park which is certified to be bronze class in Colombia? So this is where if you want to have an international benchmarking and something which shows really offers an international comparison of the performance of industrial parks against a commonly agreed benchmark, this is the role of an international standard. And that's why we really strongly pursue this idea that we will jointly develop an international standard, because this allows then to make parks across the globe to be comparable one to each other, that we can really assess their performance. And it's going to be a really interesting exercise which lies ahead for us for the next year. And we'll be very happy to report the outcomes our next conference will be in 2 years. And by then we should have this international standard and should be able to report on first steps in its implementation. So this was just really a little bit to pick your brains. Now, it's your time. Questions and answers. Whom of the panelists would you like to grill? Whom would you like to ask additional questions?
Christian, there's a couple of things in terms of standards and even what was done in Colombia. We've also got legislative frameworks here that manage how we run our special economic zones and industrial parks. The complexity I see is not in the standard. I think it's in when you do the reporting element of that standard. What is it that you will be reporting? What compliance in the reporting will you be seeking? Because now we've got CBAM and we've got nationally distributed contributions, Durban contributions. All of those things will become part of SOPs more than the standard. Or you will become process that you will have to follow to get to the standard. Maybe just a broad comment, and I don't know if SECO is still here, but when I was in the South African National Defence Force, we implemented an ISO 14000 based environmental management system in the military. But we didn't go for certification because we didn't need it for the military, except for one base, which we marketed internationally. So I think if an international standard is there, it's better than having a national standard. You can still aspire to it, but you don't need certification if you don't feel it's necessary for your specific business. Instead of doing a national standard and, I don't know, the longer term, I think, exposure to international markets and so on is going to be limited with what you can achieve with a national standard. Just maybe my opinion. I don't know, Barend, maybe I should point it at you.
And it's fully supported what you've said. And if there is an international standard, it's always going to be a voluntary standard. So it's just, we need to have a standard, and then those parks who are willing to become certified, they can go the extra mile to go through this process. The international standard can still inform the work to make parks more sustainable, environmentally friendlier, socially more inclusive, even if they don't seek certification. But what we have seen, we have received requests from park management entities. They want to get a confirmation, a recognition that they've moved from 62% compliance with the international framework to 84%. And we could not issue it. We could not do it. We can do these EIP assessments with them. We can issue a certificate that they've been working under this UNIDO Global Eco-Industrial Park Program, but we cannot tell them, we cannot certify their performance. And I think this is, once we have the international, so far we have been using the international framework to guide this work from industrial park to eco-industrial park. And if there is an international standard in place, it will replace this international framework. It's the logical next steps, like we had version 1, version 2, and now we'll have the international standard. And it can still be used by whoever wants to use it as a reference document to improve the performance of the park. And those who are willing to bear the extra costs, go the extra mile, and those who see a business opportunity buying certified, they can go for the certification. But the beauty is then that an East London industrial development zone can be exactly compared to deep sea in Vietnam, and they can see who has the better performance. And in the end of the day, it might also help them to attract investors. And this, we talk about responsible investors, investors for whom it's important to be located, to produce in an industrial park which is environmentally friendly, socially inclusive. And this is where the best park management entities we are collaborating with also see the value of an international standard and want to become certified against it. So this is a little bit the philosophy. It's a very philosophical topic anyhow, apart from all the technical difficulties you have to overcome. But this is a little bit our thinking. Any more questions? Please.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, how we can bring in the buyers in this EIP certification process, because different buyers require different certifications. So I think it would be great, if we could avoid duplication of requirements. So some buyers require ISO 14, others SIG, FME. There are a number of certifications out there. So companies within industrial parks are required to certify themselves with those different requirements. So I think it's important to bring this into the picture and avoid this duplication of certifications. And then the other thing, when we talk about the eco-industrial park framework, so I think industrial parks should be considered from the site selection. So sometimes, industrial parks are located where the sites have significant environmental and other issues. And then when we talk about, just transition, then it will be very costly and difficult to manage. So I think it's important to start from the early process, from the site selection step.
Agreed. Again, agreed, fully agreed. It's to address the question of which standard do you want to become certified to? And as you rightly mentioned, it depends on the clients. But we don't speak about the certification of an individual company or an individual building. It's quite easy for one company to say, I want to become certified to ISO 14000 or ISO 9000 because my clients ask for this. But what makes an industrial park, an eco-industrial park, is the cooperation between park management entity and the tenant companies. And this is also the level where a certification of an eco-industrial park needs to happen. So if the park management entity does not engage with its tenant companies and works on sustainability issues, it will not be possible to become certified because then one of the key elements is missing. We spoke about industrial symbiosis, industrial synergy. The park management entity has a catalytic role in promoting such approaches. The best example we know is the Kalundborg Industrial Park in Denmark. And there the captains of the industry got together in the 70s over, some good drinks and some good smokes and decided it was more a collaborative effort. And now they have, I think, over 100 industrial synergies and symbioses which really saved them money. So it was initially not even perceived as a business opportunity. And this has happened. And this is also then what drives an individual company to be certified against ISO 9000, ISO 14000, because the market demands for it. And those park management entities who see an added value, a marketing opportunity to place them in the market, in the national market, to attract good tenant companies, they want to be certified against an upcoming eco-industrial park standard because they can demonstrate, our park does not only offer good site, it offers all these additional elements. And to come back to the second aspect of your question, that existing parks might have been developed in unfavorable locations. This is a sad reality we have to deal with. But if you then want to become certified, you will have to make an extra effort, or you will say, for me, it's not interesting. We cannot say, because we have some outliers who have been developed in environmentally challenging situations, not taking into environmental issues into consideration, that the standard must be set low, because then the standard loses its value. And it's then still a management decision. It's if you have a product which faces additional concurrence in the market, you can decide, do I want to invest more to make it more attractive, or do I want to phase out, or do I say this market is not interesting for me, I don't produce for the European Union because it's too complex to fulfill all these requirements. So this is a little bit, again, the philosophy behind this EIP standard for eco-industrial parks. Well,
if I may I add a little bit? I
Sure.
know the time is running, but these are very important questions, and fully agree that we have to, try as much as possible to integrate or maybe avoid the duplication. But we're in the process of integrating these ISO sort of standards, and we're thinking how to best integrate those standards and requirements. So stay tuned. That's the first question, answer to the first question. And the second question is definitely the greenfield industrial parks need to also apply, if they want to be certified as EIPs, they need to apply that EIP standards, international EIP standards. And the location and site planning, master planning, all these aspects need to be considered in the stage of the development. And we're also trying to integrate how to make sure that greenfield EIPs can also get certified as EIP. So we're considering that, and these are two very important philosophical points, as Christian mentioned. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Nayun, for this clarification, because I think it's really an interesting process. Our Global Eco-Industrial Park program works on facilitating the transition of existing industrial parks towards eco-industrial parks. And so far, UNIDO is not a donor organization. We operate with money from Switzerland, because Switzerland also sees a benefit, the Swiss State Secretary for Economic Affairs, in facilitating this transition. A standard, an EIP standard, will then also be applicable for greenfield parks, for newly to be developed parks. And I think this is also why the cooperation with our friends from World Bank and IFC becomes so important. Because if we have criteria a park has to comply with, a newly to be developed park, to become an eco-industrial park, it might also facilitate access to finance for the establishment of such a park. And yes, all these aspects like siting, the master plan development, all this has the requirements of an eco-industrial park into due consideration if we speak about a greenfield park. And we all know it. If you renovate a house, sometimes it can become much more expensive than to build a house afresh. So this is also where the possibility to include greenfield parks will offer additional traction. But still, we also need to support the existing parks to move on to become better performing in the environmental domain, in the social domain, in the park management performance, and in the financial performance. So this is, I think, it's the beauty of bringing greenfield and brownfield together. And it is a challenge, and we're looking forward to master this challenge together, the three organizations. And I think it will be in 2 years from now, a year from now, we'll be very happy to report on how we could overcome this challenge. And we will be happy to share this with you in 2 years in the next Eco-Industrial Park Conference. With this, I would like to thank our panelists. Nayun, sorry for the glitches once more. Bernd, Angelika, thank you for sharing perspectives from the global scene, from South Africa and from Colombia. Give them a big hand, please.
Seeing as you are a bit behind, and you are all to blame because you enjoyed the food too much. Okay? And there's still a mystery prize giveaway. I'm not going to say what that is. I saw some people doze off, so you're not eligible. Okay. Please, there is still tea and coffee outside. Let's have a quick break. Okay. So we can finish this quickly, and I don't want to, put all of you under pressure. Some of you need to catch flights. The shuttles to the hotel leave at 5:15. So we have a hard stop here. Okay. So I don't want to put that pressure on our next speakers in the last session, unfortunately. Please, can we make it 10 minutes? Is it possible? Please, let's try and be back in here in 10 minutes. Okay, thank you.
resources or waste from one company is reused by another company. In essence, what is waste from one company becomes a value resource for another company. The other pillars of the work of the NCPC-SA are sustainable energy solutions, improved water management, industry decarbonisation, and eco-industrial parks, all under the banner of resource-efficient and cleaner production. Through skills development and technical interventions, the NCPC-SA is leading the way in transitioning industry to a green, low-carbon economy. SECO, an innovative startup converting used oil drums into waste bins for schools. Schools were previously burning waste. Now the schools are making use of the bins, and SECO is collecting and reusing the waste. This project reduces pollution, diverts waste from landfill, converts waste into a valuable resource. The NCPC-SA assists SECO with strategy, improving process efficiencies, and linking the company to the industry. In Limpopo, the Green Surfacing Company is working with the NCPC-SA to reuse and upcycle sawdust. Through a carbonization process, their team turns waste material into a valuable source of energy in the form of charcoal bricklets. Green surfacing aims to provide jobs, clean the environment, and provide sustainable housing by converting waste plastic to bricks that can be used for construction. The NCPC-SA has been assisting the company since 2000.
Surely. So, for my sins, I've been given this so-called ecstasy session. I understand all of you are taking your sugars, your energy levels are high, you're excited, you're looking forward to the session. Am I correct? I may have been misled, but just, if you agree with me, just do this. Yeah, so you all have a sugar rush, I can see that. Yeah, now we're just going to make it quick to the point. And all my beautiful, even guys, can be beautiful, right? So all my beautiful presenters, they're going to be speaking to us about the different, areas of their expertise. And the first one, it's around the area I've had an opportunity also to work with GIZ on, around the water stewardship and the, different approaches to sustainable industrial areas with Dr. Faith Lawrence, who will be coming with her colleague, Mrs. Sarah Bierholter as well. So they will be, doing a joint presentation. So we're not going to time them because they promised me that they're going to be, why are you surprised? Signs of sugar rush. I can see them. So they promised me that they're going to just do things quite efficiently, like the title of their, the work they do. They are efficient people, resilient people, sustainable people, all those beautiful things. Let's give them a big round of applause, please. Okay?
Hi, everybody. So Bent warned me we go very quickly. I hope this is the right way. I'm going to be talking to you together with Sarah Bierholter on different approaches to sustainable industrial areas. I will speak specifically on the Alliance for Water Stewardship standard, which is a standard that we've been promoting on the sustainable use of water, primarily with the private sector. And Sarah will be talking to you a little bit about the Natural Resources Risk and Action Framework, NRAF, which is a framework developed by GIZ's Natural Resources Stewardship Program. For those of you who don't know me, I am working for the Global Alliance for Water Stewardship as the new head of policy engagement, and we are a Scottish NGO focusing specifically on sustainable use of water through water stewardship. maybe just to start, how does it go the other way? Maybe just to start off, you have heard so many presentations, excellent presentations on the Eco-Industrial Park framework. I won't go into the detail, but the spirit of what we wanted to do, had we had the time, is to follow through a logic of the EIP, where it sits, and Sarah will talk a little bit more about that, but also locate water stewardship within it. But maybe just to say, we want to pick up on 2 or 3 key points of the Eco-Industrial Park framework. One, it defines basic requirements and performance criteria, and we've heard about the performance criteria against which the eco-industrial status of the park is measured, but also the fact that it's a community of businesses who seek to achieve enhanced environmental, economic, social performance through collaboration and managing environmental and resource issues. And for us, the whole objective of really working collaboratively across those performance areas is very critical and key. And as we know, looking at performance management and looking at impact of work at industrial sites remains, one, a big challenge, but two, an opportunity for both governments who are prioritizing industrial parks, but also for private sector companies who are tenants and residents in these parks. The framework, you've heard about this. There are a number of different support pillars, and we're going to focus specifically on the elements relevant to the resource element of it. I think it's important to say that the park management as a pillar for eco-industrial parks, services and governance is something that really sets the scene for how we want to look at managing of resource efficiency in these parks, how infrastructure is being managed, as well as the symbiotic relationships across the different industries. And we've heard lots of different examples. There was the conversation around circular economy that was raised earlier that came to mind, and the whole issue of resource use efficiency. But I'm going to speak to you a little bit about one of the natural resource elements within an industrial park that we've been zooming in on, and that's around the topic of water and the sustainable use of water in industrial sites. So I mentioned to you that I work for the Alliance for Water Stewardship. Those of you who know me, I used to work for Natures. You saw that in my background. But the Alliance for Water Stewardship is a membership-based alliance, and we have more than 200 members from the public sector, mainly private sector as well, and civil society organizations across the world who have water and water security and water use and water sustainability as a key priority focus of these companies and organizations. We have a number of different ways in which we harness water stewardship, and I'll talk to you about it a little bit. But the center of the work we do as a water stewardship community is embracing a water stewardship standard, and we heard a lot about standards and the value of standards and the benchmarking role that standards bring. We have a water stewardship standard where there are more than 480 sites, registered and certified sites, who've embraced the water stewardship standard. But more importantly, and I think this came up in Christian's comment towards the end of his input, not only are there sites who are seeking certification, but there are also others who are using the standard against which they are, one, managing their water or EIP journey, if you want to talk about the EIP standard. And for us, we've learned a lot from the more than 14,000 downloads, or more users downloading and using the water stewardship standard as their guide for good water stewardship performance. Then obviously, and in addition to that, we've then had sites that have certified, and you see the global spread across the world of that. Water stewardship for us is the use of water that is socially and culturally equitable, environmentally sustainable, and economically beneficial, and it's achieved through a stakeholder-inclusive process. Stakeholder inclusivity is at the center of water stewardship, and it involves site and catchment-based actions. So, at at the center of it is a standard that was developed and implemented. It's a guiding framework for sustainable use of water. And the framework really puts in place a number of steps, 5 steps, around which a water stewardship journey is embarked on and measured should you go for the standards of certification. And the steps are very, very simple, very specific. It's around gathering understanding, so very much the Plan, Do, Check, Act that Bernd spoke about earlier. It's about gathering and understanding information about your water usage in the context of an industrial park. How are you using your water in the context of a company in an industrial park? What are the considerations upstream and downstream of your operation that you need to be mindful of? And what does this entail in terms of water usage and water availability in that area? The second step is around committing and planning. So you understand your context and you commit and plan by developing a water stewardship plan. And the plan then outlines your water stewardship journey against which you then, in terms of your implementation, which is the step 3, your site water stewardship plan is done. Then we have the evaluation, which is the 4th step. Tammy's just pointing it out, but I have different specs for different distances, so I can't. So I can't really see so well. And then we have the final step, which is communicating and disclosing. And this is really about disclosing the site stewardship efforts and being very public about it in terms of how you've managed your journey and what that means. The standard really speaks to 5 outcomes: good water governance, sustainable water balance, good water quality status, and of course the outcome of good water, important water-related areas. So for example, if you work in an industrial park and you've got a wetlands in your area, there's a number of different outcomes and activities and actions that you would be contributing towards to address the water-related area in your area. And then the topic of WASH, safe water, sanitation and hygiene for all. We know very much in industrial parks this becomes a big issue. Just ask any industrial park manager to count how many toilets or how many bathroom facilities as a very basic starting point is available on site, and many will not be able to give you that number just off the top of their head. But central also to water stewardship is really the topic of collective action. It's really understanding that if you are a good water steward, you understand that you have to understand your own water usage, but you're also reliant on others to do the same. And in this instance, working collectively with others and trying to come up with collective action around water risks, shared water challenges in a catchment, in an area alongside an industrial park, or in a community that is reliant on the same water source as your industrial site becomes a big opportunity as well. So one of the big things that we've been dealing with as a global water stewardship community is trying to really unlock what do we mean by water stewardship, collective action within a water stewardship context, but not only understand what that means. There's been many different examples, and you saw the map of all the people have downloaded the standard and all the sites that have been certified. They have all embarked on a collective action approaches where they understand that the site, the industrial site or the catchment where they're working, you cannot focus on that alone. You have to look at the others who share the same resource and the collective action and collective approach that's needed around it. And coming up with shared challenges, if you're understanding the different steps of the water stewardship journey, but also understanding that you need shared solutions. And we've really looked at that in a very strategic way. I wanted to say 2 quick things. As Bernd says, I have 1 minute left. Just recently I was exposed to a very interesting. I was on a panel with the Chinese water. There was a number of different water industrial parks that's been prioritized as strategic economic zones and areas in the Chinese context. And many different partners are working with the Chinese government around that. And what was interesting is that they've embarked, and I was very impressed, they've been embarking on their water stewardship journey as a strategic imperative of government, looking at what is the readiness of the site to look at market-facing opportunities, but also how do you get those sites to work collaboratively with the communities living alongside the site in the industrial park, but also with other government partners and agencies who are also dependent on energy efficient measures, SOPs around how they're using their energy or how they're managing their access points or their transport, etc. So the point is there's a number of different governments that are prioritizing, and I want to commend Tammy as I hand over to Sarah, because the South African government and the DTIC has done that very embracingly in the reimagined industrial park process. And I think what's really great about this initiative around advancing eco-industrial parks, but also looking at resource efficiency within it, is also saying we can't do this alone as industrialists or as park owners or park managers. We need to do it alongside the communities who draw down on the same resource, the communities where we get our employees from, but also the natural environment from which we draw critical resources like water. Sarah, I'm going to hand over to you now. Sarah's going to talk to us a little bit about the nature's natural resource action framework, which really demonstrates how we can take that collective action into a framework that could really guide how do we work collectively with the stakeholders that I've just mentioned around resource use efficiency and good water practice and natural resource management in our parks.
Thank you. Let's give a big round of applause, please. Sarah? Don't you like how I do it? You know, seated, relax. This is a good session, right? Yeah. Sarah,
so I'm just gonna take over from there and introduce you to the third approach that we have on the table, which is, no, this is the wrong direction, the Natural Resources Risk and Action Framework, in short, NRAF. So this is a process which we have developed especially to set up multi-stakeholder partnerships for stewardship, and they always include the private sector, the public sector, and the civil society. And it leads from the preparation of such a multi-stakeholder partnership in 5 steps, which I will show you in the next slide, until the point where such a partnership is self-sustaining and they are operating totally independent from any organization like GIZ who has kicked them off. That is the idea, that it is standing alone in one moment in time. The NRAF works with a risk-focused approach, so we are always looking at a certain risk in an area. Can be an industrial park and its surroundings, it can be a city, it can be a catchment or a basin. And we are working with the assumptions that we normally have risks which are associated to the use and the management, often the not sustainable management of natural resources, which can't be addressed by one sector alone. The risks are normally relatively big. Everybody is affected by those risks, private, public, and civil society. And if they collaborate and they take joint action, they are able to address the risk. Only one alone will not be the game changer. Our goal, as I said, is to reduce the risks that the stakeholders are facing, and we are doing that in a participatory and in an inclusive process. So I actually captured several times today the word of ownership around the industrial park, stakeholder engagement, inclusivity. So those are things which we are delivering with those NRAF processes for multi-stakeholder partnerships. So the partnerships, they go jointly through the process, they shape their partnership, they commit and they act, and then together they create increased natural resources security, and with that also production security on a longer run for private businesses and for industrial sites. For industrial areas, this process leads normally to a better and a long-term production security, but also to less regulatory risks, better investment climates, job security, job creation, improved relations with the population. So I heard today in a lot of cases that this is actually a difficult point, the surrounding communities and the population. Less environmental impact and a better transparency and reputational gains also for the private sector. So the process is set up in 5 steps. Partnership creation and partnership execution. We start normally in a prepare phase where we identify relevant stakeholders in a certain area and we discuss the problems which are there in relation to the natural resources and we recognize the interests of all stakeholders which are there. We do that very inclusively, very broadly, inviting everybody who could come to the table. And if we can then move to a second phase, we start really to assess. We are assessing the risks in the area, but also the opportunities. Always remember, there are not only risks, there are also opportunities, which we are not using because we are not collaborating. And the stakeholders start to jointly to develop options to respond to those risks, and they start to prioritize them. And we deliver normally also cost and benefit analysis so that they can better decide which are good options and which options maybe do not deliver on their purpose. We start to shape that partnership and we are developing together with them a partnership action plan. And then we move to a phase which we are calling commit, where we are developing business cases, models of delivery, and we secure the commitment of all stakeholders, which would mean in such a partnership action plan, they would sign it and they would commit to certain activities where they put resources, being it own facilities, own personnel, but also committing financial resources. So it is a joint action from the beginning to the end, also when it comes to financing. Then we enter to act and we implement those activities which we have agreed with the stakeholders. We keep on empowering and advising the stakeholders, bringing in innovations. We help to coordinate and to manage, and gradually the partnership also goes totally to the side of the partners, because we always have the aim in one moment in time to pull out, and they do it then alone. And we monitor progress. And if this can go, let's say, like a circle for a couple of years, and if the partnership then is mature enough, the moment for scaling and exiting will come, and we will document the lessons learned, evaluate the impact, and ensure that the sustainable impact, which can persist over time, has been achieved. I'm continuing pressing the wrong button. So what was an interesting topic for us is, and you were also speaking in the last sessions about this integrating approaches and not duplicating things. So we wanted to show you also a little bit how those 3 frameworks, they are not exclusive. It's not, I'm doing AWS, I don't want to do EIP, or I'm doing NRAF, I'm not doing EIP. They are actually very much beneficial if we do them together, and they have a lot of synergies. So if we look at this small graphic, the inner square is the EIP, which is focusing on the industrial park and thematically looking at energy, resources, circularity, waste, the water drop, the water is missed actually, as I note now. And we have the social engagement and the community engagement included, but at a lower intensity. Then the AWS is a layer on top where it is possible to deliver all the water-related content for the EIP implementation and for the EIP framework through the AWS certification and process. And the AWS is thematically narrow on water, but in general broader, looks at the industrial side, but also at the catchment. And it has a stronger community involvement. And then we have the NRAF, which is the bigger square, which is in a broader area, which is looking also at reducing natural resources risk at a broader scale, and is also transferable to many other contexts. So we can do it in the industrial park context and surroundings, but we can also do that in cities, in catchments. We even are trying at the moment to find a way to transfer to value chains, actually. And there we have very broad engagement in biodiversity, water, soil, other natural resources, agricultural aspects, and a strong, strong community component because civil society is part of the partnerships and they are signing up and they are also owning all activities there. I wanted to say very briefly something about the similarities and the differences. So if you look at the three frameworks, all those three frameworks emphasize on sustainability, stakeholder engagement, the need for integrated approaches to manage environmental resources sustainably. Is at different intensities, but they have very big similarities. And they all aim to minimize the environmental impacts and ensure the long-term viability of the resources, and then with that also of the livelihoods and of the economic production. The differences are, as I said, EIP framework specifically focused on industrial settings, promoting the synergies among the businesses there, water stewardship approach specialized on water resources, industrial site and catchment, and the NRAF as broader, more holistic instrument focusing on risk management and very strong environmental and stakeholder inclusion aspects. We have huge synergies. All three approaches stress the importance of integrated resource management. If we can combine them, we create a very comprehensive, create very comprehensive resource management plans which are addressing multiple challenges, which can include also beyond water, soil, energy, materials, biodiversity, whatever is interesting in the place, and we can aim at holistically improving the overall sustainability. The methodologies rely strongly on stakeholder engagement, and it's very important that the diverse perspectives are considered in decision-making processes. We can align the risk assessment methodologies of the three approaches, and we could dream about creating a unified risk management framework. I think that would be possible. And the integration of the AWS standard and the NRAF with the EIP framework is possible and very beneficial. As I explained, it delivers on the EIP the environmental, the water management, and the social component and can help the EIP implementation. All three frameworks also prioritize monitoring adaptive management, and all three have data-driven methodologies with strongholds on different areas which can complement actually each other. With that one, I think I come to the last slides about the benefits. So if we are incorporating the three approaches, then we can really come to a point where we are managing resources in an integrated and holistic manner. This is something that is driving us very much. This will lead to more efficient use of resources, reduced waste, and also to lower operational costs. And I think it goes hand in hand with ideas like industrial symbiosis and other stuff. It will also lead to significant environmental benefits because we will be able to address several environmental issues simultaneously, and we will be able, by doing that, also ensuring the inclusion of social aspects. Collectively, they provide a robust system for identifying, assessing, and mitigating various environmental, social, and operational risks, and this leads also for the industrial areas to increased environmental regulatory resilience and against market-related shocks. And the three frameworks emphasize the importance of engaging with stakeholders, including the local communities, government, and NGOs. And if we combine them, we are very strong on those aspects, and this leads to better relationships, enhanced trust with the communities, and a stronger social license to operate for the industrial areas, while we are jointly enabling a just transition process where we are not leaving anybody behind. If you want to learn more about how we are doing those stewardship multi-stakeholder partnerships. You will get the presentation with the documentation of the event. There is a website, there is a newsletter, and we have a self-paced e-learning on the natural resources risk and action framework, which you can access from everywhere for free and self-paced. So we will be happy if you visit us. And I'm also doing the advertisement slot for FAITH. Also the Alliance for Water Stewardship is having very interesting products which are available in the internet and a global training on the AWS standard. So please visit also their website and inform yourself. Thank you very much for your
attentiveness, you see.
Attention at this late hour. You know, even myself, I'm a little bit tired. Thank you very much for your attention at this late hour.
Give her a big round of applause. Mark, you can come through. For a second there, I thought we had Mick Jagger, you know. He's Mark Jagger. Let's give him a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. He's going to be talking to us about the tools and approaches towards sustainable industrial areas. Talk about transformation of those areas. Thank you. We're all yours.
Yeah, thank you very much, Tammy, for the kind introduction. To pick up on the point, I think that Vanessa mentioned in one of the earlier sessions, I would also belong to the group in the room that might have still more years ahead, but at the same time, far less experience to draw from. So I'm very glad that I don't have to give this input of my own on GIZ's tools and approaches, but will be joined also by my colleague, Rem Mahmoud, who has been working on the topic for many years and will also provide some case study insights from her project in Egypt as we go along. So yeah, why sustainable industrial areas? When I sent the slides to Bernd last week, he said, "This is the last session. Are you sure you really want to start with this again?" But, and yes, indeed, this might probably be a bit redundant, but as tools are always a means to an end, and I just would like to highlight 2 points or objectives that also stand out to me from some of the inputs that we've also heard from the previous sessions. And that's on the one hand, a sustainable industrial areas approach is firstly all about balancing economic, ecological, and social aspects in industrial areas. And secondly, also creating common benefits through joint services and industrial synergies. So this means decoupling industrial growth from the negative effects it can have with regards to resource use, pollution, greenhouse gas emissions, and so on, while on the other hand, contributing to improving competitiveness, creating good quality jobs, increasing quality of life for communities, just to name a few examples. So therefore, and as has also been visible in some of the previous inputs, a sustainable industrial areas approach presents an important element of GIZ's advice to its stakeholders in the industrial sector. Yes, secondly, the EIP framework, and also here we go again, but yes, also GIZ is guided by the EIP framework and committed to it and its prerequisites and performance indicators across all 4 dimensions in its project implementation. So while the international EIP framework provides useful orientation and serves as an international benchmark, we've also heard there's no one-size-fits-all blueprint to achieving these prerequisites and indicators in different contexts in the same way. So when going over this point, actually, this kind of reminded me of a personal anecdote of what I experienced in the past few days when arriving in South Africa. With my laptop, which included my slides, my speaking points, all nicely prepared. And then I tried to plug in my laptop and noticed that my charging cable does not match the local socket. So, and this this kind of showed to me that no matter how well something might be conceptualized in theory or not, it won't work if it does not consider the context you plan to apply it in. And this, of course, is a very simplified depiction, but it is with the same high value to context and needs-based consideration that GIZ also aims to design and implement its project with regard to sustainable industrial areas. So maybe one could even say that project and tools that are used to advance a sustainable industrial areas approach can kind of serve as an adapter to implementing the eco-industrial parks framework. And it is through these projects over the past 2 decades in many different countries in Africa, Europe, and Asia that significant know-how and experience has been developed. And while context sensitivity is critical, at the same time, it's also important to not always reinvent the wheel. And to profit from this knowledge and experience that has been generated on the project level in these various projects, members and colleagues from these projects, as well as involved experts, have formed a working group on sustainable industrial areas. And it's through these working groups member projects that a number of tools contributing to a sustainable industrial areas transformation have been developed. And these tools, I think currently it's over 60 in number, are publicly available on our open source platform, the SIA Toolbox. And it includes a number of trainings, assessments, manuals, and other materials, which are all publicly available free of charge. And just to give you an idea of what they can look like, let me show you a few quick examples. So firstly here, a manual with concrete steps and procedures for industrial parks to better adapt and increase resilience to climate change impacts. Then here, an example of an assessment tool, specifically the EQUIP tool, which offers stakeholders methodologies and strategy design and diagnosis approaches for evidence-based industrial policies. And there's also a number of trainings, like the one that Sarah had mentioned before, that are also publicly available on our platform. One example here, a self-paced e-training on resource-efficient chemical management in industrial processing. So here, just to give you an idea of the spectrum of tools that are available in the toolbox. One more tool that many sustainable industrial area projects have implemented in one form or another is a gap assessment. And that is something where Reem will share a few insights on how a gap assessment was used in her project on private sector innovation in Egypt. Over to you.
Let's give him a big round of applause.
Yeah, I'm not sure you can hear me now. Okay, cool. So my name is Reem Mahmoud. I'm happy to be with you today. I'm sorry that you are listening to us at the last session, but we will try to be light and delight. So I'm talking to you about my more than 20 years of experience, including 8 of which focused on supporting industrial areas in Egypt, both public and private industrial areas, to transform into sustainability. Why is that? Trying to convince you that the gap analysis tool that was displayed by Mark from previous slides is one of the most beneficial practical tools. How is that? This will be shown through my presentation now. So one of the big industrial areas that we supported in Egypt was Industria West, which is located at the northeast part of Egypt, and it's a very large industrial area, as you can see, with different sectors, multinational and SMEs tenants. Yes, the top management of the park was very interested. They heard about the experience of the GIZ with the sustainability measures and the SEA guidelines, and they want to apply it. But still, the mindset is a real estate mindset. They have a land, they want to sell it, Yes, they are interested with this, how we say it, the value added of having badged by SIA compliant, but still we followed, like Sarah said, and face 5 stages of a journey of transformation, starting by preparing not only the park, but also, as Bernard said, the tenants and Chris in the previous session, and creating a common mindset to do this gap analysis using a very comprehensive tool that we'll see now that can give us an overall picture, detailed and categorized, not only categorized, but subcategorized over the 4 aspects of the sustainability or the EIP framework. Then followed by action planning and followed finally by monitoring and closing. What is the objective of using this gap analysis? First of all, to unveil the gaps, or I would rather say, not gaps, but potential or needs for improvement on the level of the industrial park management and design, as well as the tenants. Finally, also assessing the compatibility of the park in terms of design, infrastructure, as well as operation, day-to-day operation of a park, securing the commitment of the tenants and the park manager, gaining momentum and ensuring visibility. As you can see, this slide summarizes the results of such comprehensive gap analysis tool. It categorized the gaps, or as I said, the needs for improvement on the park level management, on the social and economical, environmental performance aspects, as well as subcategories inside. Not all of this was tackled, but with agreement with the tenants as well as the park manager, we agreed to focus on a 5-year action plan to support them. And as example of this intensive, there's no space that we show you the Excel sheet with all the questions and EIP indicators, but it's really a comprehensive work that took us more than 6 months with each park. But for example, we agreed that on the park management indicator, there was a need to improve the customer relationship management. So the action that was agreed with both the staff and the tenants and the park manager is that we should do a customer satisfaction services survey on regular basis. On the environmental performance, for example, there was a need to introduce the environmental and energy management system, so there was agreement that we should start together with the team doing an SOPs, as Bernard showed us in his presentation, and that is started in 2021 and almost done by 2024. Social performance, there was a need to improve the social infrastructure services, so making the park more attractive, especially for the female workers in Egypt, inside the park. And the economic performance indicator, there was a need to generate more jobs in line with the Egyptian government objectives, and that was solved by doing matchmaking events. This was an action, as well as networking with vocational training institutes in the community around. By this, I end the slide on the case of Egypt. I know it's very intensive to summarize in 4 slides, but we are here to answer any question of you, as well as to note that Swedi Group has more than 6 industrial parks, including 1 in Tanzania City, where they used what they have learned with us in Egypt and applied it in green and brownfield industrial areas. Thank you so much for listening. I hand over to Mark.
Okay, Mark wants to have a bite.
Yeah, sorry, I'm back again for 2 more very quick slides, just to wrap up. And thank you for this very interesting insights from you, the application of the gap assessment in Egypt. And here, just this slide should just show and demonstrate the broad spectrum regarding needs and possible entry points to advance a sustainable industrial areas transformation. And usually a gap assessment, as we've seen, is a suitable point to start. And here also a few further links that you can or are welcome to look into to these services, and also examples of how they've been integrated into other contexts or projects as well. Now, a final slide, and I'd like to wrap up in returning to the question from the very beginning. Why sustainable industrial areas? So apart from the direct benefits of a sustainable industrial areas approach and tools for concrete industrial spaces, parks, their tenants, communities, and the environment directly surrounding the industrial space, sustainable industrial areas and eco-industrial parks can also be an important vehicle to advance regional, national, global agendas, as well as also critical transformations in these areas. So be it from decarbonisation of the industry, advancing a just transition, or introducing sustainability in value chains. And at the same time also, it is through these agendas and larger transformations that have high visibility in the public eye, that then again can also act as a driver to attract attention and investment in industrial parks and areas. So we would like to end with a question. I'm not sure if we have time to discuss it or maybe just to rather reflect upon, but as we've got a broad realm of deep international experience in the room, I'd just like to ask, how do you feel governments use industrial parks and areas as catalysts to advance these transformations and agendas, and do they do so enough, or does further potential come to mind? With that, thank you very much for your attention, and don't hesitate to approach in case of any questions or follow-up. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm sure they will be able to answer that question of yours during the Q&A session. Professor Rana, I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right, Rana Singh. He's going to be speaking to us about the UNIDO EIP tools to support the life cycle of eco-industrial parks. Give him another big round of applause. Baron, what did you do here? Did you do something? Oh, sorry. Yeah. The one below. This one. Yeah. Okay. Got it.
Hello to everybody. My name is Rana Singh, and on behalf of my EIP team from UNIDO, I'm going to explain something about the EIP tools. Just to begin, we know industry is one of the very important things happened since last 250 years when this small scale of industries came into picture, then its size grew. And then after some time, they were maximizing their benefit in terms of individual isolated industry. It came into existence in terms of industrial parks. And then money making was the prime thing, but ignoring so many things. There were a lot of concern about the equity distribution. There were concern about the environment. There were concern about some kind of maximizing even the economic benefit. to improve the efficiency, where are the gaps, how to assess this, how to make the assessment and find the opportunity for the improvement. That is the second objective or the third objective. And then we need to invest into it. And where from the investment will come, how it will come, and in what way it will be sustainable, those kind of things, and where it will be making money or where it will be making more business, that is global market assessment kind of thing, and with real facts and figure, going through a lot of data collection and observations made on the spot and making a evidence-based decision is the objective of this EIP tool. So when we are talking about EIP tool, we are talking on the surface. But if we want to deep dive, then we will understand there is a huge exercise behind it. For each and every tool, we have to do a lot of exercise. This is the one of the common thing. The first presenter also presented the same thing, so I'm just escaping, but just to make that, it is going to consider some of the components into it, like park management, RECP, that is resource efficiency and cleaner production, industrial and urban or industrial and community synergies, then sustainable communities and natural environment, and planning, spatial planning and zoning. So these are some of the things we are going to cover in this tool, but most importantly, what we are going to introduce right now is UNIDO has 10 number of tools which we usually recommend for everyone to consider while they are talking about eco-industrial park, while they are working for the eco-industrial park. So these tools are categorized into different categories. You can see in between there is implementation support tools, but it is divided into two categories. One is applicable at the very bottom level, that is at the park level, tenant level. Another one, the third column, is talking about the country level. What it is, I will just introduce it. And then on the left, we can say planning tool. And these planning tools are also very important, and conceptualizing and the master planning of the existing one, or even for the green one, if you have the master plan, then it should be reviewed critically before we go further. As I said, implementation at the country level, we have to deal with the relevant policy, strategy, and kind of thing, how we can strengthen the EIP promotion in the country. If the country policy is not adopting EIP, if that is not going to be supported in terms of tax or in support of some kind of benefit by the government, that is not going to be beneficial. So that policy support is very important. And then, which one park is your eco-industrial park? There should be a definition. And what is that definition? What are those criteria? We have to scrutinize against each and every park existing in the country. And that's how, first of all, we will consolidate a list of eco-industrial parks. People can say in this country there are 50, there are 200, there are 500 parks. But in reality, are they qualified to be called as EIP? That is the first thing we have to define. And so there is an exercise, Excel sheet behind it, and there are so many parameters. Usually we are talking about KPIs, but for each and every tool, we have certain KPIs and which we have to quantify. And then according to that minimum requirement, if it is there, then we can say, okay, this park is eco-industrial park. Then we have to also assess something at the park level. We can see how it is performing today. If it is in eco-industrial park, then how it is working today, where is the performance level, and where is the gap, and what is the minimum requirement respect to that criteria. So in that way, we have to make an assessment. Then we have to also address how the park management is performing. In the morning, our seniors were discussing about the benefit of management. It is really, really very beneficial. We have seen some of the successful EIPs in some country, and we understood how important this park management is. If park management is smart, they will be able to provide the service support and convincing services to the tenant companies to opt for this EIP. So this is also very important, and this tool is also important tool we are using in every case. So access to finance, that is the excellent tool, and it is now gaining momentum and appreciation in each and every country. So we are, and all tools are dynamic in nature with the time, with the experience, with the need. We are modifying or updating it. So finance is also one among the very important where we are interacting at the tenant level. And industrial symbiosis is, of course, just before this session, there was a lot of talk about industrial symbiosis, so I'm not going to describe it, but it is one of the things where we are going through circularity, we are going through material efficiency, we are going through a lot of economic values capturing there, and at the same time, reducing the environmental burden. And also, of course, we have to think about the social equity distribution. So in this way, this country level and the park level kind of implementation interventions are there. And finally, monitoring tools. It is really important. In my almost 32, 33 years of professional career, I have seen if we are smart in monitoring, then you will get the good results. If you are weaker in the monitoring, whatever you are supplying, you will fail. That is for sure. So this tool is very, very important where we are talking about two special things. EIP opportunities, identification and monitoring is one part, but RECP is given a special name. Why? Because in the EIP performance, the major benefit is located nearby RECP related kind of thing. Energy management system, energy performance efficiency, and there are so many things which comes under this RECP exercise, and that will lead you where is the gap and how to improve it. So in this way, these 10 tools are very important, and now I'm taking you to a real picture how it works in a EIP park. IP park. So what is happening if there is an IP, suppose industrial park, which you want to convert, translate into EIP, or if there is a brand new kind of greenfield where you want to conceptualize and think about developing this EIP, you have to use those kind of things. And just for the quick cap, what I can see, there are two approaches. One is the top-down approach, and there is the bottom-up approach. Top-down approach, we all know that there should be a policy-related kind of support existing in the country. So there is the tool which we use. What about the bottom-up? Always we are landing to the problem, where is the money? And money matters a lot. And money matters sometimes too much. Yeah? So if you are interacting with the tenant companies or the users, beneficiaries, they will say, okay, I am okay with you. Your knowledge is very good. We are convinced. We want to move. But where is the money? How I can get it? What will be the cost of lending? Or how it will be the risk-free? And these are the things. So these are the two approaches. And in between, you can see these tools are used in different stages. One is a scoping and feasibility planning stage. Another is the construction, where the investment will come. Maybe our World Bank partner will come and assist them. And then the operation and continuous improvement, there are certain tools we are going to use. So in this way, and once you have done up to a maximum efficient EIP establishment, it is not going to be end. It's a dynamic system. So after some time, you will land into this situation. What it is. For example, here is the financial return as one of the parameters, most important parameter. If you are good on environment, if you are good on distribution, equity distribution, but if you are financially, or maybe for the government, economically you are good, but financially if you are not good, then what will happen? There will be no investment and there will be no action. So in this way, we have taken one parameter as financial return and another as the time. So in this down block, you can see it is a danger block. We don't want to be there. We want to be in green block. So if an industrial park is having some problem, it will go down. But with this kind of tools, if you assess it, if you improve it, then it will enter into the green zone where it will be matured after some time. But it is not going to retain at the constant level. With the time, with the change, with the context changing, that will be also likely to go decline. And at some point, you have to realize that, oh, certain factors, certain tool I have to pump in the EIP so that it can be, again, rerouted with the next curve, right? So in this way, this EIP tool is very, very efficiently used. For more information, please, these are some of the links where you can find it. So with this, I welcome you to have a look, and if there is any question, please raise to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Singh. Thank you very much. Please do come, my dear. You are the last one standing between people going to... Huh? I don't think... Am I audible to you, though? You got to come, you will be audible. Whose notes are these?
Hello, everyone. Unfortunately, I'm too short for this lecture, so I'm going to be standing here.
Okay, switch on that one.
Hello? Okay, now it's switch on.
Okay, it's on.
All right. Thank you so much. I see those tired faces here. I'm so sorry. I promise that it's not going to be long. So, it's been an honor. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Tammy. Thank you very much, NCPC South Africa, for making this happen. I'm Nisa. I'm working with UNIDO at the headquarters. I guess I'm going to start this presentation with a little story. Is it here? Oops. All right. So let me start this with a little story. A while back, I was working in my office, all right, in Vienna, when this senior guy came into my office looking for a piece of paper. So I helped him out with this paper that he was looking. Turns out he wanted to write a letter, a memo or something, to a colleague of his that he didn't manage to meet. So there was a conversation between us, and turns out the senior gentleman used to work at UNIDO some time ago, like 20 years ago, something. And then we engaged in a conversation. He used to work in the resource efficiency and the cleaner production. And then I also added that our program was actually built upon this. And then, so the conversation goes for 20 minutes, until what point this gentleman realized that he hasn't even asked what I was working on at the Global Eco-Industrial Program. To which I reply, I am a knowledge manager, and also I'm in charge of developing gender strategies for the Global Eco-Industrial Program, and also I'm a general focal point for the unit. To my surprise, his response was, he put a face like this, and then the question that comes out from him was, is that a real job? Well done. So I bursted out laughing. Then I guess that's the reason why I am here. So I'm going to be bringing you into the journey of advancing gender equality in eco-industrial parks. Oops. So here we are. As part of a UN agency, we are actually obliged to contribute to the global agenda, of course, and in this sense, it's going to be SDG 5, gender equality. But then, for UNIDO, the objective of global mainstreaming is actually for women and men to equally lead, participate in, and benefit from inclusive and sustainable industrial development. Okay, if it's not enough, then to understand the magnitude of this issue, I want you to consider this statistics. Women comprises of 39% of the global workforce, but then only 27% in managerial positions. In manufacturing, this becomes a little bit more pronounced because then women have 24% of the manufacturing sector, and less than 15% holds technical roles. Because what? We have less women in the STEM sectors, in the science, technology, engineering, and maths, where the higher paying jobs is usually coming from. So this is a study of the IMF a while back. If we then manage to narrow down the gap of the gender discrepancies, then we will benefit of the increase of GDP by 8%. Then imagine if we can really close that gap, we're going to get 23% increase in GDP. I'm not going to be talking much about this. This is just, you've seen all of this, but you know that each and every step that we have to take, we have to refer back to this. These are the 5 indicators that is outlined in the Eco-Industrial Parks, International Eco-Industrial Parks framework. But then the social aspect of, I'm talking about the social aspect of the Eco-Industrial Park program, is also that all these 11 indicators actually required gender lens to be implemented, to which I refer to, I am referring to gender perspectives are incorporated in the formulation, management, and monitoring of plans and programs. This is increasingly relevant as more and more participating countries or more and more industrial parks wanted to be certified. And there must be a baseline to assess this. So, to help our industrial parks to solve these problems, what we do, we develop a gender tool. So a gender tool was actually a tool that was derived from the women empowerment principles, 7 of them. And then we then break them down into this, I'm bad at this one. All right, then we have 10 components. From these components, then we are going to break them down again into 32 elements that the companies and industrial parks needs to assess. This is how the tools looks like. We have here, the first question that the company and industrial parks has to answer is, does the park or company comply with the elements at the time? Then they will be provided with a drop-down menu here. Yeah, yes, no, yes, partially. And then if the answer is yes or no, then they must specify where the room for improvements can be identified in the design. For example, implementation, assessment, communication, and others, and then they need to specify this. Then the results will be looking like this. This is just the general results that you're going to be getting. There will be a tally of how many yes, partially no, not applicable. The most interesting part of this is also going to generate the percentage, and then it's also going to generate which components you have to prioritize in order for you to perform better in a gender performance. And then this is the table of prioritization and work plan, which then comes with a key feature here of automatic suggestion. So suppose that we chose that we need to think about the corporate policies and commitments to gender equality for a longer time. What do we need to do? So here is the action. Creating inclusive policies for women and improving corporate culture, become a more inclusive and attractive place for women and stuff like that. So there will be automatic suggestions depending if you are going to make it short-term, medium-term, or long-term. All right, what to consider? This is the most fun part. So for this, you have to form an inclusive working group. Because why do we have to be inclusive? Because we need to include all the perspectives. So it shouldn't be a top-down approach, it shouldn't be a bottom-up, but it has to be both. And then communicate the commitment to achieve gender equality at a company level. This is important because everyone has to know. You need to secure buy-ins from everyone, and then run the self-assessment in the working group together. So, And then most importantly, communicate the action plan for necessary endorsement. So bring it to the board, have the endorsement from senior level management to ensure that everyone can be can really commit to gender advancement in your company and your industrial park. So we have tested it out, actually, these tools in Peru and Colombia. I'm not going to go into detail with this one. A while back, it was actually developed in Peru, and then we got to test this out in both Peru and Colombia in our industrial parks beneficiaries. We've got the baseline because we need a baseline, like I mentioned, and then globally we suffer from the lack of gender disaggregated data, which is then lead to gender bias policies, leads to a gender bias infrastructures, for example, and then gender bias decision makings. Here's the medium progress, as you can see, the component 3, participation, but here's where we really have to pay attention to. So, for example, suppliers, value chain, and supply chains. So this is not an easy task to do, of course, but there is a room for improvement. And then this is the most interesting part. Why these tools? The cost, first. Externally, consultancy for gender issue can cost between $15,000 to $20,000 US. I promise you my paycheck didn't look like this. And then there's an easy application specifically designed for industrial parks and tenant companies. So there are many tools out there, including from the WEP, but then this one is specifically designed for industrial parks and tenant companies. And then this is a scientifically based tools that we created based on the UN Women methodology. And then from this, time-wise, company can immediately identify the areas of improvement and can easily trace progress. They can be used to inform board of directors, financial institutions, and certification entities. So with that, thank you very much for your attention. That's fast. I'm looking forward. And then before that, cheers to all the hardworking women out there. A round of applause.
I really agree with that. You know, let's give a big round of applause for our women. Yes. I think they do excellent work everywhere, right? Oh, some men don't seemingly to agree. And women who are not agreeing are just full of jealousy. Don't you agree that women do quite a lot? You know, you're not convincing, you know. Is it too late for that? Come on, Baron, you've been chowing time here all day long. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have sort of reached the end of our of this session. But what I'm going to appreciate from you is that maybe, let me see by show of hands, how many of you have got profound questions? That's a profound. He's bold, yes, and you. And so I've got 1, 2. So no woman, no cry. So no questions from any man from any woman about women issues, gender. You don't want to vocalize some of these challenges that you're facing. Okay. Let me take you, sir.
Perfect. Thank you, Tommy. Just a question, a quick one. That framework, that tool, you might have mentioned, but where can we access that tool?
The EIP one?
Yeah.
From Professor Rana.
Yeah.
Oh, which one?
No, the one right at the end for just measuring the gender.
Oh, the gender one.
The gender one.
Yeah.
The gender one for the time being is still only accessible in Spanish, but in the next weeks to come, we will make it available in Knowledge Hub, UNIDO Knowledge Hub, the one in English. So it is easily adaptable. It can be, translated into all other languages.
Brilliant.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Great. Okay, there's another question there, sir. You're not technologically challenged like my friend was sitting there.
No.
Okay.
My question is just an observation, hearing from all the presenters. Tools. There are so many tools that, if you talk to people like us who are practitioners, we feel like, the process is all academic, and all they're trying to build on the EAP processes. So my question is there no way we can harmonize so that we can two-pager of tools that build on the same?
Yeah, I like that. I think it's more practical. So I'm gonna throw the question to all the academicians that we have here. Prof, can we harmonize?
Yes.
And
so
doctors
I was also observing the same thing from the morning. Different people are explaining their tool and how to conserve the area, how to conserve water, and this is called this organization tool, that organization tool. But we have also taken into consideration how to reflect that kind of objective explained by many people in our EIP set of 10 tools. Maybe there will be additional one or two more tools coming in future because it's based on need or some kind of context, right? So the EIP 10 tools, what we have explained to you, it is more or less covering everything what you would need for translating IPs into EIP.
Yeah, I think this is a very genuine observation, and NCPC, parent, and team, this is an easy one for me. We need to harmonize. Faith, I don't know. I know you just a speaker here, but what do you think? If I can just ask for your observations. But I think we really need to harmonize. There's quite a lot of tools, of systems, and these things interlink that we've all been talking about. And somehow we need to just find a way of simplifying them for practitioners on the ground, especially those who have just to run some of the templates to help these communities in industrial parks, So you don't want to take them off for a couple of weeks, bombarding them with quite a load of information. But yes, I think this is they can use a certain portal like we have started to do in case of South Africa, where we're going to have a portal at NCPC of all the material. But I think at the end, there needs to be a simplified version for people to, yes, don't frown at me. I said simplified, don't complicate things. This is South Africa, not Germany.
Maybe, you can hear me. I was sitting here thinking, Sarah just mentioned this is the tools session. Mm-hmm. So, of course, we are going to talk about tools. But I think, to Kash's point, I think it's a very important point that we need to make sure that the tools that are available are also simplified for the users who need to use them, and that we shouldn't overwhelm the colleagues who have to apply many of the different tools that we used. But I also thought of something else. Yeah. I think it's important that as a practitioner working on whether it's implementing the eco-industrial park framework or a symbiotic process or doing the calculations that's needed, I don't know, around water usage or your carbon footprint or whatever, I think it's important that you know that there are excellent resources out there across different organizations and different platforms, and access to those instruments and tools is critical. And I think what I like about this session is that a lot of all the tools actually that was spoken about is open source, it's available, and will be translated, like the gender tool, in different languages as well. So I think for practitioners, there's a community out there that's focusing on not just making sure you have the information needed to do the job that you need to do, but that it's accessible. So I think that's the one principle that I think is a very rich and important one. The second maybe observation as well is that I think it's good to simplify, and I think simplification is critical. But if you need to do the work and do the calculations, like Prath spoke about, or go deep into how do you actually measure symbiotic, do the calculations for to measure symbiosis, then I think we need to understand that these are not things that can be simplified, but we need to honor the integrity of having to measure that, understand its impact, and then make sure that the message or the outcome of that is simplified for our government partners and or our users in industrial parks. And I think that should be an important principle, that we find the common language in terms of the implementation of the tools for the users who need to use it. I sound like a politician, but yeah.
Thank you very much for giving that. Let's give a big round of applause. Thank you very much for giving those closing remarks for me. And I think give yourselves a very, very big round of applause because you've been able to sit here until the last day. Be excited. Now we're going home now. So I think for me, it's been a very rewardful experience today to continue the work that we do, which is networking, talking about these central words, I think, key words like collaborating, sustainability, resilience, partnerships, tools like we're saying, systematic thinking, building communities, building people, building their businesses, and building their spaces, the ecosystems that we've been talking about. So I think those are very, very critical aspects that we have touched on from the start of this conference deliberation. And of course, we've heard from the very different stakeholders who are critical actually in building this institution of eco-industrial practices, especially benchmarking it with our context in South Africa. We've always been having these aspirations, I think, with the South African Inc. team that we needed to build a truly South African a tapestry sort of doing eco-industrial parks. And I think we're getting there. We've displayed that as we learn from our colleagues from Colombia, Peru, and all the other countries who have presented. I know Chile as well is quite on the map in terms of giving us some of these lessons. So that we can also formulate a very reliable and tested sort of policy and act towards industrial parks framework and its implementation. So I do believe that what has been shared with us today, especially we who are in South Africa, and also as some of you will be taking these lessons back to your country and to your practical industrial park and the different institutions that you're representing, you'll also further, I think, build and also bolster your standards or your framework that you've been working on. One of the things that really, I think, made a mark, an impression to me was Vanessa. Where's Vanessa? Oh, I nearly thought youth don't have a good retention span. If you were not here, I would have said that. But thank you for staying the course. Because I'm told, the young generation, their attention span is very limited, But she stayed on. So we give you a very big round of applause. And we need to be passionate and intentional about youth development in industry, because they are going to take us to the next I think, millennia of industrialization. So in every one of our programs, let us encourage the participation of youth. In South Africa, we've got 60% plus youth who are unemployed. Most of them have got some form of qualifications in one way or the other. And I do believe even with those skills that they do have, they can do some lot of artisanry work, trades work. So we need to encourage and push our youth to be very active in terms of economy and industry. Because if we do not do that, it's going to give us a burden globally. You know, it's not going to only be a South Africa or Africa's problem. It's just going to be a world problem. So let's work together on that. I think putting the priorities on youth programs at the center of everything that we do. Let us, I think, promote that. And again, lastly, one important element is what Nisa just talked about, the gender mainstreaming into the industrial ecosystem. It's very, very important as well. I think most of the practices, if we can see, fortunately here today, as we are sitting here, there's more women. So, you know, that's big ups to that. You know. But usually, in some of the meetings you go to, you find people that look like parents, you know, and filling up the chairs, you know. So, you know, it's only men usually. So we need to slowly be intentional once again with those systems. If we are intentional, we design programs, we listen to women, we work with them, we can find quite a lot of lessons in where I come from, the experiences that I know of in the townships, in the rural communities that I've worked with. I know women are able to feed a family of 13, one woman. A man, when he finds money, he goes and he drinks, and you know, with his friends, that the money is finished. But a woman is able to share the money with 13 people. So I think, you know, based on that, we should really appreciate and take to cognizance that if we empower a woman, like we say in South Africa, you empower a nation, you know, a community and a nation. But a man, I don't know. Let's leave it to that. So I think those are encouraging things. And we also learned of very numerous case studies, which, of course, we are going to be interacting with some of our colleagues from these other countries' parents. So you make sure that the contacts, when I need them, you know, when somebody needs them, we have got them in the portal. We can be able to reach and collaborate. We need to build an international network of industrial parks practices based on the eco-industrial parks framework and transformation, so that all these industrial parks, we know in the South African context, they do play that role. So thank you for all of you for coming to grace this conference and really for making the impact. Your presence here is really appreciated. So to all of you, we give a big round of applause. Barent is going to announce the program for tomorrow. Thank you. He doesn't want me to be the last man to speak.
You can come and stand here with me, so you can have a last word. Now, just the logistical arrangements. Those that need to take the shuttle to the hotel, I've asked that the shuttle is kept for another 10 minutes or so. So please don't stress. Okay, so that's all I want to say. You can say the last word.
No, we're done.
Okay, we're done. Thank you. Have a lovely day.